A PDF of charts and diagrams accompanies this program. The Daka Keltner for inspiring me to write. Part 1. This Thing Called Sleep. Chapter 1. To Sleep. Do you think you got enough sleep this past week? Can you recall the last time you woke up without an alarm clock, feeling refreshed, not needing caffeine? If the answer to either of these questions is no, you are not alone. 2/3 of adults throughout all developed nations fail to obtain the recommended 8 hours of nightly sleep. I doubt you are surprised by this fact, but you may be surprised by the consequences. Routinely sleeping less than 6 or 7 hours a night demolishes your immune system, more than doubling your risk of cancer. Insufficient sleep is a key lifestyle factor determining whether or not you will develop Alzheimer's disease. Inadequate sleep, even moderate reductions for just 1 week, disrupts blood sugar levels so profoundly that you would be classified as pre-diabetic. Short sleeping increases the likelihood of your coronary arteries becoming blocked and brittle, setting you on a path toward cardiovascular disease, stroke, and congestive heart failure, fitting Charlotte Bronte's prophetic wisdom that a ruffled mind makes a restless pillow. Sleep disruption further contributes to all major psychiatric conditions, including depression, anxiety, and suicidality. Perhaps you have also noticed a desire to eat more when you're tired. This is no coincidence. Too little sleep swells concentrations of a hormone that makes you feel hungry, while suppressing a companion hormone that otherwise signals food satisfaction. Despite being full, you still want to eat more. It's a proven recipe for weight gain in sleep-deficient adults and children alike. Worse, should you attempt to diet but don't get enough sleep while doing so, it is futile, since most of the weight you lose will come from lean body mass, not fat. Add the above health consequences up, and a proven link becomes easier to accept. The shorter your sleep, the shorter your lifespan. The old maxim, "I'll sleep when I'm dead," is therefore unfortunate. Adopt this mindset, and you will be dead sooner, and the quality of that shorter life will be worse. The elastic band of sleep deprivation can stretch only so far before it snaps. Sadly, human beings are in fact the only species that will deliberately deprive themselves of sleep without legitimate gain. Every component of wellness and countless seams of societal fabric are being eroded by our costly state of sleep neglect, human and financial alike. So much so that the World Health Organization, WHO, has now declared a sleep loss epidemic throughout industrialized nations. It is no coincidence that countries where sleep time has declined most dramatically over the past century, such as the US, the UK, Japan, and South Korea, and several in Western Europe, are also those suffering the greatest increase in rates of the aforementioned physical diseases and mental disorders. Scientists such as myself have even started lobbying doctors to start prescribing sleep. As medical advice goes, it's perhaps the most painless and enjoyable to follow. Do not, however, mistake this as a plea to doctors to start prescribing more sleeping pills. Quite the opposite, in fact, considering the alarming evidence surrounding the deleterious health consequences of these drugs. But can we go so far as to say that a lack of sleep can kill you outright? Actually, yes, on at least 2 counts. First, there is a very rare genetic disorder that starts with a progressive insomnia, emerging in midlife. Several months into the disease course, the patient stops sleeping altogether. By this stage, they have started to lose many basic brain and body functions. No drugs that we currently have will help the patient sleep. After 12 to 18 months of no sleep, the patient will die. Though exceedingly rare, this disorder asserts that a lack of sleep can kill a human being. Second is the deadly circumstance of getting behind the wheel of a motor vehicle without having had sufficient sleep. Drowsy driving is the cause of hundreds of thousands of traffic accidents and fatalities each year. And here, it is not only the life of the sleep-deprived individuals that is at risk, but the lives of those around them. Tragically, one person dies in a traffic accident every hour in the United States due to a fatigue-related error. It is disquieting to learn that vehicular accidents caused by drowsy driving exceed those caused by alcohol and drugs combined. Society's apathy towards sleep has, in part, been caused by the historic failure of science to explain why we need it. Sleep remained one of the last great biological mysteries. All of the mighty problem-solving methods in science, genetics, molecular biology, and high-powered digital technology have been unable to unlock the stubborn vault of sleep. Minds of the most stringent kind, including Nobel Prize winner Francis Crick, who deduced the twisted ladder structure of DNA, famed Roman educator and rhetorician Quintilian, and even Sigmund Freud, had all tried their hand at deciphering sleep's enigmatic code, all in vain. To better frame this state of prior scientific ignorance, imagine the birth of your first child. At the hospital, the doctor enters the room and says, "Congratulations, it's a healthy baby boy. We've completed all of the preliminary tests and everything looks good." She smiles reassuringly and starts walking toward the door. However, before exiting the room, she turns around and says, "There is just one thing. From this moment forth, and for the rest of your child's entire life, he will repeatedly and routinely lapse into a state of apparent coma. It might even resemble death at times. And while his body lies still, his mind will often be filled with stunning, bizarre hallucinations. This state will consume 1/3 of his life, and I have absolutely no idea why he'll do it, or what it is for. Good luck." Astonishing, but until very recently, this was reality. Doctors and scientists could not give you a consistent or complete answer as to why we sleep. Consider that we have known the functions of the 3 other basic drives in life: to eat, to drink, and to reproduce, for many tens, if not hundreds of years now. Yet the 4th main biological drive, common across the entire animal kingdom, the drive to sleep, has continued to elude science for millennia. Addressing the question of why we sleep from an evolutionary perspective only compounds the mystery. No matter what vantage point you take, sleep would appear to be the most foolish of biological phenomena. When you are asleep, you cannot gather food, you cannot socialize, you cannot find a mate and reproduce, you cannot nurture or protect your offspring. Worse still, sleep leaves you vulnerable to predation. Sleep is surely one of the most puzzling of all human behaviors. On any one of these grounds, never mind all of them in combination, there ought to have been a strong evolutionary pressure to prevent the emergence of sleep, or anything remotely like it. As one sleep scientist has said, if sleep does not serve an absolutely vital function, then it is the biggest mistake the evolutionary process has ever made. Yet sleep has persisted, heroically so. Indeed, every species studied to date sleeps. This simple fact establishes that sleep evolved with, or very soon after, life itself on our planet. Moreover, the subsequent perseverance of sleep throughout evolution means there must be tremendous benefits that far outweigh all of the obvious hazards and detriments. Ultimately asking, "Why do we sleep?" was the wrong question. It implied there was a single function, one holy grail of a reason that we slept, and we went in search of it. Theories ranged from the logical, a time for conserving energy, to the peculiar, an opportunity for eyeball oxygenation, to the psychoanalytic, a non-conscious state in which we fulfill repressed wishes. This book will reveal a very different truth. Sleep is infinitely more complex, profoundly more interesting, and alarmingly more health relevant. We sleep for a rich litany of functions, plural, an abundant constellation of nighttime benefits that service both our brains and our bodies. There does not seem to be one major organ within the body, or process within the brain, that isn't optimally enhanced by sleep, and detrimentally impaired when we don't get enough. That we receive such a bounty of health benefits each night should not be surprising. After all, we are awake for 2/3 of our lives, and we don't just achieve one useful thing during that stretch of time. We accomplish myriad undertakings that promote our own well-being and survival. Why, then, would we expect sleep, and the 25 to 30 years on average it takes from our lives, to offer one function only? Through an explosion of discoveries over the past 20 years, we have come to realize that evolution did not make a spectacular blunder in conceiving of sleep. Sleep dispenses a multitude of health-ensuring benefits, yours to pick up in repeat prescription every 24 hours, should you choose. Many don't. Within the brain, sleep enriches a diversity of functions, including our ability to learn, memorize, and make logical decisions and choices. Benevolently servicing our psychological health, sleep recalibrates our emotional brain circuits, allowing us to navigate next-day social and psychological challenges with cool-headed composure. We are even beginning to understand the most impervious and controversial of all conscious experiences, the dream. Dreaming provides a unique suite of benefits to all species fortunate enough to experience it, humans included. Among these gifts are a consoling neurochemical bath that mollifies painful memories, and a virtual reality space in which the brain melds past and present knowledge, inspiring creativity. Downstairs in the body, sleep restocks the armory of our immune system, helping fight malignancy, preventing infection, and warding off all manner of sickness. Sleep reforms the body's metabolic state by fine-tuning the balance of insulin and circulating glucose. Sleep further regulates our appetite, helping control body weight through healthy food selection rather than rash impulsivity. Plentiful sleep maintains a flourishing microbiome within your gut, from which we know so much of our nutritional health begins. Adequate sleep is intimately tied to the fitness of our cardiovascular system, lowering blood pressure while keeping our hearts in fine condition. A balanced diet and exercise are of vital importance, yes, but we now see sleep as the preeminent force in this health trinity. The physical and mental impairments caused by one night of bad sleep dwarf those caused by an equivalent absence of food or exercise. It is difficult to imagine any other state, natural or medically manipulated, that affords a more powerful redressing of physical and mental health at every level of analysis. Based on a rich, new scientific understanding of sleep, we no longer have to ask what sleep is good for. Instead, we are now forced to wonder whether there are any biological functions that do not benefit by a good night's sleep. So far, the results of thousands of studies insist that no, there aren't. Emerging from this research renaissance is an unequivocal message. Sleep is the single most effective thing we can do to reset our brain and body health each day. Mother Nature's best effort yet at contra-death. Unfortunately, the real evidence that makes clear all of the dangers that befall individuals and societies when sleep becomes short have not been clearly telegraphed to the public. It is the most glaring omission in the contemporary health conversation. In response, this book is intended to serve as a scientifically accurate intervention, addressing this unmet need, and what I hope is a fascinating journey of discoveries. It aims to revise our cultural appreciation of sleep and reverse our neglect of it. Personally, I should note that I am in love with sleep, not just my own, though I do give myself a non-negotiable 8-hour sleep opportunity each night. I am in love with everything sleep is and does. A PDF of charts and diagrams accompanies this program. To Daka Keltner for inspiring me to write. Part 1. This Thing Called Sleep. Chapter 1. To Sleep. Do you think you got enough sleep this past week? Can you recall the last time you woke up without an alarm clock, feeling refreshed, not needing caffeine? If the answer to either of these questions is no, you are not alone. 2/3 of adults throughout all developed nations fail to obtain the recommended 8 hours of nightly sleep. I doubt you are surprised by this fact, but you may be surprised by the consequences. Routinely sleeping less than 6 or 7 hours a night demolishes your immune system, more than doubling your risk of cancer. Insufficient sleep is a key lifestyle factor determining whether or not you will develop Alzheimer's disease. Inadequate sleep, even moderate reductions for just 1 week, disrupts blood sugar levels so profoundly that you would be classified as pre-diabetic. Short sleeping increases the likelihood of your coronary arteries becoming blocked and brittle, setting you on a path toward cardiovascular disease, stroke, and congestive heart failure, fitting Charlotte Bronte's prophetic wisdom that a ruffled mind makes a restless pillow. Sleep disruption further contributes to all major psychiatric conditions, including depression, anxiety, and suicidality. Perhaps you have also noticed a desire to eat more when you're tired. This is no coincidence. Too little sleep swells concentrations of a hormone that makes you feel hungry, while suppressing a companion hormone that otherwise signals food satisfaction. Despite being full, you still want to eat more. It's a proven recipe for weight gain in sleep-deficient adults and children alike. Worse, should you attempt to diet but don't get enough sleep while doing so, it is futile, since most of the weight you lose will come from lean body mass, not fat. Add the above health consequences up, and a proven link becomes easier to accept. The shorter your sleep, the shorter your lifespan. The old maxim, "I'll sleep when I'm dead," is therefore unfortunate. Adopt this mindset, and you will be dead sooner, and the quality of that shorter life will be worse. The elastic band of sleep deprivation can stretch only so far before it snaps. Sadly, human beings are in fact the only species that will deliberately deprive themselves of sleep without legitimate gain. Every component of wellness and countless seams of societal fabric are being eroded by our costly state of sleep neglect, human and financial alike. So much so that the World Health Organization, WHO, has now declared a sleep loss epidemic throughout industrialized nations. It is no coincidence that countries where sleep time has declined most dramatically over the past century, such as the US, the UK, Japan and South Korea, and several in Western Europe, are also those suffering the greatest increase in rates of the aforementioned physical diseases and mental disorders. Scientists such as myself have even started lobbying doctors to start prescribing sleep. As medical advice goes, it's perhaps the most painless and enjoyable to follow. Do not, however, mistake this as a plea to doctors to start prescribing more sleeping pills. Quite the opposite, in fact, considering the alarming evidence surrounding the deleterious health consequences of these drugs. But can we go so far as to say that a lack of sleep can kill you outright? Actually, yes, on at least 2 counts. First, there is a very rare genetic disorder that starts with a progressive insomnia, emerging in midlife. Several months into the disease course, the patient stops sleeping altogether. By this stage, they have started to lose many basic brain and body functions. No drugs that we currently have will help the patient sleep. After 12 to 18 months of no sleep, the patient will die. Though exceedingly rare, this disorder asserts that a lack of sleep can kill a human being. Second is the deadly circumstance of getting behind the wheel of a motor vehicle without having had sufficient sleep. Drowsy driving is the cause of hundreds of thousands of traffic accidents and fatalities each year. And here, It is not only the life of the sleep-deprived individuals that is at risk, but the lives of those around them. Tragically, one person dies in a traffic accident every hour in the United States due to a fatigue-related error. It is disquieting to learn that vehicular accidents caused by drowsy driving exceed those caused by alcohol and drugs combined. Society's apathy towards sleep has, in part, been caused by the historic failure of science to explain why we need it. Sleep remained one of the last great biological mysteries. All of the mighty problem-solving methods in science, genetics, molecular biology, and high-powered digital technology have been unable to unlock the stubborn vault of sleep. Minds of the most stringent kind, including Nobel Prize winner Francis Crick, who deduced the twisted ladder structure of DNA, famed Roman educator and rhetorician Quintilian, and even Sigmund Freud, had all tried their hand at deciphering sleep's enigmatic code, all in vain. To better frame this state of prior scientific ignorance, imagine the birth of your first child. At the hospital, the doctor enters the room and says, "Congratulations, it's a healthy baby boy. We've completed all of the preliminary tests and everything looks good." She smiles reassuringly and starts walking toward the door. However, before exiting the room, she turns around and says, "There is just one thing. From this moment forth, and for the rest of your child's entire life, he will repeatedly and routinely lapse into a state of apparent coma. It might even resemble death at times. And while his body lies still, his mind will often be filled with stunning, bizarre hallucinations. This state will consume 1/3 of his life, and I have absolutely no idea why he'll do it, or what it is for. Good luck." Astonishing, but until very recently, this was reality. Doctors and scientists could not give you a consistent or complete answer as to why we sleep. Consider that we have known the functions of the 3 other basic drives in life: to eat, to drink, and to reproduce, for many tens, if not hundreds of years now. Yet the 4th main biological drive, common across the entire animal kingdom, the drive to sleep, has continued to elude science for millennia. Addressing the question of why we sleep from an evolutionary perspective only compounds the mystery. No matter what vantage point you take, sleep would appear to be the most foolish of biological phenomena. When you are asleep, you cannot gather food, you cannot socialize, you cannot find a mate and reproduce, you cannot nurture or protect your offspring. Worse still, sleep leaves you vulnerable to predation. Sleep is surely one of the most puzzling of all human behaviors. On any one of these grounds, never mind all of them in combination, there ought to have been a strong evolutionary pressure to prevent the emergence of sleep, or anything remotely like it. As one sleep scientist has said, if sleep does not serve an absolutely vital function, then it is the biggest mistake the evolutionary process has ever made. Yet sleep has persisted, heroically so. Indeed, every species studied to date sleeps. This simple fact establishes that sleep evolved with, or very soon after, life itself on our planet. Moreover, the subsequent perseverance of sleep throughout evolution means there must be tremendous benefits that far outweigh all of the obvious hazards and detriments. Ultimately asking, "Why do we sleep?" was the wrong question. It implied there was a single function, one holy grail of a reason that we slept, and we went in search of it. Theories ranged from the logical, a time for conserving energy, to the peculiar, an opportunity for eyeball oxygenation, to the psychoanalytic, a non-conscious state in which we fulfill repressed wishes. This book will reveal a very different truth. Sleep is infinitely more complex, profoundly more interesting, and alarmingly more health relevant. We sleep for a rich litany of functions, plural, an abundant constellation of nighttime benefits that service both our brains and our bodies. There does not seem to be one major organ within the body, or process within the brain, that isn't optimally enhanced by sleep, and detrimentally impaired when we don't get enough. That we receive such a bounty of health benefits each night should not be surprising. After all, we are awake for 2/3 of our lives, and we don't just achieve one useful thing during that stretch of time. We accomplish myriad undertakings that promote our own well-being and survival. Why, then, would we expect sleep, in the 25 to 30 years on average it takes from our lives, to offer one function only? Through an explosion of discoveries over the past 20 years, we have come to realize that evolution did not make a spectacular blunder in conceiving of sleep. Sleep dispenses a multitude of health-ensuring benefits, yours to pick up in repeat prescription every 24 hours, should you choose. Many don't. Within the brain, sleep enriches a diversity of functions, including our ability to learn, memorize, and make logical decisions and choices. Benevolently servicing our psychological health, sleep recalibrates our emotional brain circuits, allowing us to navigate next-day social and psychological challenges with cool-headed composure. We are even beginning to understand the most impervious and controversial of all conscious experiences, the dream. Dreaming provides a unique suite of benefits to all species fortunate enough to experience it, humans included. Among these gifts are a consoling neurochemical bath that mollifies painful memories, and a virtual reality space in which the brain melds past and present knowledge, inspiring creativity. Downstairs in the body, sleep restocks the armory of our immune system, helping fight malignancy, preventing infection, and warding off all manner of sickness. Sleep reforms the body's metabolic state by fine-tuning the balance of insulin and circulating glucose. Sleep further regulates our appetite, helping control body weight through healthy food selection rather than rash impulsivity. Plentiful sleep maintains a flourishing microbiome within your gut, from which we know so much of our nutritional health begins. Adequate sleep is intimately tied to the fitness of our cardiovascular system, lowering blood pressure while keeping our hearts in fine condition. A balanced diet and exercise are of vital importance, yes, but we now see sleep as the preeminent force in this health trinity. The physical and mental impairments caused by one night of bad sleep dwarf those caused by an equivalent absence of food or exercise. It is difficult to imagine any other state, natural or medically manipulated, that affords a more powerful redressing of physical and mental health at every level of analysis. Based on a rich, new scientific understanding of sleep, we no longer have to ask what sleep is good for. Instead, we are now forced to wonder whether there are any biological functions that do not benefit by a good night's sleep. So far, the results of thousands of studies insist that no, there aren't. Emerging from this research renaissance is an unequivocal message. Sleep is the single most effective thing we can do to reset our brain and body health each day. Mother Nature's best effort yet at contra-death. Unfortunately, the real evidence that makes clear all of the dangers that befall individuals and societies when sleep becomes short have not been clearly telegraphed to the public. It is the most glaring omission in the contemporary health conversation. In response, this book is intended to serve as a scientifically accurate intervention, addressing this unmet need, and what I hope is a fascinating journey of discoveries. It aims to revise our cultural appreciation of sleep and reverse our neglect of it. Personally, I should note that I am in love with sleep, not just my own, though I do give myself a non-negotiable 8-hour sleep opportunity each night. I am in love with everything sleep is and does. I am in love with discovering all that remains unknown about it. I am in love with communicating the astonishing brilliance of it to the public. I am in love with finding any and all methods for reuniting humanity with the sleep it so desperately needs. This love affair has now spanned a 20-plus year research career that began when I was a professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School and continues now that I am a professor of neuroscience and psychology at the University of California, Berkeley. It was not, however, love at first sight. I am an accidental sleep researcher. It was never my intent to inhabit this esoteric outer territory of science. At age 18, I went to study at the Queen's Medical Centre in England, a prodigious institute in Nottingham, boasting a wonderful band of brain scientists on its faculty. Ultimately, medicine wasn't for me, as it seemed more concerned with answers, whereas I was always more enthralled by questions. For me, answers were simply a way to get to the next question. I decided to study neuroscience, and after graduating, obtained my PhD in neurophysiology, supported by a fellowship from England's Medical Research Council, London. It was during my PhD work that I began making my first real scientific contributions in the field of sleep research. I was examining patterns of electrical brainwave activity in older adults in the early stages of dementia. Counter to common belief, there isn't just one type of dementia. Alzheimer's disease is the most common, but it's only one of many types. For a number of treatment reasons, it is critical to know which type of dementia an individual is suffering from as soon as possible. I began assessing brainwave activity from my patients during wake and sleep. My hypothesis: there was a unique and specific electrical brain signature that could forecast which dementia subtype each individual was progressing toward. Measurements taken during the day were ambiguous, with no clear signature of difference to be found. Only in the nighttime ocean of sleeping brainwaves did the recordings speak out a clear labeling of my patient's saddening disease fate. The discovery proved that sleep could potentially be used as a new early diagnostic litmus test to understand which type of dementia an individual would develop. Sleep became my obsession. The answer it had provided me, like all good answers, only led to more fascinating questions. Among them, was the disruption of sleep in my patients actually contributing to the diseases they were suffering from, and even causing some of their terrible symptoms, such as memory loss, aggression, hallucinations, delusions? I read all I could. A scarcely believable truth began to emerge. Nobody actually knew the clear reason why we needed sleep, and what it does. I could not answer my own question about dementia if this fundamental first question remained unanswered. I decided I would try to crack the code of sleep. I halted my research in dementia, and, for a postdoctoral position that took me across the Atlantic Ocean to Harvard, set about addressing one of the most enigmatic puzzles of humanity, one that had eluded some of the best scientists in history. Why do we sleep? With genuine naivete, not hubris, I believed I would find the answer within 2 years. That was 20 years ago. Hard problems care little about what motivates their interrogators. They meter out their lessons of difficulty all the same. Now, after 2 decades of my own research efforts, combined with thousands of studies from other laboratories around the world, we have many of the answers. These discoveries have taken me on wonderful, privileged, and unexpected journeys inside and outside of academia, from being a sleep consultant for the NBA, NFL, and British Premier League football teams, to Pixar Animation, government agencies, and well-known technology and financial companies, to taking part in and helping make several mainstream television programs and documentaries. These sleep revelations, together with many similar discoveries from my fellow sleep scientists, will offer all the proof you need about the vital importance of sleep. A final comment on the structure of this book. The chapters are written in a logical order, traversing a narrative arc in 4 main parts. Part 1 demystifies this beguiling thing called sleep: what it is, what it isn't, who sleeps, how much they sleep, how human beings should sleep, but are not, and how sleep changes across your lifespan or that of your child, for better and for worse. Part 2 details the good, the bad, and the deathly of sleep and sleep loss. We will explore all of the astonishing benefits of sleep for brain and for body, affirming what a remarkable Swiss Army knife of health and wellness sleep truly is. Then we turn to how and why a lack of sufficient sleep leads to a quagmire of ill health, disease, and untimely death. A wake-up call to sleep, if ever there was one. Part 3 offers safe passage from sleep to the fantastical world of dreams scientifically explained. From peering into the brains of dreaming individuals, and precisely how dreams inspire Nobel Prize-winning ideas that transform the world, to whether or not dream control really is possible, and if such a thing is even wise, all will be revealed. Part 4 seats us first at the bedside, explaining numerous sleep disorders, including insomnia. I will unpack the obvious and not so obvious reasons for why so many of us find it difficult to get a good night's sleep, night after night. A frank discussion of sleeping pills then follows, based on scientific and clinical data, rather than hearsay or branding messages. Details of new, safer, and more effective non-drug therapies for better sleep will then be advised. Transitioning from bedside up to the level of sleep in society, we will subsequently learn of the sobering impact that insufficient sleep has in education, in medicine and healthcare, and in business. The evidence shatters beliefs about the usefulness of long waking hours with little sleep in effectively, safely, profitably, and ethically accomplishing the goals of each of these disciplines. Concluding the book with genuine optimistic hope, I lay out a roadmap of ideas that can reconnect humanity with the sleep it remains so bereft of, a new vision for sleep in the 21st century. I should point out that you need not listen to this book in this progressive, 4-part narrative arc. Each chapter can, for the most part, be listened to individually and out of order, without losing too much of its significance. I therefore invite you to consume the book in whole or in part, buffet style or in order, all according to your personal taste. In closing, I offer a disclaimer. Should you feel drowsy and fall asleep while listening to this book, unlike most authors, I will not be disheartened. Indeed, based on the topic and content of this book, I am actively going to encourage that kind of behavior from you. Knowing what I know about the relationship between sleep and memory, it is the greatest form of flattery for me to know that you, the listener, cannot resist the urge to strengthen and thus remember what I am telling you by falling asleep. So please, feel free to ebb and flow into and out of consciousness during this entire book. I will take absolutely no offense. On the contrary, I would be delighted. Chapter 2. Caffeine, Jet Lag, and Melatonin. Losing and gaining control of your sleep rhythm. How does your body know when it's time to sleep? Why do you suffer from jet lag after arriving in a new time zone? How do you overcome jet lag? Why does that acclimatization cause you yet more jet lag upon returning home? Why do some people use melatonin to combat these issues? Why, and how, does a cup of coffee keep you awake? Perhaps most importantly, how do you know if you're getting enough sleep? There are two main factors that determine when you want to sleep and when you want to be awake. As you hear these very words, both factors are powerfully influencing your mind and body. The first factor is a signal beamed out from your internal 24-hour clock, located deep within your brain. The clock creates a cycling, day-night rhythm that makes you feel tired or alert at regular times of night and day, respectively. The second factor is a chemical substance that builds up in your brain and creates a sleep pressure. The longer you've been awake, the more that chemical sleep pressure accumulates, and consequently, the sleepier you feel. It is the balance between these two factors that dictates how alert and attentive you are during the day, when you will feel tired and ready for bed at night, and, in part, how well you will sleep. Got rhythm? Central to many of the questions in the opening paragraph is the powerful sculpting force of your 24-hour rhythm, also known as your circadian rhythm. Everyone generates a circadian rhythm, circa meaning around, and dian, derivative of diam, meaning day. Indeed, every living creature on the planet with a lifespan of more than several days generates this natural cycle. The internal 24-hour clock within your brain communicates its daily circadian rhythm signal to every other region of your brain and every organ in your body. Your 24-hour tempo helps to determine when you want to be awake and when you want to be asleep. But it controls other rhythmic patterns too. These include your timed preferences for eating and drinking, your moods and emotions, the amount of urine you produce, your core body temperature, your metabolic rate, and the release of numerous hormones. It is no coincidence that the likelihood of breaking an Olympic record has been clearly tied to time of day, being maximal at the natural peak of the human circadian rhythm in the early afternoon. Even the timing of births and deaths demonstrates circadian rhythmicity, due to the marked swings in key life-dependent metabolic, cardiovascular, temperature, and hormonal processes that this pacemaker controls. Long before we discovered this biological pacemaker, an ingenious experiment did something utterly remarkable: stopped time, at least for a plant. It was in 1729 when French geophysicist Jean-Jacques d'Ortu de Meuron discovered the very first evidence that plants generate their own internal time. De Meuron was studying the leaf movements of a species that displayed heliotropism, when a plant's leaves or flowers track the trajectory of the sun as it moves across the sky during the day. De Meuron was intrigued by one plant in particular, called Mimosa pudica. Not only do the leaves of this plant trace the arcing daytime passage of the sun across the sky's face, but at night they collapse down, almost as though they had wilted. Then, at the start of the following day, the leaves pop open once again like an umbrella, healthy as ever. This behavior repeats each and every morning and evening, and it caused the famous evolutionary biologist, Charles Darwin, to call them sleeping leaves. Prior to de Meuron's experiment, many believed that the expanding and retracting behavior of the plant was solely determined by the corresponding rising and setting of the sun. It was a logical assumption. Daylight, even on cloudy days, triggered the leaves to open wide, while ensuing darkness instructed the leaves to shut up shop, close for business, and fold away. That assumption was shattered by de Meuron. First, he took the plant and placed it out in the open, exposing it to the signals of light and dark associated with day and night. As expected, the leaves expanded during the light of day and retracted with the dark of night. Then came the genius twist. De Meuron placed the plant in a sealed box for the next 24-hour period, plunging it into total dark for both day and night. During these 24 hours of blackness, he would occasionally take a peek at the plant in controlled darkness, observing the state of the leaves. Despite being cut off from the influence of light during the day, the plant still behaved as though it were being bathed in sunlight. Its leaves were proudly expanded. Then it retracted its leaves as if on cue at the end of the day, even without the sun's setting signal, and they stayed collapsed throughout the entire night. It was a revolutionary discovery. De Meuron had shown that a living organism kept its own time, and was not, in fact, slave to the sun's rhythmic commands. Somewhere within the plant was a 24-hour rhythm generator that could track time without any cues from the outside world, such as daylight. The plant didn't just have a circadian rhythm, it had an endogenous or self-generated rhythm. It is much like your heart drumming out its own self-generating beat. The difference is simply that your heart's pacemaker rhythm is far faster, usually beating at least once a second, rather than once every 24-hour period like the circadian clock. Surprisingly, it took another 200 years to prove that we humans have a similar, internally generated circadian rhythm. But this experiment added something rather unexpected to our understanding of internal timekeeping. It was 1938, and Professor Nathaniel Kleitman at the University of Chicago, accompanied by his research assistant, Bruce Richardson, were to perform an even more radical scientific study. It required a type of dedication that is arguably without match or comparison to this day. Kleitman and Richardson were to be their own experimental guinea pigs. Loaded with food and water for 6 weeks and a pair of dismantled, high-standing hospital beds, they took a trip into Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, one of the deepest caverns on the planet, so deep, in fact, that no detectable sunlight penetrates its farthest reaches. It was from this darkness that Kleitman and Richardson were to illuminate a striking scientific finding that would define our biological rhythm as being approximately 1 day, circadian, and not precisely 1 day. In addition to food and water, the two men brought a host of measuring devices to assess their body temperatures, as well as their waking and sleeping rhythms. This recording area formed the heart of their living space, flanked either side by their beds. The tall bed legs were each seated in a bucket of water, castle moat style, to discourage the innumerable small, and not so small, creatures lurking in the depths of Mammoth Cave from joining them in bed. The experimental question facing Kleitman and Richardson was simple. When cut off from the daily cycle of light and dark, would their biological rhythms of sleep and wakefulness, together with body temperature, become completely erratic, or would they stay the same as those individuals in the outside world exposed to rhythmic daylight? In total, they lasted 32 days in complete darkness. Not only did they aggregate some impressive facial hair, but they made 2 groundbreaking discoveries in the process. The first was that humans, like de Meuron's heliotrope plants, generated their own endogenous circadian rhythm in the absence of external light from the sun. That is, neither Kleitman nor Richardson descended into random spurts of wake and sleep, but instead expressed a predictable and repeating pattern of prolonged wakefulness, about 15 hours, paired with consolidated bouts of about 9 hours of sleep. The second unexpected and more profound result was that their reliably repeating cycles of wake and sleep were not precisely 24 hours in length, but consistently and undeniably longer than 24 hours. Richardson, in his 20s, developed a sleep-wake cycle of between 26 and 28 hours in length. That of Kleitman, in his 40s, was a little closer to, but still longer than, 24 hours. Therefore, when removed from the external influence of daylight, the internally generated day of each man was not exactly 24 hours, but a little more than that. Like an inaccurate wristwatch whose time runs long, with each passing real day in the outside world, Kleitman and Richardson began to add time based on their longer, internally generated chronometry. Since our innate biological rhythm is not precisely 24 hours, but thereabouts, a new nomenclature was required, the circadian rhythm. That is, one that is approximately, or around, 1 day in length, and not precisely 1 day. Footnote: this phenomenon of an imprecise internal biological clock has now been consistently observed in many different species. However, it is not consistently long in all species, as it is in humans. For some, the endogenous circadian rhythm runs short, being less than 24 hours when placed in total darkness, such as hamsters or squirrels. For others, such as humans, it is longer than 24 hours. In the 70-plus years since Kleitman and Richardson's seminal experiment, we have now determined that the average duration of a human adult's endogenous circadian clock runs around 24 hours and 15 minutes in length. Not too far off the 24-hour rotation of the Earth, but not the precise timing that any self-respecting Swiss watchmaker would ever accept. Thankfully, most of us don't live in Mammoth Cave, or the constant darkness it imposes. We routinely experience light from the sun that comes to the rescue of our imprecise, overrunning internal circadian clock. Sunlight acts like a manipulating finger and thumb on the side dial of an impressive wristwatch. The light of the sun methodically resets our inaccurate internal timepiece each and every day, winding us back to precisely, not approximately, 24 hours. Footnote: even sunlight coming through thick cloud on a rainy day is powerful enough to help reset our biological clocks. It is no coincidence that the brain uses daylight for this resetting purpose. Daylight is the most reliable, repeating signal that we have in our environment. Since the birth of our planet, and every single day thereafter without fail, the sun has always risen in the morning and set in the evening. Indeed, the reason most living species likely adopted a circadian rhythm is to synchronize themselves and their activities, both internal, for example, temperature, and external, for example, feeding, with the daily orbital mechanics of planet Earth spinning on its axis, resulting in regular phases of light, sun-facing, and dark, sun-hiding. Yet daylight isn't the only signal that the brain can latch onto for the purpose of biological clock resetting, though it is the principal and preferential signal when present. So long as they are reliably repeating, the brain can also use other external cues, such as food, exercise, temperature fluctuations, and even regularly timed social interaction. All of these events have the ability to reset the biological clock, allowing it to strike a precise 24-hour note. It is the reason that individuals with certain forms of blindness do not entirely lose their circadian rhythm. Despite not receiving light cues due to their blindness, other phenomena act as their resetting triggers. Any signal that the brain uses for the purpose of clock resetting is termed a Zeitgeber, from the German time giver or synchronizer. Thus, while light is the most reliable and thus the primary Zeitgeber, there are many factors that can be used in addition to, or in the absence of, daylight. The 24-hour biological clock, sitting in the middle of your brain, is called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. As with much of anatomical language, the name, while far from easy to pronounce, is instructional. Supra meaning above, and chiasm meaning a crossing point. The crossing point is that of the optic nerves coming from your eyeballs. Those nerves meet in the middle of your brain and then effectively switch sides. The suprachiasmatic nucleus is located just above this intersection for a good reason. It samples the light signal being sent from each eye along the optic nerves as they head toward the back of the brain for visual processing. The suprachiasmatic nucleus uses this reliable light information to reset its inherent time inaccuracy to a crisp 24-hour cycle, preventing any drift. When I tell you that the suprachiasmatic nucleus is composed of 20,000 brain cells, or neurons, you might assume it is enormous, consuming a vast amount of your cranial space, but actually it is tiny. The brain is composed of approximately 100 billion neurons, making the suprachiasmatic nucleus minuscule in the relative scheme of cerebral matter. Yet despite its stature, the influence of the suprachiasmatic nucleus on the rest of the brain and the body is anything but meek. This tiny clock is the central conductor of life's biological rhythmic symphony, yours and every other living species. The suprachiasmatic nucleus controls a vast array of behaviors, including our focus in this chapter, when you want to be awake and asleep. For diurnal species that are active during the day, such as humans, the circadian rhythm activates many brain and body mechanisms in the brain and body during daylight hours that are designed to keep you awake and alert. These processes are then ratcheted down at nighttime, removing that alerting influence. Figure 1, as shown in the accompanying PDF, shows one such example of a circadian rhythm, that of your body temperature. It represents average core body temperature, rectal no less, of a group of human adults. Starting at 12 p.m. on the far left, body temperature begins to rise, peaking late in the afternoon. The trajectory then changes. temperature begins to decline again, dropping below that of the midday start point as bedtime approaches. Your biological circadian rhythm coordinates a drop in core body temperature as you near typical bedtime, Figure 1, reaching its nadir, or low point, about 2 hours after sleep onset. However, this temperature rhythm is not dependent upon whether you are actually asleep. If I were to keep you awake all night, your core body temperature would still show the same pattern. Although the temperature drop helps to initiate sleep, the temperature change itself will rise and fall across the 24-hour period, regardless of whether you are awake or asleep. It is a classic demonstration of a pre-programmed circadian rhythm that will repeat over and over without fail like a metronome. Temperature is just one of many 24-hour rhythms that the suprachiasmatic nucleus governs. Wakefulness and sleep are another. Wakefulness and sleep are therefore under the control of the circadian rhythm, and not the other way around. That is, your circadian rhythm will march up and down every 24 hours, irrespective of whether you have slept or not. Your circadian rhythm is unwavering in this regard. But look across individuals, and you discover that not everyone's circadian timing is the same. My rhythm is not your rhythm. Although every human being displays an unyielding 24-hour pattern, the respective peak and trough points are strikingly different from one individual to the next. For some people, their peak of wakefulness arrives early in the day, and their sleepiness trough arrives early at night. These are morning types, and make up about 40% of the populace. They prefer to wake at or around dawn, are happy to do so, and function optimally at this time of day. Others are evening types, and account for approximately 30% of the population. They naturally prefer going to bed late, and subsequently wake up late the following morning, or even in the afternoon. The remaining 30% of people lie somewhere in between morning and evening types, with a slight leaning toward eveningness, like myself. You may colloquially know these two types of people as morning larks and night owls, respectively. Unlike morning larks, night owls are frequently incapable of falling asleep early at night, no matter how hard they try. It is only in the early morning hours that owls can drift off. Having not fallen asleep until late, owls, of course, strongly dislike waking up early. They are unable to function well at this time, one cause of which is that, despite being awake, their brain remains in a more sleep-like state throughout the early morning. This is especially true of a region called the prefrontal cortex, which sits above the eyes, and can be thought of as the head office of the brain. The prefrontal cortex controls high-level thought and logical reasoning, and helps keep our emotions in check. When a night owl is forced to wake up too early, their prefrontal cortex remains in a disabled, offline state. Like a cold engine after an early morning start, it takes a long time before it warms up to operating temperature, and before that will not function efficiently. An adult's owlness or larkness, also known as their chronotype, is strongly determined by genetics. If you are a night owl, it's likely that one or both of your parents is a night owl. Sadly, society treats night owls rather unfairly on two counts. First is the label of being lazy, based on a night owl's wont to wake up later in the day, due to the fact that they did not fall asleep until the early morning hours. Others, usually morning larks, will chastise night owls on the erroneous assumption that such preferences are a choice, and if they were not so slovenly, they could easily wake up early. However, night owls are not owls by choice. They are bound to a delayed schedule by unavoidable DNA hardwiring. It is not their conscious fault, but rather their genetic fate. Second is the ingrained, unlevel playing field of society's work scheduling, which is strongly biased toward early start times that punish owls and favor larks. Although the situation is improving, standard employment schedules force owls into an unnatural sleep-wake rhythm. Consequently, job performance of owls as a whole is far less optimal in the mornings, and they are further prevented from expressing their true performance potential in the late afternoon and early evening, as standard work hours end prior to its arrival. Most unfortunately, owls are more chronically sleep-deprived, having to wake up with the larks, but not being able to fall asleep until far later in the evening. Owls are thus often forced to burn the proverbial candle at both ends. Greater ill health caused by a lack of sleep, therefore, befalls owls, including higher rates of depression, anxiety, diabetes, cancer, heart attack, and stroke. In this regard, a societal change is needed, offering accommodations not dissimilar to those we make for other physically determined differences, for example, sight-impaired. We require more supple work schedules that better adapt to all chronotypes, and not just one in its extreme. You may be wondering why Mother Nature would program this variability across people. As a social species, should we not all be synchronized and therefore awake at the same time to promote maximal human interactions? Perhaps not. As we'll discover later in this book, humans likely evolved to co-sleep as families or even whole tribes, not alone or as couples. Appreciating this evolutionary context, the benefits of such genetically programmed variation in sleep-wake timing preferences can be understood. The night owls in the group would not be going to sleep until 1 or 2 a.m., and not waking until 9 or 10 a.m. The morning larks, on the other hand, would have retired for the night at 9 p.m. and woken at 5 a.m. Consequently, the group as a whole is only collectively vulnerable, that is, every person asleep, for just 4 rather than 8 hours, despite everyone still getting the chance for 8 hours of sleep. That's potentially a 50% increase in survival fitness. Mother Nature would never pass on a biological trait, here the useful variability in when individuals within a collective tribe go to sleep and wake up, that could enhance the survival safety and thus fitness of a species by this amount. And so she hasn't. Melatonin. Your suprachiasmatic nucleus communicates its repeating signal of night and day to your brain and body using a circulating messenger called melatonin. Melatonin has other names too. These include the hormone of darkness and the vampire hormone. Not because it is sinister, but simply because melatonin is released at night. Instructed by the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the rise in melatonin begins soon after dusk, being released into the bloodstream from the pineal gland, an area situated deep in the back of your brain. Melatonin acts like a powerful bullhorn, shouting out a clear message to the brain and body. It's dark! It's dark! At this moment, we have been served a writ of nighttime, and with it, a biological command for the timing of sleep onset. Footnote: for nocturnal species like bats, crickets, fireflies, or foxes, this call happens in the morning. In this way, melatonin helps regulate the timing of when sleep occurs by systematically signaling darkness throughout the organism. But melatonin has little influence on the generation of sleep itself, a mistaken assumption that many people hold. To make clear this distinction, think of sleep as the Olympic 100-meter race. Melatonin is the voice of the timing official that says, "Runners, on your mark," and then fires the starting pistol that triggers the race. That timing official, melatonin, governs when the race, sleep, begins, but does not participate in the race. In this analogy, the sprinters themselves are other brain regions and processes that actively generate sleep. Melatonin corrals these sleep-generating regions of the brain to the starting line of bedtime. Melatonin simply provides the official instruction to commence the event of sleep, but does not participate in the sleep race itself. For these reasons, melatonin is not a powerful sleeping aid in and of itself, at least not for healthy, non-jet-lagged individuals. We'll explore jet lag and how melatonin can be helpful in a moment. There may be little, if any, quality melatonin in the pill. That said, there is a significant sleep placebo effect of melatonin, which should not be underestimated. The placebo effect is, after all, the most reliable effect in all of pharmacology. Equally important to realize is the fact that over-the-counter melatonin is not commonly regulated by governing bodies around the world, such as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA. Scientific evaluations of over-the-counter brands have found melatonin concentrations that range from 83% less than that claimed on the label to 478% more than that stated. Once sleep is underway, melatonin slowly decreases in concentration across the night and into the morning hours. With dawn, as sunlight enters the brain through the eyes, even through the closed lids, a brake pedal is applied to the pineal gland, thereby shutting off the release of melatonin. The absence of circulating melatonin now informs the brain and body that the finish line of sleep has been reached. It is time to call the race of sleep over and allow active wakefulness to return for the rest of the day. In this regard, we human beings are solar-powered. Then, as light fades, so too does the solar brake pedal blocking melatonin. As melatonin rises, another phase of darkness is signaled, and another sleep event is called to the starting line. You can see a typical profile of melatonin release in Figure 2 in the accompanying PDF. It starts a few hours after dusk, then it rapidly rises, peaking around 4 a.m. Thereafter, it begins to drop as dawn approaches, falling to levels that are undetectable by early to mid-morning. Have rhythm, won't travel. The advent of the jet engine was a revolution for the mass transit of human beings around the planet. However, it created an unforeseen biological calamity. Jet planes offered the ability to speed through time zones faster than our 24-hour internal clocks could ever keep up with or adjust to. Those jets caused a biological time lag, jet lag. As a result, we feel tired and sleepy during the day in a distant time zone, because our internal clock still thinks it is nighttime. It hasn't yet caught up. If that were not bad enough, at night, we are frequently unable to initiate or maintain sleep, because our internal clock now believes it to be daytime. Take the example of my recent flight home to England from San Francisco. London is 8 hours ahead of San Francisco. When I arrive in England, despite the digital clock in London's Heathrow Airport telling me it is 9 a.m., my internal circadian clock is registering a very different time, California time, which is 1 a.m. I should be fast asleep. I will drag my time-lagged brain and body through the London day in a state of deep lethargy. Every aspect of my biology is demanding sleep, sleep that most people back in California are being swaddled in at this time. The worst, however, is yet to come. By midnight London time, I am in bed, tired and wanting to fall asleep. But unlike most people in London, I can't seem to drift off. Though it is midnight in London, my internal biological clock believes it to be 4 p.m., which it is in California. I would normally be wide awake, and so I am, lying in bed in London. It will be 5 or 6 hours before my natural tendency to fall asleep arrives, just as London is starting to wake up, and I have to give a public lecture. What a mess. This is jet lag. You feel tired and sleepy during the day in the new time zone because your body clock and associated biology still think it is nighttime. At night, you are frequently unable to sleep solidly because your biological rhythm still believes it to be daytime. Fortunately, my brain and body will not stay in this mismatched limbo forever. I will acclimatize to London time by way of the sunlight signals in the new location. But it's a slow process. For every day you are in a different time zone, your suprachiasmatic nucleus can only readjust by about 1 hour. It therefore took me about 8 days to readjust to London time after having been in San Francisco, since London is 8 hours ahead of San Francisco. Sadly, After such epic efforts by my suprachiasmatic nucleus's 24-hour clock to drag itself forward in time and get settled in London, it faces some depressing news. I now have to fly back to San Francisco after 9 days. My poor biological clock has to suffer this struggle all over again in the reverse direction. You may have noticed that it feels harder to acclimate to a new time zone when traveling eastward than when flying westward. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the eastward direction requires that you fall asleep earlier than you would normally, which is a tall biological order for the mind to simply will into action. In contrast, the westward direction requires you to stay up later, which is a consciously and pragmatically easier prospect. Second, you will remember that when shut off from any outside world influences, our natural circadian rhythm is innately longer than 1 day, about 24 hours and 15 minutes. Modest as this may be, this makes it somewhat easier for you to artificially stretch a day than shrink it. When you travel westward, in the direction of your innately longer internal clock, that day is longer than 24 hours for you, and why it feels a little easier to accommodate to. Eastward travel, however, which involves a day that is shorter in length for you than 24 hours, goes against the grain of your innately long internal rhythm to start with, which is why it is rather harder to do. West or east, jet lag still places a torturous physiological strain on the brain, and a deep biological stress upon the cells, organs, and major systems of the body. And there are consequences. Scientists have studied airplane cabin crews who frequently fly on long-haul routes and have little chance to recover. 2 alarming results have emerged. First, parts of their brains, specifically those related to learning and memory, had physically shrunk, suggesting the destruction of brain cells caused by the biological stress of time zone travel. Second, their short-term memory was significantly impaired. They were considerably more forgetful than individuals of similar age and background who did not frequently travel through time zones. Other studies of pilots, cabin crew members, and shift workers have reported additionally disquieting consequences, including far higher rates of cancer and type 2 diabetes than the general population, or even carefully controlled match individuals who do not travel as much. Based on these deleterious effects, you can appreciate why some people faced with frequent jet lag, including airline pilots and cabin crew, would want to limit such misery. Often they choose to take melatonin pills in an attempt to help with the problem. Recall my flight from San Francisco to London. After arriving that day, I had real difficulty getting to sleep and staying asleep that night. In part, this was because melatonin was not being released during my nighttime in London. My melatonin rise was still many hours away, back on California time. But let's imagine that I was going to use a legitimate compound of melatonin after arriving in London. Here's how it works. At around 7 to 8 p.m. London time, I would take a melatonin pill, triggering an artificial rise in circulating melatonin that mimics the natural melatonin spike currently occurring in most of the people in London. As a consequence, my brain is fooled into believing it's nighttime, and with that chemically induced trick comes the signaled timing of the sleep race. It will still be a struggle to generate the event of sleep itself at this irregular time, for me, but the timing signal does significantly increase the likelihood of sleep in this jet-lagged context. Sleep pressure and caffeine. Your 24-hour circadian rhythm is the first of the 2 factors determining wake and sleep. The second is sleep pressure. At this very moment, a chemical called adenosine is building up in your brain. It will continue to increase in concentration with every waking minute that elapses. The longer you are awake, the more adenosine will accumulate. Think of adenosine as a chemical barometer that continuously registers the amount of elapsed time since you woke up this morning. One consequence of increasing adenosine in the brain is an increasing desire to sleep. This is known as sleep pressure, and it is the second force that will determine when you feel sleepy, and thus should go to bed. Using a clever dual-action effect, high concentrations of adenosine simultaneously turn down the volume of wake-promoting regions in the brain and turn up the dial on sleep-inducing regions. As a result of that chemical sleep pressure, when adenosine concentrations peak, an irresistible urge for slumber will take hold. Assuming you have a stable circadian rhythm and have not recently experienced jet travel through numerous time zones, in which case you can still have difficulty falling asleep even if you have been awake for 16 hours. It happens to most people after 12 to 16 hours of being awake. You can, however, artificially mute the sleep signal of adenosine by using a chemical that makes you feel more alert and awake: caffeine. Caffeine is not a food supplement. Rather, caffeine is the most widely used and abused psychoactive stimulant in the world. It is the second most traded commodity on the planet after oil. The consumption of caffeine represents one of the longest and largest unsupervised drug studies ever conducted on the human race, perhaps rivaled only by alcohol, and it continues to this day. Caffeine works by successfully battling with adenosine for the privilege of latching on to adenosine welcome sites, or receptors, in the brain. Once caffeine occupies these receptors, however, it does not stimulate them like adenosine, making you sleepy. Rather, caffeine blocks and effectively inactivates the receptors, acting as a masking agent. It's the equivalent of sticking your fingers in your ears to shut out a sound. By hijacking and occupying these receptors, caffeine blocks the sleepiness signal normally communicated to the brain by adenosine. The upshot: caffeine tricks you into feeling alert and awake, despite the high levels of adenosine that would otherwise seduce you into sleep. Levels of circulating caffeine peak approximately 30 minutes after oral administration. What is problematic, though, is the persistence of caffeine in your system. In pharmacology, we use the term half-life when discussing a drug's efficacy. This simply refers to the length of time it takes for the body to remove 50% of a drug's concentration. Caffeine has an average half-life of 5 to 7 hours. Let's say that you have a cup of coffee after your evening dinner, around 7:30 p.m. This means that by 1:30 a.m., 50% of that caffeine may still be active and circulating throughout your brain tissue. In other words, by 1:30 a.m., you're only halfway to completing the job of cleansing your brain of the caffeine you drank after dinner. There's nothing benign about that 50% mark either. Half a shot of caffeine is still plenty powerful, and much more decomposition work lies ahead throughout the night before caffeine disappears. Sleep will not come easily or be smooth throughout the night as your brain continues its battle against the opposing force of caffeine. Most people do not realize how long it takes to overcome a single dose of caffeine, and therefore fail to make the link between the bad night of sleep we wake from in the morning and the cup of coffee we had 10 hours earlier with dinner. Caffeine, which is not only prevalent in coffee, certain teas, and many energy drinks, but also foods such as dark chocolate and ice cream, as well as drugs such as weight loss pills and pain relievers, is one of the most common culprits that keep people from falling asleep easily and sleeping soundly thereafter, typically masquerading as insomnia, an actual medical condition. Also be aware that decaffeinated does not mean non-caffeinated. 1 cup of decaf usually contains 15 to 30% of the dose of a regular cup of coffee, which is far from caffeine-free. Should you drink 3 to 4 cups of decaf in the evening, it is just as damaging to your sleep as 1 regular cup of coffee. The jolt of caffeine does wear off. Caffeine is removed from your system by an enzyme within your liver, which gradually degrades it over time. Footnote: there are other factors that contribute to caffeine sensitivity, such as age, other medications currently being taken, and the quantity and quality of prior sleep. Based in large part on genetics, some people have a more efficient version of the enzyme that degrades caffeine, allowing the liver to rapidly clear it from the bloodstream. Footnote: the principal liver enzyme that metabolizes caffeine is called cytochrome P450-1A2. These rare individuals can drink an espresso with dinner and fall fast asleep at midnight without a problem. Others, however, have a slower-acting version of the enzyme. It takes far longer for their system to eliminate the same amount of caffeine. As a result, they are very sensitive to caffeine's effects. 1 cup of tea or coffee in the morning will last much of the day, and should they have a second cup, even early in the afternoon, they will find it difficult to fall asleep in the evening. Aging also alters the speed of caffeine clearance. The older we are, the longer it takes our brain and body to remove caffeine, and thus the more sensitive we become in later life to caffeine's sleep-disrupting influence. If you are trying to stay awake late into the night by drinking coffee, you should be prepared for a nasty consequence when your liver successfully evicts the caffeine from your system, a phenomenon commonly known as a caffeine crash. Like the batteries running down on a toy robot, your energy levels plummet rapidly. You find it difficult to function and concentrate, with a strong sense of sleepiness once again. We now understand why. For the entire time that caffeine is in your system, the sleepiness chemical it blocks, adenosine, nevertheless continues to build up. Your brain is not aware of this rising tide of sleep-encouraging adenosine, however, because the wall of caffeine you've created is holding it back from your perception. But once your liver dismantles that barricade of caffeine, you feel a vicious backlash. You are hit with the sleepiness you had experienced 2 or 3 hours ago, before you drank that cup of coffee, plus all the extra adenosine that has accumulated in the hours in between, impatiently waiting for caffeine to leave. When the receptors become vacant by way of caffeine decomposition, adenosine rushes back in and smothers the receptors. When this happens, you are assaulted with a most forceful adenosine trigger urge to sleep, the aforementioned caffeine crash. Unless you consume even more caffeine to push back against the weight of adenosine, which would start a dependency cycle, you are going to find it very, very difficult to remain awake. To impress upon you the effects of caffeine, I footnote esoteric research conducted in the 1980s by NASA. Their scientists exposed spiders to different drugs, and then observed the webs that they constructed. Those drugs included LSD, speed, amphetamine, marijuana, and caffeine. The results, which speak for themselves, can be observed in Figure 3 in the accompanying PDF. The researchers noted how strikingly incapable the spiders were in constructing anything resembling a normal or logical web that would be of any functional use when given caffeine, even relative to other potent drugs tested. It is worth pointing out that caffeine is a stimulant drug. Caffeine is also the only addictive substance that we readily give to our children and teens, the consequences of which we will return to later in the book. In step, out of step. Setting caffeine aside for a moment, you may have assumed that the two governing forces that regulate your sleep, the 24-hour circadian rhythm of the suprachiasmatic nucleus and the sleep pressure signal of adenosine, communicate with each other so as to unite their influences. In actual fact, they don't. They are two distinct and separate systems that are ignorant of each other. They are not coupled, though they are usually aligned. Figure 4 in the accompanying PDF encompasses 48 hours of time from left to right, 2 days and 2 nights. The dotted line in the figure is the circadian rhythm, also known as process C. Like a sine wave, it reliably and repeatedly rises and falls, and then rises and falls once more. Starting on the far left of the figure, the circadian rhythm begins to increase its activity a few hours before you wake up. It infuses the brain and body with an alerting energy signal. Think of it like a rousing marching band approaching from a distance. At first, the signal is faint, but gradually it builds and builds and builds with time. by early afternoon in most healthy adults, the activating signal from the circadian rhythm peaks. Now let us consider what is happening to the other sleep-controlling factor, adenosine. Adenosine creates a pressure to sleep, also known as process S. Represented by the solid line in Figure 4, the longer you are awake, the more adenosine builds up, creating an increasing urge, pressure, to sleep. By mid to late morning, you have only been awake for a handful of hours. As a result, adenosine concentrations have increased only a little. Furthermore, the circadian rhythm is on its powerful upswing of alertness. This combination of strong activating output from the circadian rhythm, together with low levels of adenosine, result in a delightful sensation of being wide awake. Or at least it should, so long as your sleep was of good quality and sufficient length the night before. If you feel as though you could fall asleep easily mid-morning, you are very likely not getting enough sleep, or the quality of your sleep is insufficient. The distance between the curved lines in Figure 4 will be a direct reflection of your desire to sleep. The larger the distance between the two, the greater your sleep desire. For example, at 11 a.m., after having woken up at 8 a.m., there is only a small distance between the dotted line, circadian rhythm, and solid line, sleep pressure, illustrated by the vertical double arrow in Figure 5 in the accompanying PDF. This minimal difference means there is a weak sleep drive and a strong urge to be awake and alert. However, by 11 p.m., it is a very different situation, as illustrated in Figure 6 in the PDF. You've now been awake for 15 hours, and your brain is drenched in high concentrations of adenosine. Note how the solid line in the figure has risen sharply. In addition, the dotted line of the circadian rhythm is descending, powering down your activity and alertness levels. As a result, the difference between the two lines has grown large, reflected in the long vertical double arrow in Figure 6. This powerful combination of abundant adenosine, high sleep pressure, and declining circadian rhythm, lowered activity levels, triggers a strong desire for sleep. What happens to all the accumulated adenosine once you do fall asleep? During sleep, a mass evacuation gets underway, as the brain has the chance to degrade and remove the day's adenosine. Across the night, sleep lifts the heavy weight of sleep pressure, lightening the adenosine load. After approximately 8 hours of healthy sleep in an adult, the adenosine purge is complete. Just as this process is ending, the marching band of your circadian activity rhythm has fortuitously returned, and its energizing influence starts to approach. When these two processes trade places in the morning hours, wherein adenosine has been removed and the rousing volume of the circadian rhythm is becoming louder, indicated by the meeting of the two lines in Figure 6 in the PDF, we naturally wake up, 7 a.m. on day 2 in the figure example. Following that full night of sleep, you are now ready to face another 16 hours of wakefulness with physical vigor and sharp brain function. Independence Day and Night. Have you ever pulled an all-nighter, forgoing sleep and remaining awake throughout the following day? If you have, and can remember much of anything about it, you may recall that there were times when you felt truly miserable and sleepy. Yet there were other moments when, despite having been awake for longer, you paradoxically felt more alert. Why? I don't advise anyone to conduct this self-experiment, but assessing a person's alertness across 24 hours of total sleep deprivation is one way that scientists can demonstrate that the two forces determining when you want to be awake and asleep, the 24-hour circadian rhythm and the sleepiness signal of adenosine, are independent and can be decoupled from their normal lockstep. Let's consider Figure 7 in the accompanying PDF, showing the same 48-hour slice of time and the two factors in question, the 24-hour circadian rhythm and the sleep pressure signal of adenosine, and how much distance there is between them. In this scenario, Our volunteer is going to stay awake all night and all day. As the night of sleep deprivation marches forward, the sleep pressure of adenosine, upper line, rises progressively, like the rising water level in a plugged sink when a faucet has been left on. It will not decline across the night. It cannot, since sleep is absent.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
By remaining awake and blocking access to the adenosine drain that sleep opens up, the brain is unable to rid itself of the chemical sleep pressure. The mounting adenosine levels continue to rise. This should mean that the longer you are awake, the sleepier you feel. But that's not true. Though you will feel increasingly sleepy throughout the nighttime phase, hitting a low point in your alertness around 5 to 6 a.m. Thereafter, you'll catch a second wind. How is this possible when adenosine levels and corresponding sleep pressure continue to increase? The answer resides with your 24-hour circadian rhythm, which offers a brief period of salvation from sleepiness. Unlike sleep pressure, your circadian rhythm pays no attention to whether you are asleep or awake. Its slow rhythmic countenance continues to fall and rise, strictly on the basis of what time of night or day it is. No matter what state of adenosine sleepiness pressure exists within the brain, the 24-hour circadian rhythm cycles on as per usual, oblivious to your ongoing lack of sleep. If you look at Figure 7 in the PDF once again, the graveyard shift misery you experience around 6 a.m. can be explained by the combination of high adenosine sleep pressure and your circadian rhythm reaching its lowest point. The vertical distance separating these two lines at 3 a.m. is large, indicated by the first vertical arrow in the figure. But if you can make it past this alertness low point, you're in for a rally. The morning rise of the circadian rhythm comes to your rescue, marshalling an alerting boost throughout the morning that temporarily offsets the rising levels of adenosine sleep pressure. As your circadian rhythm hits its peak around 11 a.m., the vertical distance between the two respective lines in Figure 7 has been decreased. The upshot is that you will feel much less sleepy at 11 a.m. than you did at 3 a.m., despite being awake for longer. Sadly, this second wind doesn't last. As the afternoon lumbers on, the circadian rhythm begins to decline as the escalating adenosine piles on the sleep pressure. Come late afternoon and early evening, any temporary alertness boost has been lost. You are hit by the full force of an immense adenosine sleep pressure. By 9 p.m., there exists a towering vertical distance between the two lines in Figure 7. Short of intravenous caffeine or amphetamine, sleep will have its way, wresting your brain from the now weak grip of blurry wakefulness, blanketing you in slumber. Am I getting enough sleep? Setting aside the extreme case of sleep deprivation, how do you know whether you're routinely getting enough sleep? While a clinical sleep assessment is needed to thoroughly address this issue, an easy rule of thumb is to answer two simple questions. First, after waking up in the morning, could you fall back asleep at 10 or 11 a.m.? If the answer is yes, you are likely not getting sufficient sleep quantity and/or quality. Second, can you function optimally without caffeine before noon? If the answer is no, then you are most likely self-medicating your state of chronic sleep deprivation. Both of these signs you should take seriously and seek to address your sleep deficiency. They are topics and a question that we will cover in depth in chapters 13 and 14, when we speak about the factors that prevent and harm your sleep, as well as insomnia and effective treatments. In general, these unrefreshed feelings that compel a person to fall back asleep mid-morning or require the boosting of alertness with caffeine are usually due to individuals not giving themselves adequate sleep opportunity time, at least 8 or 9 hours in bed. When you don't get enough sleep, one consequence among many is that adenosine concentrations remain too high. Like an outstanding debt on a loan, come the morning, some quantity of yesterday's adenosine remains. You then carry that outstanding sleepiness balance throughout the following day. Also, like a loan in arrears, this sleep debt will continue to accumulate. You cannot hide from it. The debt will roll over into the next payment cycle, and the next, producing a condition of prolonged, chronic sleep deprivation from one day to another. This outstanding sleep obligation results in a feeling of chronic fatigue, manifesting in many forms of mental and physical ailments that are now rife throughout industrialized nations. Other questions that can draw out signs of insufficient sleep are: if you didn't set an alarm clock, would you sleep past that time? If so, you need more sleep than you are giving yourself. Do you find yourself at your computer screen reading and then rereading, and perhaps rereading again, the same sentence? This is often a sign of a fatigued, underslept brain. Do you sometimes forget what color the last few traffic lights were while driving? Simple distraction is often the cause, but a lack of sleep is very much another culprit. Of course, even if you are giving yourself plenty of time to get a full night of shut-eye, next-day fatigue and sleepiness can still occur because you are suffering from an undiagnosed sleep disorder, of which there are now more than 100. The most common is insomnia, followed by sleep-disordered breathing or sleep apnea, which includes heavy snoring. Should you suspect your sleep or that of anyone else to be disordered, resulting in daytime fatigue, impairment, or distress, speak to your doctor immediately and seek a referral to a sleep specialist. Most important in this regard, do not seek sleeping pills as your first option. You will realize why I say this come Chapter 14, but please feel free to skip right to the section on sleeping pills in that chapter if you are a current user, or considering using sleeping pills in the immediate future. Chapter 3. Defining and Generating Sleep. Time dilation and what we learned from a baby in 1952. Perhaps you walked into your living room late one night while chatting with a friend. You saw a family member, let's call her Jessica, lying still on the couch, not making a peep, body recumbent and head lolling to one side. Immediately you turned to your friend and said, "Shh, Jessica's sleeping." But how did you know? It took a split second of time, yet there was little doubt in your mind about Jessica's state. Why, instead, did you not think Jessica was in a coma, or worse, dead? Self-identifying sleep. Your lightning-quick judgment of Jessica being asleep was likely correct, and perhaps you accidentally confirmed it by knocking something over and waking her up. Over time, we have all become incredibly good at recognizing a number of signals that suggest that another individual is asleep. So reliable are these signs that there now exists a set of observable features that scientists agree indicate the presence of sleep in humans and other species. The Jessica vignette illustrates nearly all of these clues. First, sleeping organisms adopt a stereotypical position. In land animals, this is often horizontal, as was Jessica's position on the couch. Second, and related, sleeping organisms have a lowered muscle tone. This is most evident in the relaxation of postural, anti-gravity, skeletal muscles, those that keep you upright, preventing you from collapsing to the floor. As these muscles ease their tension in light and then deep sleep, the body will slouch down. A sleeping organism will be draped over whatever supports it underneath, most evident in Jessica's listing head position. Third, sleeping individuals show no overt displays of communication or responsivity. Jessica showed no signs of orienting to you as you entered the room, as she would have when awake. The fourth defining feature of sleep is that it's easily reversible, differentiating it from coma, anesthesia, hibernation, and death. Recall that upon knocking the item over in the room, Jessica awoke. Fifth, as we established in the previous chapter, sleep adheres to a reliable timed pattern across 24 hours. instructed by the circadian rhythm coming from the brain's suprachiasmatic nucleus pacemaker. Humans are diurnal, so we have a preference for being awake throughout the day and sleeping at night. Now let me ask you a rather different question. How do you, yourself, know that you have slept? You make this self-assessment even more frequently than that of sleep in others. Each morning, with luck, you return to the waking world knowing that you have been asleep. Footnote: some people with a certain type of insomnia are not able to accurately gauge whether they have been asleep or awake at night. As a consequence of this sleep misperception, they underestimate how much slumber they have successfully obtained, a condition that we will return to later in the book. So sensitive is this self-assessment of sleep that you can go a step further, gauging when you've had good or bad quality sleep. This is another way of measuring sleep, a first-person phenomenological assessment distinct from signs that you use to determine sleep in another. Here also there are universal indicators that offer a convincing conclusion of sleep. Two, in fact. First is the loss of external awareness. You stop perceiving the outside world. You are no longer conscious of all that surrounds you, at least not explicitly. In actual fact, your ears are still hearing. Your eyes, though closed, are still capable of seeing. This is similarly true for the other sensory organs of the nose, smell, the tongue, taste, and the skin, touch. All these signals still flood into the center of your brain, but it is here, in the sensory convergence zone, where that journey ends while you sleep. The signals are blocked by a perceptual barricade set up in a structure called the thalamus. A smooth, oval-shaped object just smaller than a lemon, the thalamus is the sensory gate of the brain. The thalamus decides which sensory signals are allowed through its gate, and which are not. Should they gain privileged passage, they are sent up to the cortex at the top of your brain, where they are consciously perceived. By locking its gates shut at the onset of healthy sleep, the thalamus imposes a sensory blackout in the brain, preventing onward travel of those signals up to the cortex. As a result, you are no longer consciously aware of the information broadcasts being transmitted from your outer sense organs. At this moment, your brain has lost waking contact with the outside world that surrounds you. Said another way, you are now asleep. The second feature that instructs your own, self-determined judgment of sleep is a sense of time distortion experienced in two contradictory ways. At the most obvious level, you lose your conscious sense of time when you sleep, tantamount to a chronometric void. Consider the last time you fell asleep on an airplane. When you woke up, you probably checked a clock to see how long you had been asleep. Why? Because your explicit tracking of time was ostensibly lost while you slept. It is this feeling of a time cavity that, in waking retrospect, makes you confident you've been asleep. But while your conscious mapping of time is lost during sleep, at a non-conscious level, time continues to be catalogued by the brain with incredible precision. I'm sure you've had the experience of needing to wake up the next morning at a specific time. Perhaps you had to catch an early morning flight. Before bed, you diligently set your alarm for 6 a.m. Miraculously, however, you woke up at 5:58 a.m., unassisted, right before the alarm. Your brain, it seems, is still capable of logging time with quite remarkable precision while asleep. Like so many other operations occurring within the brain, you simply don't have explicit access to this accurate time knowledge during sleep. It all flies below the radar of consciousness, surfacing only when needed. One last temporal distortion deserves mention here, that of time dilation in dreams, beyond sleep itself. Time isn't quite time within dreams. It is most often elongated. Consider the last time you hit the snooze button on your alarm, having been woken from a dream. Mercifully, you are giving yourself another delicious 5 minutes of sleep. You go right back to dreaming. After the allotted 5 minutes, your alarm clock faithfully sounds again. Yet that's not what it felt like to you. During those 5 minutes of actual time, you may have felt like you were dreaming for an hour, perhaps more. Unlike the phase of sleep where you are not dreaming, wherein you lose all awareness of time, in dreams, you continue to have a sense of time. It's simply not particularly accurate. More often than not, dream time is stretched out and prolonged relative to real time. Although the reasons for such time dilation are not fully understood, recent experimental recordings of brain cells in rats give tantalizing clues. In the experiment, rats were allowed to run around a maze. As the rats learned the spatial layout, the researchers recorded signature patterns of brain cell firing. The scientists did not stop recording from these memory-imprinting cells when the rats subsequently fell asleep. They continued to eavesdrop on the brain during the different stages of slumber, including rapid eye movement, REM sleep, the stage in which humans principally dream. The first striking result was that the signature pattern of brain cell firing that occurred as the rats were learning the maze subsequently reappeared during sleep, over and over again. That is, memories were being replayed at the level of brain cell activity as the rats snoozed. The second, more striking finding was the speed of replay. During REM sleep, the memories were being replayed far more slowly, at just half or quarter the speed of that measured when the rats were awake and learning the maze. This slow neural recounting of the day's events is the best evidence we have to date explaining our own protracted experience of time in human REM sleep. This dramatic deceleration of neural time may be the reason we believe our dream life lasts far longer than our alarm clocks otherwise assert. An infant revelation. 2 types of sleep. Though we have all determined that someone is asleep, or that we have been asleep, the gold standard scientific verification of sleep requires the recording of signals, using electrodes, arising from 3 different regions. 1. Brainwave activity. 2. Eye movement activity. And 3. Muscle activity. Collectively, these signals are grouped together under the blanket term polysomnography, PSG, meaning a readout, graph, of sleep, somnus, that is made up of multiple signals, poly. It was using this collection of measures that arguably the most important discovery in all of sleep research was made in 1952 at the University of Chicago by Eugene Aserinsky, then a graduate student, and Professor Nathaniel Kleitman, famed for the Mammoth Cave experiment discussed in Chapter 2. Aserinsky had been carefully documenting the eye movement patterns of human infants during the day and night. He noticed that there were periods of sleep when the eyes would rapidly dart from side to side underneath their lids. Furthermore, these sleep phases were always accompanied by remarkably active brain waves, almost identical to those observed from a brain that is wide awake. Sandwiching these earnest phases of active sleep were longer swathes of time when the eyes would calm and rest still. During these quiescent time periods, the brain waves would also become calm, slowly ticking up and down. As if that weren't strange enough, Aserinsky also observed that these 2 phases of slumber, sleep with eye movements, sleep with no eye movements, would repeat in a somewhat regular pattern throughout the night, over and over and over again. With classic professorial skepticism, his mentor, Kleitman, wanted to see the results replicated before he would entertain their validity. With his propensity for including his nearest and dearest in his experimentation, he chose his infant daughter, Esther, for this investigation. The findings held up. At that moment, Kleitman and Aserinsky realized the profound discovery they had made. Humans don't just sleep, but cycle through 2 completely different types of sleep. They named these sleep stages based on their defining ocular features: non-rapid eye movement, or NREM sleep, and rapid eye movement, or REM sleep. Together with the assistance of another graduate student of Kleitman's at the time, William Dement, Kleitman and Aserinsky further demonstrated that REM sleep, in which brain activity was almost identical to that when we are awake, was intimately connected to the experience we call dreaming, and is often described as dream sleep. NREM sleep received further dissection in the years thereafter, being subdivided into 4 separate stages, unimaginatively named NREM stages 1 to 4. We sleep researchers are a creative bunch, increasing in their depth. Stages 3 and 4 are therefore the deepest stages of NREM sleep you experience, with depth being defined as the increasing difficulty required to wake an individual out of NREM stages 3 and 4 compared with NREM stages 1 or 2. The sleep cycle. In the years since Esther's slumber revelation, we have learned that the 2 stages of sleep, NREM and REM, play out in a recurring push-pull battle for brain domination across the night. The cerebral war between the 2 is won and lost every 90 minutes, ruled first by NREM sleep, followed by the comeback of REM sleep. Footnote: different species have different NREM-REM cycle lengths. Most are shorter than that of humans. The functional purpose of the cycle length is another mystery of sleep. To date, the best predictor of NREM-REM sleep cycle length is the width of the brainstem, with those species possessing wider brainstems having longer cycle lengths. No sooner has the battle finished than it starts anew, replaying every 90 minutes. Tracing this remarkable roller coaster ebb and flow across the night reveals the quite beautiful cycling architecture of sleep, depicted in Figure 8 in the accompanying PDF. On the vertical axis are the different brain states, with wake at the top, then REM sleep, and then the descending stages of NREM sleep, stages 1 to 4. On the horizontal axis is time of night, starting on the left at about 11 p.m. through until 7 a.m. on the right. The technical name for this graphic is a hypnogram, a sleep graph. Had I not added the vertical dashed lines demarcating each 90-minute cycle, you may have protested that you could not see a regularly repeating 90-minute pattern, at least not the one you were expecting from my description before. The cause is another peculiar feature of sleep, a lopsided profile of sleep stages. While it is true that we flip-flop back and forth between NREM and REM sleep throughout the night every 90 minutes, the ratio of NREM sleep to REM sleep within each 90-minute cycle changes dramatically across the night. In the first half of the night, the vast majority of our 90-minute cycles are consumed by deep NREM sleep and very little REM sleep, as can be seen in Cycle 1 of Figure 8. But as we transition through into the second half of the night, this seesaw balance shifts, with most of the time dominated by REM sleep, with little, if any, deep NREM sleep. Cycle 5 is a perfect example of this REM-rich type of sleep. Why did Mother Nature design this strange, complex equation of unfolding sleep stages? Why cycle between NREM and REM sleep over and over? Why not obtain all of the required NREM sleep first, followed by all of the necessary REM sleep second, or vice versa? If that's too much a gamble on the off chance that an animal only obtains a partial night of sleep at some point, then why not keep the ratio within each cycle the same, placing similar proportions of eggs in both baskets, as it were, rather than putting most of them in one early on, and then inverting that imbalance later in the night? Why vary it? It sounds like an exhausting amount of evolutionary hard work to have designed such a convoluted system and put it into biological action. We have no scientific consensus as to why our sleep, and that of all other mammals and birds, cycles in this repeatable but dramatically asymmetric pattern, though a number of theories exist. One theory I have offered is that the uneven back-and-forth interplay between NREM and REM sleep is necessary to elegantly remodel and update our neural circuits at night, and in doing so manage the finite storage space within the brain. Forced by the known storage capacity imposed by a set number of neurons and connections within their memory structures, our brains must find the sweet spot between retention of old information and leaving sufficient room for the new. Balancing this storage equation requires identifying which memories are fresh and salient, and which memories that currently exist are overlapping, redundant, or simply no longer relevant. As we will discover in Chapter 6, a key function of deep NREM sleep, which predominates early in the night, is to do the work of weeding out and removing unnecessary neural connections. In contrast, the dreaming stage of REM sleep, which prevails later in the night, plays a role in strengthening those connections. Combine these two, and we have at least one parsimonious explanation for why the two types of sleep cycle across the night, and why those cycles are initially dominated by NREM sleep early on, with REM sleep reigning supreme in the second half of the night. Consider the creation of a piece of sculpture from a block of clay. It starts with placing a large amount of raw material onto a pedestal, that entire mass of stored autobiographical memories, new and old, offered up to sleep each night. Next comes an initial and extensive removal of superfluous matter, long stretches of NREM sleep, after which brief intensification of early details can be made, short REM periods. Following this first session, the culling hands return for a second round of deep excavation, another long NREM sleep phase, followed by a little more enhancing of some fine-grained structures that have emerged, slightly more REM sleep. After several more cycles of work, the balance of sculptural need has shifted. All core features have been hewn from the original mass of raw material. With only the important clay remaining, the work of the sculptor and the tools required must shift toward the goal of strengthening the elements and enhancing features of that which remains, a dominant need for the skills of REM sleep and little work remaining for NREM sleep. In this way, sleep may elegantly manage and solve our memory storage crisis, with the general excavatory force of NREM sleep dominating early, after which the etching hand of REM sleep blends, interconnects, and adds details. Since life's experience is ever-changing, demanding that our memory catalogue be updated ad infinitum, our autobiographical sculpture of stored experience is never complete. As a result, the brain always requires a new bout of sleep and its varied stages each night, so as to auto-update our memory networks based on the events of the prior day. This account is one reason, of many, I suspect, explaining the cycling nature of NREM and REM sleep, and the imbalance of their distribution across the night. A danger resides in this sleep profile, wherein NREM dominates early in the night, followed by a REM sleep dominance later in the morning, one of which most of the general public are unaware. Let's say that you go to bed this evening at midnight, but instead of waking up at 8 a.m., getting a full 8 hours of sleep, you must wake up at 6 a.m. because of an early morning meeting, or because you are an athlete whose coach demands early morning practices. What percent of sleep will you lose? The logical answer is 25%, since waking up at 6 a.m. will lop off 2 hours of sleep from what would otherwise be a normal 8 hours. But that's not entirely true. Since your brain desires most of its REM sleep in the last part of the night, which is to say the late morning hours, you will lose 60 to 90% of all your REM sleep, even though you are losing 25% of your total sleep time. It works both ways. If you wake up at 8 a.m., but don't go to bed until 2 a.m., then you lose a significant amount of deep NREM sleep. Similar to an unbalanced diet, in which you only eat carbohydrates and are left malnourished by the absence of protein, shortchanging the brain of either NREM or REM sleep, both of which serve critical, though different, brain and body functions, results in a myriad of physical and mental ill health, as we will see in later chapters. When it comes to sleep, there is no such thing as burning the candle at both ends, or even at one end, and getting away with it. How your brain generates sleep. If I brought you into my sleep laboratory this evening at the University of California, Berkeley, placed electrodes on your head and face, and let you fall asleep, what would your sleeping brainwaves look like? How different would those patterns of brain activity be to those you are experiencing right now as you listen to this sentence awake? How do these different electrical brain changes explain why you are conscious in one state, wake, non-conscious in another, NREM sleep, and delusionally conscious or dreaming in the third, REM sleep? Assuming you are a healthy, young, midlife adult, we will discuss sleep in childhood, old age, and disease a little later. The three wavy lines in Figure 9 in the accompanying PDF reflect the different types of electrical activity I would record from your brain. Each line represents 30 seconds of brainwave activity from these three different states. 1. Wakefulness. 2. Deep NREM sleep. And 3. REM sleep. Prior to bed, your waking brain activity is frenetic, meaning that the brainwaves are cycling, going up and down, perhaps 30 or 40 times per second, similar to a very fast drum beat. This is termed fast-frequency brain activity. Moreover, there is no reliable pattern to these brainwaves. That is, the drumbeat is not only fast, but also erratic. If I asked you to predict the next few seconds of the activity by tapping along to the beat, based on what came before, you would not be able to do so. The brainwaves are really that asynchronous. Their drumbeat has no discernible rhythm. Even if I converted the brainwaves into sound, which I have done in my laboratory in a sonification of sleep project and is eerie to behold, you would find it impossible to dance to. These are the electrical hallmarks of full wakefulness: fast frequency, chaotic brainwave activity. You may have been expecting your general brainwave activity to look beautifully coherent and highly synchronous while awake, matching the ordered pattern of your, mostly, logical thought during waking consciousness. The contradictory electrical chaos is explained by the fact that different parts of your waking brain are processing different pieces of information at different moments in time and in different ways. When summed together, they produce what appears to be a discombobulated pattern of activity recorded by the electrodes placed on your head. As an analogy, consider a large football stadium filled with thousands of fans. Dangling over the middle of the stadium is a microphone. The individual people in the stadium represent individual brain cells, seated in different parts of the stadium, as they are clustered in different regions of the brain. The microphone is the electrode, sitting on top of the head, a recording device. Before the game starts, all the individuals in the stadium are speaking about different things at different times. They are not having the same conversation in sync. Instead, they are desynchronized in their individual discussions. As a result, the summed chatter that we pick up from the overhead microphone is chaotic, lacking a clear, unified voice. When an electrode is placed on a subject's head, as done in my laboratory, it is measuring the summed activity of all the neurons below the surface of the scalp as they process different streams of information: sounds, sights, smells, feelings, emotions, at different moments in time and in different underlying locations. Processing that much information of such varied kinds means that your brainwaves are very fast, frenetic, and chaotic. Once settled into bed at my sleep laboratory, with lights out and perhaps a few tosses and turns here and there, you will successfully cast off from the shores of wakefulness into sleep. First, you will wade out into the shallows of light NREM sleep, stages 1 and 2. Thereafter, you will enter the deeper waters of stages 3 and 4 of NREM sleep, which are grouped together under the blanket term slow-wave sleep. Returning to the brainwave patterns of Figure 9 in the PDF, and focusing on the middle line, you can understand why. In deep, slow-wave sleep, the up and down tempo of your brainwave activity dramatically decelerates, perhaps just 2 to 4 waves per second, 10 times slower than the fervent speed of brain activity you were expressing while awake. As remarkable, the slow waves of NREM are also far more synchronous and reliable than those of your waking brain activity. So reliable, in fact, that you could predict the next few bars of NREM sleep's electrical song based on those that came before. Were I to convert the deep rhythmic activity of your NREM sleep into sound and play it back to you in the morning, which we have also done for people in the same sonification of sleep project, you'd be able to find its rhythm and move in time, gently swaying to the slow, pulsing measure. But something else would become apparent as you listened and swayed to the throb of deep sleep brainwaves. Every now and then a new sound would be overlaid on top of the slow wave rhythm. It would be brief, lasting only a few seconds, but it would always occur on the downbeat of the slow wave cycle. You would perceive it as a quick trill of sound, not dissimilar to the strong rolling R in certain languages, such as Hindi or Spanish, or a very fast purr from a pleased cat. What you are hearing is a sleep spindle, a punchy burst of brainwave activity that often festoons the tail end of each individual slow wave. Sleep spindles occur during both the deep and the lighter stages of NREM sleep, even before the slow, powerful brainwaves of deep sleep start to rise up and dominate. One of their many functions is to operate like nocturnal soldiers, who protect sleep by shielding the brain from external noises. The more powerful and frequent an individual's sleep spindles, the more resilient they are to external noises that would otherwise awaken the sleeper. Returning to the slow waves of deep sleep, we have also discovered something fascinating about their site of origin and how they sweep across the surface of the brain. Place your finger between your eyes, just above the bridge of your nose. Now slide it up your forehead about 2 inches. When you go to bed tonight, this is where most of your deep sleep brainwaves will be generated, right in the middle of your frontal lobes. It is the epicenter, or hotspot, from which most of your deep, slow-wave sleep emerges. However, the waves of deep sleep do not radiate out in perfect circles. Instead, almost all of your deep sleep brainwaves will travel in one direction, from the front of your brain to the back. They are like the sound waves emitted from a speaker, which predominantly travel in one direction, from the speaker outward. It is always louder in front of a speaker than behind it. And like a speaker broadcasting across a vast expanse, the slow waves that you generate tonight will gradually dissipate in strength as they make their journey to the back of the brain, without rebound or return. Back in the 1950s and 1960s, as scientists began measuring these slow brainwaves, an understandable assumption was made. This leisurely, even lazy-looking electrical pace of brainwave activity must reflect a brain that is idle or even dormant. It was a reasonable hunch, considering that the deepest, slowest brainwaves of NREM sleep can resemble those we see in patients under anesthesia, or even those in certain forms of coma. But this assumption was utterly wrong. Nothing could be further from the truth. What you are actually experiencing during deep NREM sleep is one of the most epic displays of neural collaboration that we know of. Through an astonishing act of self-organization, many thousands of brain cells have all decided to unite and sing or fire in time. Every time I watch this stunning act of neural synchrony occurring at night in my own research laboratory, I am humbled. Sleep is truly an object of awe. Returning to the analogy of the microphone dangling above the football stadium, consider the game of sleep now in play. The crowd, those thousands of brain cells, has shifted from their individual chitter-chatter before the game, wakefulness, into a unified state, deep sleep. Their voices have joined in a lockstep, mantra-like chant, the chant of deep NREM sleep. All at once they exuberantly shout out, creating the tall spike of brainwave activity, and then fall silent for several seconds, producing the deep, protracted trough of the wave. From our stadium microphone, we pick up a clearly defined roar from the underlying crowd, followed by a long breath pause. Realizing that the rhythmic incantare of deep NREM slow-wave sleep was actually a highly active, meticulously coordinated state of cerebral unity, scientists were forced to abandon any cursory notions of deep sleep as a state of semi-hibernation or dull stupor. Understanding this stunning electrical harmony, which ripples across the surface of your brain hundreds of times each night, also helps explain your loss of external consciousness. It starts below the surface of the brain, within the thalamus. Recall that as we fall asleep, the thalamus, the sensory gate, seated deep in the middle of the brain, blocks the transfer of perceptual signals, sound, sight, touch, etc., up to the top of the brain or the cortex. By severing perceptual ties with the outside world, not only do we lose our sense of consciousness, explaining why we do not dream in deep NREM sleep, nor do we keep explicit track of time. This also allows the cortex to relax into its default mode of functioning. That default mode is what we call deep slow-wave sleep. It is an active, deliberate, but highly synchronous state of brain activity. It is a near state of nocturnal cerebral meditation, though I should note that it is very different from the brainwave activity of waking meditative states. In this shamanistic state of deep NREM sleep can be found a veritable treasure trove of mental and physical benefits for your brain and body, respectively, a bounty that we will fully explore in Chapter 6. However, one brain benefit, the saving of memories, deserves further mention at this moment in our story, as it serves as an elegant example of what those deep, slow brainwaves are capable of. Have you ever taken a long road trip in your car and noticed that at some point in the journey, the FM radio stations you've been listening to begin dropping out in signal strength? In contrast, AM radio stations remain solid. Perhaps you've driven to a remote location and tried and failed to find a new FM radio station. Switch over to the AM band, however, and several broadcasting channels are still available. The explanation lies in the radio waves themselves, including the two different speeds of the FM and AM transmissions. FM uses faster frequency radio waves that go up and down many more times per second than AM radio waves. One advantage of FM radio waves is that they can carry higher, richer loads of information, and hence they sound better. But there's a big disadvantage. FM waves run out of steam quickly, like a muscle-bound sprinter who can only cover short distances. AM broadcasts employ a much slower, longer radio wave, akin to a lean long-distance runner, while AM radio waves cannot match the muscular, dynamic quality of FM radio. The pedestrian pace of AM radio waves gives them the ability to cover vast distances with less fade. Longer-range broadcasts are therefore possible with the slow waves of AM radio, allowing far-reaching communication between very distant geographic locations. As your brain shifts from the fast frequency activity of waking to the slower, more measured pattern of deep NREM sleep, the very same long-range communication advantage becomes possible. The steady, slow, synchronous waves that sweep across the brain during deep sleep open up communication possibilities between distant regions of the brain, allowing them to collaboratively send and receive their different repositories of stored experience. In this regard, you can think of each individual slow wave of NREM sleep as a courier, able to carry packets of information between different anatomical brain centers. One benefit of these traveling deep sleep brainwaves is a file transfer process. Each night, the long-range brainwaves of deep sleep will move memory packets, recent experiences, from a short-term storage site, which is fragile, to a more permanent and thus safer, long-term storage location. We therefore consider waking brainwave activity as that principally concerned with the reception of the outside sensory world, while the state of deep NREM slow-wave sleep donates a state of inward reflection, one that fosters information transfer and the distillation of memories. If wakefulness is dominated by reception and NREM sleep by reflection, what then happens during REM sleep, the dreaming state? Returning to Figure 9 in the PDF, the last line of electrical brainwave activity is that which I would observe coming from your brain in the sleep lab as you entered into REM sleep. Despite being asleep, the associated brainwave activity bears no resemblance to that of deep NREM slow-wave sleep, the middle line in the figure. Instead, REM sleep brain activity is an almost perfect replica of that seen during attentive, alert wakefulness, the top line in the figure. Indeed, recent MRI scanning studies have found that there are individual parts of the brain that are up to 30% more active during REM sleep than when we are awake. For these reasons, REM sleep has also been called paradoxical sleep, a brain that appears awake, yet a body that is clearly asleep. It is often impossible to distinguish REM sleep from wakefulness using just electrical brainwave activity. In REM sleep, there is a return of the same faster frequency brainwaves that are once again desynchronized. The many thousands of brain cells in your cortex that had previously unified in a slow, synchronized chat during deep NREM sleep have returned to frantically processing different informational pieces at different speeds and times in different brain regions, typical of wakefulness. But you're not awake. Rather, you are sound asleep. So what information is being processed, since it is certainly not information from the outside world at that time? As is the case when you are awake, the sensory gate of the thalamus once again swings open during REM sleep, but the nature of the gate is different. It is not sensations from the outside that are allowed to journey to the cortex during REM sleep. Rather, signals of emotions, motivations, and memories, past and present, are all played out on the big screens of our visual, auditory, and kinesthetic sensory cortices in the brain. Each and every night, REM sleep ushers you into a preposterous theatre wherein you are treated to a bizarre, highly associative carnival of autobiographical themes. When it comes to information processing, think of the wake state principally as reception, experiencing and constantly learning the world around you. NREM sleep as reflection, storing and strengthening those raw ingredients of new facts and skills, and REM sleep as integration, interconnecting these raw ingredients with each other, with all past experiences, and, in doing so, building an ever more accurate model of how the world works, including innovative insights and problem-solving abilities. Since the electrical brainwaves of REM sleep and wake are so similar, how can I tell which of the two you are experiencing as you lie in the bedroom of the sleep laboratory next to the control room? The telltale player in this regard is your body, specifically its muscles. Before putting you to bed in the sleep laboratory, we would have applied electrodes to your body, in addition to those we affix to your head. While awake, even lying in bed and relaxed, there remains a degree of overall tension, or tone, in your muscles. This steady muscular hum is easily detected by the electrodes listening in on your body. As you pass into NREM sleep, some of that muscle tension disappears, but much remains. Gearing up for the leap into REM sleep, however, an impressive change occurs. Mere seconds before the dreaming phase begins, and for as long as that REM sleep period lasts, you are completely paralyzed. There is no tone in the voluntary muscles of your body, none whatsoever. If I were to quietly come into the room and gently lift up your body without waking you, it would be completely limp, like a rag doll. Rest assured that your involuntary muscles, those that control automatic operations such as breathing, continue to operate and maintain life during sleep, but all other muscles become lax. This feature, termed atonia, an absence of tone, referring here to the muscles, is instigated by a powerful disabling signal that is transmitted down the full length of your spinal cord from your brainstem. Once put in place, the postural body muscles, such as the biceps of your arms and the quadriceps of your legs, lose all tension and strength. No longer will they respond to commands from your brain. You have, in effect, become an embodied prisoner, incarcerated by REM sleep. Fortunately, after serving the detention sentence of the REM sleep cycle, your body is freed from physical captivity as the REM sleep phase ends. This striking dissociation during the dreaming state, where the brain is highly active but the body is immobilized, allows sleep scientists to easily recognize, and therefore separate, REM sleep brainwaves from wakeful ones. Why did evolution decide to outlaw muscle activity during REM sleep? Because by eliminating muscle activity, you are prevented from acting out your dream experience. During REM sleep, there is a non-stop barrage of motor commands swirling around the brain, and they underlie the movement-rich experience of dreams. Wise, then, of Mother Nature to have tailored a physiological straitjacket that forbids these fictional movements from becoming reality, especially considering that you've stopped consciously perceiving your surroundings. You can well imagine the calamitous upshot of falsely enacting a dream fight or a frantic sprint from an approaching dream foe while your eyes are closed and you have no comprehension of the world around you. It wouldn't take long before you quickly left the gene pool. The brain paralyzes the body so the mind can dream safely. How do we know these movement commands are actually occurring while someone dreams, beyond the individual simply waking up and telling you they were having a running dream or a fighting dream? The sad answer is that this paralysis mechanism can fail in some people, particularly later in life. Consequently, they convert these dream-related motor impulses into real-world physical actions. As we shall hear about in Chapter 11, the repercussions can be tragic. Finally, and not to be left out of the descriptive REM sleep picture, is the very reason for its name: corresponding rapid eye movements. Your eyes remain still in their sockets during deep NREM sleep. Footnote: oddly, during the transition from being awake into light stage 1 NREM sleep, the eyes will gently and very, very slowly start to roll in their sockets in synchrony, like two ocular ballerinas pirouetting in perfect time with each other. It is a hallmark indication that the onset of sleep is inevitable. If you have a bed partner, try observing their eyelids the next time they are drifting off to sleep. You will see the closed lids of the eyes deforming as the eyeballs roll around underneath. Parenthetically, should you choose to complete this suggested observational experiment, be aware of the potential ramifications. There is perhaps little else more disquieting than aborting one's transition into sleep, opening your eyes, and finding your partner's face looming over yours, gaze affixed. Yet electrodes that we place above and below your eyes tell a very different ocular story when you begin to dream. The very same story that Kleitman and Aserinsky unearthed in 1952 when observing infant sleep. During REM sleep, there are phases when your eyeballs will jag with urgency, left to right, and so on. At first, scientists assumed that these rat-a-tat-tat eye movements corresponded to the tracking of visual experience in dreams. This is not true. Instead, the eye movements are intimately linked with the physiological creation of REM sleep, and reflect something even more extraordinary than the passive apprehension of moving objects within dream space. This phenomenon is chronicled in detail in Chapter 9. Are we the only creatures that experience these varied stages of sleep? Do any other animals have REM sleep? Do they dream? Let us find out. Chapter 4. Ape beds, dinosaurs, and napping with half a brain. Who sleeps? How do we sleep? And how much? Who sleeps? When did life start sleeping? Perhaps sleep emerged with the great apes. Maybe earlier, in reptiles or their aquatic antecedents, fish. Short of a time capsule, the best way to answer this question comes from studying sleep across different phyla of the animal kingdom, from the prehistoric to the evolutionarily recent. Investigations of this kind provide a powerful ability to peer far back in the historical record and estimate the moment when sleep first graced the planet. As the geneticist, Theodosius Dobzhansky once said, "Nothing in biology makes sense except in light of evolution." For sleep, the illuminating answer turned out to be far earlier than anyone anticipated, and far more profound in ramification. Without exception, every animal species studied to date sleeps, or engages in something remarkably like it. This includes insects such as flies, bees, cockroaches, and scorpions; fish, from small perch to the largest sharks; amphibians such as frogs; and reptiles such as turtles, Komodo dragons, and chameleons. Footnote: Proof of sleep in very small species, such as insects, in which recordings of electrical activity from the brain are impossible, is confirmed using the same set of behavioral features described in Chapter 3, illustrated by the example of Jessica: immobility, reduced responsiveness to the outside world, easily reversible. A further criterion is that depriving the organism of what looks like sleep should result in an increased drive for more of it when you stop the annoying deprivation assault, reflecting sleep rebound. Footnote: It was once thought that sharks did not sleep, in part because they never closed their eyes. Indeed, they do have clear active and passive phases that resemble wake and sleep. We now know that the reason they never close their eyes is because they have no eyelids. All have bona fide sleep. Ascend the evolutionary ladder further, and we find that all types of birds and mammals sleep, from shrews to parrots, kangaroos, polar bears, bats, and, of course, we humans. Sleep is universal. Even invertebrates, such as primordial mollusks and echinoderms, and even very primitive worms, enjoy periods of slumber. In these phases, affectionately termed lethargous, they, like humans, become unresponsive to external stimuli. And just as we fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly when sleep-deprived, so too do worms, defined by their degree of insensitivity to prods from experimenters. How old does this make sleep? Worms emerged during the Cambrian explosion, at least 500 million years ago. That is, worms, and sleep by association, predate all vertebrate life. This includes dinosaurs, which, by inference, are likely to have slept. Imagine diplodocuses and triceratopses all comfortably settling in for a night of full repose. Regress evolutionary time still further, and we have discovered that the very simplest forms of unicellular organisms that survive for periods exceeding 24 hours, such as bacteria, have active and passive phases that correspond to the light-dark cycle of our planet. It is a pattern that we now believe to be the precursor of our own circadian rhythm, and with it, wake and sleep. Many of the explanations for why we sleep circle around a common and perhaps erroneous idea. Sleep is the state we must enter in order to fix that which has been upset by wake. But what if we turn this argument on its head? What if sleep is so useful, so physiologically beneficial to every aspect of our being, that the real question is, why did life ever bother to wake up? Considering how biologically damaging the state of wakefulness can often be, that is the true evolutionary puzzle here, not sleep. Adopt this perspective, and we can pose a very different theory. Sleep was the first state of life on this planet, and it was from sleep that wakefulness emerged. It may be a preposterous hypothesis, and one that nobody is taking seriously or exploring, but personally, I do not think it to be entirely unreasonable. Whichever of these two theories is true, what we know for certain is that sleep is of ancient origin. It appeared with the very earliest forms of planetary life. Like other rudimentary features, such as DNA, sleep has remained a common bond uniting every creature in the animal kingdom. A long-lasting commonality, yes. However, there are truly remarkable differences in sleep from one species to another. 4 such differences, in fact. One of these things is not like the other. Elephants need half as much sleep as humans, requiring just 4 hours of slumber each day. Tigers and lions devour 15 hours of daily sleep. The brown bat outperforms all other mammals, being awake for just 5 hours each day, while sleeping 19 hours. Total amount of time is one of the most conspicuous differences in how organisms sleep. You'd imagine the reason for such clear-cut variation in sleep need is obvious. It isn't. None of the likely contenders, body size, prey-predator status, diurnal, nocturnal, usefully explains the difference in sleep need across species. Surely sleep time is at least similar within any one phylogenetic category, since they share much of their genetic code. It is certainly true for other basic traits within phyla, such as sensory capabilities, methods of reproduction, and even degree of intelligence. Yet sleep violates this reliable pattern. Squirrels and dagoos are part of the same family group, rodents, yet they could not be more dissimilar in sleep need. The former sleeps twice as long as the latter, 15.9 hours for the squirrel versus 7.7 hours for the dago. Conversely, you can find near identical sleep times in utterly different family groups. The humble guinea pig and the precocious baboon, for example, which are of markedly different phylogenetic orders, not to mention physical sizes, sleep precisely the same amount, 9.4 hours. So what does explain the difference in sleep time, and perhaps need, from species to species, or even within a genetically similar order? We're not entirely sure. The relationship between the size of the nervous system, the complexity of the nervous system, and total body mass appears to be a somewhat meaningful predictor, with increasing brain complexity relative to body size resulting in greater sleep amounts. While weak and not entirely consistent, this relationship suggests that one evolutionary function that demands more sleep is the need to service an increasingly complex nervous system. As millennia unfolded and evolution crowned its current accomplishment with the genesis of the brain, the demand for sleep only increased, tending to the needs of this most precious of all physiological apparatus. Yet this is not the whole story, not by a good measure. Numerous species deviate wildly from the predictions made by this rule. For example, an opossum, which weighs almost the same as a rat, sleeps 50% longer, clocking an average of 18 hours each day. The opossum is just 1 hour shy of the animal kingdom record for sleep amount currently held by the brown bat, who, as previously mentioned, racks up a whopping 19 hours of sleep each day. There was a moment in research history when scientists wondered if the measure of choice, total minutes of sleep, was the wrong way of looking at the question of why sleep varies so considerably across species. Instead, they suspected that assessing sleep quality rather than quantity, time, would shed some light on the mystery. That is, species with superior quality of sleep should be able to accomplish all they need in a shorter time, and vice versa. It was a great idea, with the exception that, if anything, we've discovered the opposite relationship. Those that sleep more have deeper, higher quality sleep. In truth, the way quality is commonly assessed in these investigations, degree of unresponsiveness to the outside world and the continuity of sleep, is probably a poor index of the real biological measure of sleep quality, one that we cannot yet obtain in all these species. When we can, our understanding of the relationship between sleep quantity and quality across the animal kingdom will likely explain what currently appears to be an incomprehensible map of sleep time differences. For now, our most accurate estimate of why different species need different sleep amounts involves a complex hybrid of factors, such as dietary type, omnivore, herbivore, carnivore, predator-prey balance within a habitat, the presence and nature of a social network, metabolic rate, and nervous system complexity. To me, this speaks to the fact that sleep has likely been shaped by numerous forces along the evolutionary path, and involves a delicate balancing act between meeting the demands of waking survival, for example hunting prey, obtaining food, in as short a time as possible, minimizing energy expenditure and threat risk, serving the restorative physiological needs of an organism. For example, a higher metabolic rate requires greater cleanup efforts during sleep, and tending to the more general requirements of the organism's community. Nevertheless, even our most sophisticated predictive equations remain unable to explain far-flung outliers in the map of slumber. Species that sleep much, for example bats, and those that sleep little, for example giraffes, which sleep for just 4 to 5 hours. Far from being a nuisance, I feel these anomalous species may hold some of the keys to unlocking the puzzle of sleep need. They remain a delightfully frustrating opportunity for those of us trying to crack the code of sleep across the animal kingdom, and within that code, perhaps as yet undiscovered benefits of sleep we never thought possible. To dream or not to dream. Another remarkable difference in sleep across species is composition. Not all species experience all stages of sleep. Every species in which we can measure sleep stages experiences NREM sleep, the non-dreaming stage. However, insects, amphibians, fish, and most reptiles show no clear signs of REM sleep, the type associated with dreaming in humans. Only birds and mammals, which appeared later in the evolutionary timeline of the animal kingdom, have full-blown REM sleep. It suggests that dream, REM sleep, is the new kid on the evolutionary block. REM sleep seems to have emerged to support functions that NREM sleep alone could not accomplish, or that REM sleep was more efficient at accomplishing. Yet as with so many things in sleep, there is another anomaly. I said that all mammals have REM sleep, but debate surrounds cetaceans or aquatic mammals. Certain of these ocean-faring species, such as dolphins and killer whales, buck the REM sleep trend in mammals. They don't have any. Although there is one case in 1969 suggesting that a pilot whale was in REM sleep for 6 minutes, most of our assessments to date have not discovered REM sleep, or at least what many sleep scientists would believe to be true REM sleep, in aquatic mammals. From one perspective, this makes sense. When an organism enters REM sleep, the brain paralyzes the body, turning it limp and immobile. Swimming is vital for aquatic mammals, since they must surface to breathe. If full paralysis was to take hold during sleep, they could not swim and would drown. The mystery deepens when we consider pinnipeds, one of my all-time favorite words, from the Latin derivatives pinna, fin, and pedis, foot, such as fur seals. Partially aquatic mammals, they split their time between land and sea. When on land, they have both NREM sleep and REM sleep, just like humans and all other terrestrial mammals and birds. But when they enter the ocean, they stop having REM sleep almost entirely. Seals in the ocean will sample but a soupçon of the stuff, racking up just 5 to 10% of the REM sleep amounts they would normally enjoy when on land. Up to 2 weeks of ocean-bound time have been documented without any observable REM sleep in seals, who survive in such times on a snooze diet of NREM sleep. These anomalies do not necessarily challenge the usefulness of REM sleep. Without doubt, REM sleep and even dreaming appears to be highly useful and adaptive in those species that have it, as we shall see in Part 3 of the book. That REM sleep returns when these animals return to land, rather than being done away with entirely, affirms this. It is simply that REM sleep does not appear to be feasible or needed by aquatic mammals when in the ocean. During that time, we assume they make do with lowly NREM sleep, which for dolphins and whales may always be the case. Personally, I don't believe aquatic mammals, even cetaceans like dolphins and whales, have a total absence of REM sleep, though several of my scientific colleagues will tell you I'm wrong. Instead, I think the form of REM sleep these mammals obtain in the ocean is somewhat different and harder to detect, be it brief in nature, occurring at times when we have not been able to observe it, or expressed in ways or hiding in parts of the brain that we have not yet been able to measure. In defense of my contrarian point of view, I note that it was once believed that egg-laying mammals, monotremes, such as the spiny anteater and the duck-billed platypus, did not have REM sleep. It turned out that they do, or at least a version of it. The outer surface of their brain, the cortex, from which most scientists measure sleeping brainwaves, does not exhibit the choppy, chaotic characteristics of REM sleep activity. But when scientists looked a little deeper, beautiful bursts of REM sleep electrical brainwave activity were found at the base of the brain, waves that are a perfect match for those seen in all other mammals. If anything, the duck-billed platypus generates more of this kind of electrical REM sleep activity than any other mammal. So they did have REM sleep after all, or at least a beta version of it, first rolled out in these more evolutionary ancient mammals. A fully operational, whole-brain version of REM sleep appears to have been introduced in more developed mammals that later evolved. I believe a similar story of atypical, but nevertheless present REM sleep will ultimately be observed in dolphins and whales and seals when in the ocean. After all, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. More intriguing than the poverty of REM sleep in this aquatic corner of the mammalian kingdom is the fact that birds and mammals evolved separately. REM sleep may therefore have been birthed twice in the course of evolution, once for birds and once for mammals. A common evolutionary pressure may still have created REM sleep in both, in the same way that eyes have evolved separately and independently numerous times across different phyla throughout evolution for the common purpose of visual perception. When a theme repeats in evolution, and independently across unrelated lineages, it often signals a fundamental need. However, a very recent report has suggested that a protoform of REM sleep exists in an Australian lizard, which, in terms of the evolutionary timeline, predates the emergence of birds and mammals. If this finding is replicated, it would suggest that the original seed of REM sleep was present at least 100 million years earlier than our original estimates. This common seed in certain reptiles may have then germinated into the full form of REM sleep we now see in birds and mammals, including humans. Regardless of when true REM sleep emerged in evolution, we are fast discovering why REM sleep dreaming came into being, what vital needs it supports in the warm-blooded world of birds and mammals, for example, cardiovascular health, emotional restoration, memory association, creativity, body temperature regulation, and whether other species dream. As we will later discuss, it seems they do. Setting aside the issue of whether all mammals have REM sleep, an uncontested fact is this: NREM sleep was first to appear in evolution. It is the original form that sleep took when stepping out from behind evolution's creative curtain, a true pioneer. This seniority leads to another intriguing question, and one that I get asked in almost every public lecture I give. Which type of sleep, NREM or REM sleep, is more important? Which do we really need? There are many ways you can define importance or need, and thus numerous ways of answering the question. But perhaps the simplest recipe is to take an organism that has both sleep types, bird or mammal, and keep it awake all night and throughout the subsequent day. NREM and REM sleep are thus similarly removed, creating the conditions of equivalent hunger for each sleep stage. The question is, which type of sleep will the brain feast on when you offer it the chance to consume both during a recovery night? NREM and REM sleep in equal proportions? Or more of one than the other, suggesting greater importance of the sleep stage that dominates? This experiment has now been performed many times on numerous species of birds and mammals, humans included. There are two clear outcomes. First, and of little surprise, sleep duration is far longer on the recovery night, 10 or even 12 hours in humans, than during a standard night without prior deprivation, 8 hours for us. Responding to the debt, we are essentially trying to sleep it off, the technical term for which is a sleep rebound. Second, NREM sleep rebounds harder. The brain will consume a far larger portion of deep NREM sleep than of REM sleep on the first night after total sleep deprivation, expressing a lopsided hunger. Despite both sleep types being on offer at the finger buffet of recovery sleep, the brain opts to heap much more deep NREM sleep onto its plate. In the battle of importance, NREM sleep therefore wins. Or does it? Not quite. Should you keep recording sleep across a second, third, and even fourth recovery night, there's a reversal. Now REM sleep becomes the primary dish of choice, with each returning visit to the recovery buffet table, with a side of NREM sleep added. Both sleep stages are therefore essential. We try to recover one, NREM, a little sooner than the other, REM, but make no mistake, the brain will attempt to recoup both, trying to salvage some of the losses incurred.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
It is important to note, however, that regardless of the amount of recovery opportunity, the brain never comes close to getting back all the sleep it has lost. This is true for total sleep time, just as it is for NREM sleep and for REM sleep. That humans, and all other species, can never sleep back that which we have previously lost, is one of the most important take-homes of this book, the saddening consequences of which I will describe in chapters 7 and 8. If only humans could. A third striking difference in sleep across the animal kingdom is the way in which we all do it. Here, the diversity is remarkable and, in some cases, almost impossible to believe. Take cetaceans, such as dolphins and whales, for example. Their sleep, of which there is only NREM, can be unhemispheric, meaning they will sleep with half a brain at a time. One half of the brain must always stay awake to maintain life-necessary movement in the aquatic environment, but the other half of the brain will, at times, fall into the most beautiful NREM sleep. Deep, powerful, rhythmic, and slow brainwaves will drench the entirety of one cerebral hemisphere, yet the other half of the cerebrum will be bristling with frenetic, fast brainwave activity, fully awake. This despite the fact that both hemispheres are heavily wired together with thick crisscross fibers and sit mere millimeters apart, as in human brains. Of course, both halves of the dolphin brain can be, and frequently are, awake at the very same time, operating in unison. But when it is time for sleep, the two sides of the brain can uncouple and operate independently, one side remaining awake while the other side snoozes away. After this one half of the brain has consumed its fill of sleep, they switch, allowing the previously vigilant half of the brain to enjoy a well-earned period of deep NREM slumber. Even with half of the brain asleep, dolphins can achieve an impressive level of movement and even some vocalized communication. The neural engineering and tricky architecture required to accomplish this staggering trick of oppositional lights-on, lights-off brain activity is rare. Surely Mother Nature could have found a way to avoid sleep entirely under the extreme pressure of non-stop, 24/7 aquatic movement. Would that not have been easier than masterminding a convoluted split-shift system between brain halves for sleep, while still allowing for a joint operating system where both sides unite when awake? Apparently not. Sleep is of such vital necessity that no matter what the evolutionary demands of an organism, even the unyielding need to swim in perpetuum from birth to death, Mother Nature had no choice. Sleep with both sides of the brain, or sleep with just one side and then switch. Both are possible, but sleep you must. Sleep is non-negotiable. The gift of split-brain deep NREM sleep is not entirely unique to aquatic mammals. Birds can do it too. However, there is a somewhat different, though equally life-preserving reason. It allows them to keep an eye on things, quite literally. When birds are alone, one half of the brain and its corresponding opposite side, eye, must stay awake, maintaining vigilance to environmental threats. As it does so, the other eye closes, allowing its corresponding half of the brain to sleep. Things get even more interesting when birds group together. In some species, many of the birds in a flock will sleep with both halves of the brain at the same time. How do they remain safe from threat? The answer is truly ingenious. The flock will first line up in a row. With the exception of the birds at each end of the line, the rest of the group will allow both halves of the brain to indulge in sleep. Those at the far left and right ends of the row aren't so lucky. They will enter deep sleep with just one half of the brain, opposing in each, leaving the corresponding left and right eye of each bird wide open. In doing so, they provide full panoramic threat detection for the entire group, maximizing the total number of brain halves that can sleep within the flock. At some point, the two end guards will stand up, rotate 180 degrees, and sit back down, allowing the other side of their respective brains to enter deep sleep. We mere humans and a select number of other terrestrial mammals appear to be far less skilled than birds and aquatic mammals, unable as we are to take our medicine of NREM sleep in half-brain measure. Or are we? Two recently published reports suggest humans have a very mild version of unihemispheric sleep, one that is drawn out for similar reasons. If you compare the electrical depth of the deep NREM slow brainwaves on one half of someone's head relative to the other when they are sleeping at home, they are about the same. But if you bring that person into a sleep laboratory or take them to a hotel, both of which are unfamiliar sleep environments, one half of the brain sleeps a little lighter than the other, as if it's standing guard with just a tad more vigilance due to the potentially less safe context that the conscious brain has registered while awake. The more nights an individual sleeps in the new location, the more similar the sleep is in each half of the brain. It is perhaps the reason why so many of us sleep so poorly the first night in a hotel room. This phenomenon, however, doesn't come close to the complete division between full wakefulness and truly deep NREM sleep achieved by each side of birds' and dolphins' brains. Humans always have to sleep with both halves of our brain in some state of NREM sleep. Imagine, though, the possibilities that would become available if only we could rest our brains one half at a time. I should note that REM sleep is strangely immune to being split across sides of the brain, no matter who you are. All birds, irrespective of the environmental situation, always sleep with both halves of the brain during REM sleep. The same is true for every species that experiences dream sleep, humans included. Whatever the functions of REM sleep dreaming, and there appear to be many, they require participation of both sides of the brain at the same time, and to an equal degree. Under pressure. The fourth and final difference in sleep across the animal kingdom is the way in which sleep patterns can be diminished under rare and very special circumstances, something that the US government sees as a matter of national security and has spent sizable taxpayer dollars investigating. The infrequent situation happens only in response to extreme environmental pressures or challenges. Starvation is one example. Place an organism under conditions of severe famine, and foraging for food will supersede sleep. Nourishment will, for a time, push aside the need for sleep, though it cannot be sustained for long. Starve a fly, and it will stay awake longer, demonstrating a pattern of food-seeking behavior. The same is true for humans. Individuals who are deliberately fasting will sleep less as the brain is tricked into thinking that food has suddenly become scarce. Another rare example is the joint sleep deprivation that occurs in female killer whales and their newborn calves. Female killer whales give birth to a single calf once every 3 to 8 years. Calving normally takes place away from the other members of the pod. This leaves the newborn calf incredibly vulnerable during the initial weeks of life, especially during the return to the pod as it swims beside its mother. Up to 50% of all new calves are killed during this journey home. It is so dangerous, in fact, that neither mother nor calf appear to sleep while in transit. No mother-calf pair that scientists have observed shows signs of robust sleep en route. This is especially surprising in the calf, since the highest demand and consumption of sleep in every other living species is in the first days and weeks of life, as any new parent will tell you. Such is the egregious peril of long-range ocean travel that these infant whales will reverse an otherwise universal sleep trend. Yet the most incredible feat of deliberate sleep deprivation belongs to that of birds during transoceanic migration. During this climate-driven race across thousands of miles, entire flocks will fly for many more hours than is normal. As a result, they lose much of the stationary opportunity for plentiful sleep. But even here, the brain has found an ingenious way to obtain sleep. In flight, migrating birds will grab remarkably brief periods of sleep, lasting only seconds in duration. These ultra-power naps are just sufficient to avert the ruinous brain and body deficits that would otherwise ensue from prolonged total sleep deprivation. If you're wondering, humans have no such similar ability. The white-crowned sparrow is perhaps the most astonishing example of avian sleep deprivation during long-distance flights. This small, quotidian bird is capable of a spectacular feat that the American military has spent millions of research dollars studying. The sparrow has an unparalleled, though time-limited, resilience to total sleep deprivation, one that we humans could never withstand. If you sleep-deprive this sparrow in the laboratory during the migratory period of the year, when it would otherwise be in flight, it suffers virtually no ill effects whatsoever. However, depriving the same sparrow of the same amount of sleep outside this migratory time window inflicts a maelstrom of brain and body dysfunction. This humble passerine bird has evolved an extraordinary biological cloak of resilience to total sleep deprivation, one that it deploys only during a time of great survival necessity. You can now imagine why the US government continues to have a vested interest in discovering exactly what that biological suit of armor is, their hope for developing a 24-hour soldier. How should we sleep? Humans are not sleeping the way nature intended. The number of sleep bouts, the duration of sleep, and when sleep occurs, have all been comprehensively distorted by modernity. Throughout developed nations, most adults currently sleep in a monophasic pattern. That is, we try to take a long, single bout of slumber at night, the average duration of which is now less than 7 hours. Visit cultures that are untouched by electricity, and you often see something rather different. Hunter-gatherer tribes such as the Jabra in northern Kenya or the San people in the Kalahari Desert, whose way of life has changed little over the past thousands of years, sleep in a biphasic pattern. Both these groups take a similarly longer sleep period at night, 7 to 8 hours of time in bed, achieving about 7 hours of sleep, followed by a 30 to 60-minute nap in the afternoon. There is also evidence for a mix of the two sleep patterns, determined by time of year. Pre-industrial tribes, such as the Hadza in northern Tanzania or the San of Namibia, sleep in a biphasic pattern in the hotter summer months, incorporating a 30 to 40-minute nap at high noon. Then they switch to a largely monophasic sleep pattern during the cooler winter months. Even when sleeping in a monophasic pattern, the timing of slumber observed in pre-industrialized cultures is not that of our own contorted making. On average, these tribespeople will fall asleep 2 to 3 hours after sunset, around 9 p.m. Their nighttime sleep bouts will come to an end just prior to, or soon after, dawn. Have you ever wondered about the meaning of the term midnight? It of course means the middle of the night, or more technically, the middle point of the solar cycle. And so it is for the sleep cycle of hunter-gatherer cultures, and presumably all those that came before. Now consider our cultural sleep norms. Midnight is no longer midnight. For many of us, midnight is usually the time when we consider checking our email one last time, and we know what often happens in the protracted thereafter. Compounding the problem, we do not then sleep any longer into the morning hours to accommodate these later sleep onset times. We cannot. Our circadian biology and the insatiable early morning demands of a post-industrial way of life denies us the sleep we vitally need. At one point we went to bed in the hours after dusk and woke up with the chickens. Now many of us are still waking up with the chickens, but dusk is simply the time we are finishing up at the office, with much of the waking night to go. Moreover, few of us enjoy a full afternoon nap, further contributing to our state of sleep bankruptcy. The practice of biphasic sleep is not cultural in origin, however. It is deeply biological. All humans, irrespective of culture or geographical location, have a genetically hardwired dip in alertness that occurs in the mid-afternoon hours. Observe any post-lunch meeting around a boardroom table, and this fact will become evidently clear. Like puppets whose control strings were let loose, then rapidly pulled taut, heads will start dipping, then quickly snap back upright. I'm sure you've experienced this blanket of drowsiness that seems to take hold of you mid-afternoon, as though your brain is heading toward an unusually early bedtime. Both you and the meeting attendees are falling prey to an evolutionary imprinted lull in wakefulness that favors an afternoon nap, called the postprandial alertness dip, from the Latin prandium, meal. This brief descent from high-degree wakefulness to low-level alertness reflects an innate drive to be asleep and napping in the afternoon, and not working. It appears to be a normal part of the daily rhythm of life. Should you ever have to give a presentation at work, for your own sake, and that of the conscious state of your listeners, if you can, avoid the mid-afternoon slot. What becomes clearly apparent when you step back from these details is that modern society has divorced us from what should be a preordained arrangement of biphasic sleep, one that our genetic code nevertheless tries to rekindle every afternoon. The separation from biphasic sleep occurred at, or even before, our shift from an agrarian existence to an industrial one. Anthropological studies of pre-industrial hunter-gatherers have also dispelled a popular myth about how humans should sleep. Around the close of the early modern era, circa late 17th and early 18th centuries, historical texts suggest that Western Europeans would take 2 long bouts of sleep at night, separated by several hours of wakefulness. Nestled in between these twin slabs of sleep, sometimes called first sleep and second sleep, they would read, write, pray, make love, and even socialize. This practice may very well have occurred during this moment in human history, in this geographical region. Yet the fact that no pre-industrial cultures studied to date demonstrate a similar nightly split shift of sleep suggests that it is not the natural, evolutionarily programmed form of human sleep. Rather, it appears to have been a cultural phenomenon that appeared and was popularized with the Western European migration. Furthermore, there is no biological rhythm of brain activity, neurochemical activity, or metabolic activity that would hint at a human desire to wake up for several hours in the middle of the night. Instead, the true pattern of biphasic sleep, for which there is anthropological, biological, and genetic evidence, and which remains measurable in all human beings to date, is one consisting of a longer bout of continuous sleep at night, followed by a shorter mid-afternoon nap. Accepting that this is our natural pattern of slumber, can we ever know for certain what types of health consequences have been caused by our abandonment of biphasic sleep? Biphasic sleep is still observed in several siesta cultures throughout the world, including regions of South America and Mediterranean Europe. When I was a child in the 1980s, I went on vacation to Greece with my family. As we walked the streets of the major metropolitan Greek cities we visited, there were signs hanging in storefront windows that were very different from those I was used to back in England. They stated, "Open from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., closed from 1 to 5 p.m., open 5 to 9 p.m. Today, few of those signs remain in windows of shops throughout Greece. Prior to the turn of the millennium, there was increasing pressure to abandon the siesta-like practice in Greece. A team of researchers from Harvard University's School of Public Health decided to quantify the health consequences of this radical change in more than 23,000 Greek adults, which contained men and women ranging in age from 20 to 83 years old. The researchers focused on cardiovascular outcomes, tracking the group across a 6-year period as the siesta practice came to an end for many of them. As with countless Greek tragedies, the end result was heartbreaking, but here in the most serious, literal way. None of the individuals had a history of coronary heart disease or stroke at the start of the study, indicating the absence of cardiovascular ill health. However, those that abandoned regular siestas went on to suffer a 37% increased risk of death from heart disease across the 6-year period, relative to those who maintained regular daytime naps. The effect was especially strong in working men, where the ensuing mortality risk of not napping increased by well over 60%. Apparent from this remarkable study is this fact: when we are cleaved from the innate practice of biphasic sleep, our lives are shortened. It is perhaps unsurprising that in the small enclaves of Greece where siestas still remain intact, such as the island of Icaria, men are nearly 4 times as likely to reach the age of 90 as American males. These napping communities have sometimes been described as the places where people forget to die. From a prescription written long ago in our ancestral genetic code, the practice of natural biphasic sleep and a healthy diet appear to be the keys to a long, sustained life. We are special. Sleep, as you can now appreciate, is a unifying feature across the animal kingdom. Yet within and between species there is remarkable diversity in amount, for example time, form, for example half-brain, whole brain, and pattern, monophasic, biphasic, polyphasic. But are we humans special in our sleep profile, at least, in its pure form when unmolested by modernity? Much has been written about the uniqueness of Homo sapiens in other domains, our cognition, creativity, culture, and the size and shape of our brains. Is there anything similarly exceptional about our nightly slumber? If so, could this unique sleep be an unrecognized cause of these aforementioned accomplishments that we prize as so distinctly human, the justification of our hominid name, Homo sapiens, Latin derivative, wise person? As it turns out, we humans are special when it comes to sleep. Compared to Old and New World monkeys, as well as apes, such as chimpanzees, orangutans, and gorillas, human sleep sticks out like the proverbial sore thumb. The total amount of time we spend asleep is markedly shorter than all other primates, 8 hours, relative to the 10 to 15 hours of sleep observed in all other primates. Yet we have a disproportionate amount of REM sleep, the stage in which we dream. Between 20 and 25% of our sleep time is dedicated to REM sleep dreaming, compared to an average of only 9% across all other primates. We are the anomalous data point when it comes to sleep time and dream time, relative to all other monkeys and apes. To understand how and why our sleep is so different is to understand the evolution of ape to man, from tree to ground. Humans are exclusive terrestrial sleepers. We catch our Z's lying on the ground, or sometimes raised a little off it on beds. Other primates will sleep arboreally, on branches or in nests. Only occasionally will other primates come out of trees to sleep on the ground. Great apes, for example, will build an entirely new treetop sleep nest, or platform, every single night. Imagine having to set aside several hours each evening after dinner to construct a new IKEA bed frame before you can sleep. Sleeping in trees was an evolutionarily wise idea, up to a point. It provided safe haven from large, ground-hunting predators, such as hyenas, and small blood-sucking arthropods, including lice, fleas, and ticks. But when sleeping 20 to 50 feet up in the air, one has to be careful. Become too relaxed in your sleep depth when slouched on a branch or in a nest, and a dangling limb may be all the invitation gravity needs to bring you hurtling down to earth in a life-ending fall, removing you from the gene pool. This is especially true for the stage of REM sleep, in which the brain completely paralyzes all voluntary muscles of the body, leaving you utterly limp, a literal bag of bones with no tension in your muscles. I'm sure you have never tried to rest a full bag of groceries on a tree branch, but I can assure you it's far from easy. Even if you manage the delicate balancing act for a moment, it doesn't last long. This body balancing act was the challenge and danger of tree sleeping for our primate forebears, and it markedly constrained their sleep. Homo erectus, the predecessor of Homo sapiens, was the first obligate biped, walking freely upright on two legs. We believe that Homo erectus was also the first dedicated ground sleeper. Shorter arms and an upright stance made tree living and sleeping very unlikely. How did Homo erectus, and by inference Homo sapiens, survive in the predator-rich ground-sleeping environment when leopards, hyenas, and saber-toothed tigers, all of which can hunt at night, are on the prowl, and terrestrial bloodsuckers abound? Part of the answer is fire. While there remains some debate, many believe that Homo erectus was the first to use fire, and fire was one of the most important catalysts, if not the most important, that enabled us to come out of the trees and live on terra firma. Fire is also one of the best explanations for how we were able to sleep safely on the ground. Fire would deter large carnivores, while the smoke provided an ingenious form of nighttime fumigation, repelling small insects ever keen to bite into our epidermis. Fire was no perfect solution, however, and ground sleeping would have remained risky. An evolutionary pressure to become qualitatively more efficient in how we sleep therefore developed. Any Homo erectus capable of accomplishing more efficient sleep would likely have been favored in survival and selection. Evolution saw to it that our ancient form of sleep became somewhat shorter in duration, yet increased in intensity, especially by enriching the amount of REM sleep we packed into the night. In fact, as is so often the case with Mother Nature's brilliance, the problem became part of the solution. In other words, the act of sleeping on solid ground, and not on a precarious tree branch, was the impetus for the enriched and enhanced amounts of REM sleep that developed, while the amount of time spent asleep was able to modestly decrease. When sleeping on the ground, there's no risk of falling. For the first time in our evolution, hominids could consume all the body-immobilized REM sleep dreaming they wanted, and not worry about the lasso of gravity whipping them down from treetops. Our sleep therefore became concentrated, shorter and more consolidated in duration, packed aplenty with high-quality sleep. And not just any type of sleep, but REM sleep that bathed a brain rapidly accelerating in complexity and connectivity. There are species that have more total REM time than hominids, but there are none who power up and lavish such vast proportions of REM sleep onto such a complex, richly interconnected brain as we Homo sapiens do. From these clues, I offer a theorem. The tree-to-ground re-engineering of sleep was a key trigger that rocketed Homo sapiens to the top of evolution's lofty pyramid. At least two features define human beings relative to other primates. I posit that both have been beneficially and casually shaped by the hand of sleep, and specifically our intense degree of REM sleep relative to all other mammals. 1. Our degree of socio-cultural complexity, and 2. Our cognitive intelligence. REM sleep, and the act of dreaming itself, lubricates both of these human traits. To the first of these points, we have discovered that REM sleep exquisitely recalibrates and fine-tunes the emotional circuits of the human brain, discussed in detail in Part 3 of the book. In this capacity, REM sleep may very well have accelerated the richness and rational control of our initially primitive emotions, a shift that I propose critically contributed to the rapid rise of Homo sapiens to dominance over all other species in key ways. We know, for example, that REM sleep increases our ability to recognize and therefore successfully navigate the kaleidoscope of socio-emotional signals that are abundant in human culture, such as overt and covert facial expressions, major and minor bodily gestures, and even mass group behavior. One only needs to consider disorders such as autism to see how challenging and different a social existence can be without these emotional navigation abilities being fully intact. Related, The REM sleep gift of facilitating accurate recognition and comprehension allows us to make more intelligent decisions and actions as a consequence. More specifically, the cool-headed ability to regulate our emotions each day, a key to what we call emotional IQ, depends on getting sufficient REM sleep night after night. If your mind immediately jumped to particular colleagues, friends, and public figures who lack these traits, you may well wonder about how much sleep, especially late-morning REM-rich sleep, they are getting. Second, and more critical, if you multiply these individual benefits within and across groups and tribes, all of which are experiencing an ever-increasing intensity and richness of REM sleep over millennia, we can start to see how this nightly REM sleep recalibration of our emotional brains could have scaled rapidly and exponentially. From this REM sleep-enhanced emotional IQ emerged a new and far more sophisticated form of hominid socioecology across vast collectives, one that helped enable the creation of large, emotionally astute, stable, highly bonded, and intensely social communities of humans. I will go a step further and suggest that this is the most influential function of REM sleep in mammals, perhaps the most influential function of all types of sleep in all mammals, and even the most eminent advantage ever gifted by sleep in the annals of all planetary life. The adaptive benefits conferred by complex emotional processing are truly monumental and so often overlooked. We humans can instantiate vast numbers of emotions in our embodied brains, and thereafter deeply experience and even regulate those emotions. Moreover, we can recognize and help shape the emotions of others. Through both of these intra- and interpersonal processes, we can forge the types of cooperative alliances that are necessary to establish large social groups, and beyond groups, entire societies brimming with powerful structures and ideologies. What may at first blush have seemed like a modest asset awarded by REM sleep to a single individual is, I believe, one of the most valuable commodities ensuring the survival and dominance of our species as a collective. The second evolutionary contribution that the REM sleep dreaming state fuels is creativity. NREM sleep helps transfer and make safe newly learned information into long-term storage sites of the brain. But it is REM sleep that takes these freshly minted memories and begins colliding them with the entire back catalogue of your life's autobiography. These mnemonic collisions during REM sleep spark new creative insights as novel links are forged between unrelated pieces of information. Sleep cycle by sleep cycle, REM sleep helps construct vast associative networks of information within the brain. REM sleep can even take a step back, so to speak, and divine overarching insights and gist, something akin to general knowledge, that is, what a collection of information means as a whole, not just an inert back catalogue of facts. We can awake the next morning with new solutions to previously intractable problems, or even be infused with radically new and original ideas. Adding then to the opulent and domineering socio-emotional fabric that REM sleep helps weave across the masses came this second, creativity benefit of dream sleep. We should, cautiously, revere how superior our hominid ingenuity is relative to that of any of our closest rivals, primate or other. The chimpanzees, our nearest living primate relatives, have been around approximately 5 million years longer than we have. Some of the great apes preceded us by at least 10 million years. Despite eons of opportunity time, neither species has visited the moon, created computers, or developed vaccines. Humbly, we humans have. Sleep, especially REM sleep and the act of dreaming, is a tenable yet underappreciated factor underlying many elements that form our unique human ingenuity and accomplishments, just as much as language or tool use. Indeed, there is even evidence that sleep causally shapes both these latter traits as well. Nevertheless, the superior emotional brain gifts that REM sleep affords should be considered more influential in defining our hominid success than the second benefit of inspiring creativity. Creativity is an evolutionarily powerful tool yes, but it is largely limited to an individual. Unless creative, ingenious solutions can be shared between individuals through the emotionally rich, pro-social bonds and cooperative relationships that REM sleep fosters, then creativity is far more likely to remain fixed within an individual rather than spread to the masses. Now we can appreciate what I believe to be a classic, self-fulfilling positive cycle of evolution. Our shift from tree to ground sleeping instigated an ever more bountiful amount of relative REM sleep compared with other primates, and from this bounty emerged a steep increase in cognitive creativity, emotional intelligence, and thus social complexity. This, alongside our increasingly dense, interconnected brains, led to improved daily and nightly survival strategies. In turn, the harder we worked those increasingly developed emotional and creative circuits of the brain during the day, the greater was our need to service and recalibrate these ever-demanding neural systems at night with more REM sleep. As this positive feedback loop took hold in exponential fashion, we formed, organized, maintained, and deliberatively shaped ever larger social groups. The rapidly increasing creative abilities could thus be spread more efficiently and rapidly, and even improved by that ever-increasing amount of hominid REM sleep that enhances emotional and social sophistication. REM sleep dreaming, therefore, represents a tenable new contributing factor, among others, that led to our astonishingly rapid evolutionary rise to power, for better and worse, a new, sleep-fueled, globally dominant, social superclass. Chapter 5. Changes in sleep across the lifespan. Sleep before birth. Through speech or song, expecting parents will often thrill at their ability to elicit small kicks and movements from their in utero child. Though you should never tell them this, the baby is most likely fast asleep. Prior to birth, a human infant will spend almost all of its time in a sleep-like state, much of which resembles the REM sleep state. The sleeping fetus is therefore unaware of its parents' performative machinations. Any co-occurring arm flicks and leg bops that the mother feels from her baby are most likely to be the consequence of random bursts of brain activity that typify REM sleep. Adults do not, or at least should not, throw out similar nighttime kicks and movements, since they are held back by the body-paralyzing mechanism of REM sleep. But in utero, the immature fetus's brain has yet to construct the REM sleep muscle inhibiting system adults have in place. Other deep centers of the fetus brain have, however, already been glued in place, including those that generate sleep. Indeed, by the end of the second trimester of development, approximately week 23 of pregnancy, the vast majority of the neural dials and switches required to produce NREM and REM sleep have been sculpted out and wired up. As a result of this mismatch, the fetus brain still generates formidable motor commands during REM sleep, except there is no paralysis to hold them back. Without restraint, those commands are freely translated into frenetic body movements, felt by the mother as acrobatic kicks and featherweight punches. At this stage of in utero development, most of the time is spent in sleep. The 24-hour period contains a mishmash of approximately 6 hours of NREM sleep, 6 hours of REM sleep, and 12 hours of an intermediary sleep state that we cannot confidently say is REM or NREM sleep, but certainly is not full wakefulness. It is only when the fetus enters the final trimester that the glimmers of real wakefulness emerge. Far less than you would probably imagine, though. Just 2 to 3 hours of each day are spent awake in the womb. Even though total sleep time decreases in the last trimester, a paradoxical and quite ballistic increase in REM sleep time occurs. In the last 2 weeks of pregnancy, the fetus will ramp up its consumption of REM sleep to almost 9 hours a day. In the last week before birth, REM sleep amount hits a lifetime high of 12 hours a day. With near insatiable appetite, the human fetus therefore doubles its hunger for REM sleep just before entering the world. There will be no other moment during the life of that individual, prenatal, early postnatal, adolescence, adulthood, or old age, when they will undergo such a dramatic change in REM sleep need, or feast so richly on the stuff. Is the fetus actually dreaming when in REM sleep? Probably not in the way most of us conceptualize dreams. But we do know that REM sleep is vital for promoting brain maturation. The construction of a human being in the womb occurs in distinct, interdependent stages, a little bit like building a house. You cannot crown a house with a roof before there are supporting wall frames to rest it on, and you cannot put up walls without a foundation to seat them in. The brain, like the roof of a house, is one of the last items to be constructed during development. And like a roof, there are substages to that process. You need a roof frame before you can start adding roof tiles, for instance. Detailed creation of the brain and its component parts occurs at a rapid pace during the second and third trimesters of human development, precisely the time window when REM sleep amounts skyrocket. This is no coincidence. REM sleep acts as an electrical fertilizer during this critical phase of early life. Dazzling bursts of electrical activity during REM sleep stimulate the lush growth of neural pathways all over the developing brain, and then furnish each with a healthy bouquet of connecting ends or synaptic terminals. Think of REM sleep like an internet service provider that populates new neighborhoods of the brain with vast networks of fiber optic cables. Using these inaugural bolts of electricity, REM sleep then activates their high-speed functioning. This phase of development, which infuses the brain with masses of neural connections, is called synaptogenesis, as it involves the creation of millions of wiring links, or synapses, between neurons. By deliberate design, it is an overenthusiastic first pass at setting up the mainframe of a brain. There is a great deal of redundancy, offering many, many possible circuit configurations to emerge within the infant's brain once born. From the perspective of the internet service provider analogy, all homes, across all neighborhoods, throughout all territories of the brain, have been gifted a high degree of connectivity and bandwidth in this first phase of life. Charged with such a Herculean task of neuroarchitecture, establishing the neural highways and side streets that will engender thoughts, memories, feelings, decisions, and actions, it's no wonder REM sleep must dominate most, if not all, of early developmental life. In fact, this is true for all other mammals. The time of life when REM sleep is greatest is the same stage when the brain is undergoing the greatest construction. Footnote: the exception, noted in Chapter 4, may be newborn killer whales. They do not appear to have the chance for sleep right after birth, as they have to make the perilous journey back to their pod from the calving fields miles away, shadowed by their mother. However, this is an assumption. It remains possible that they, like all other mammals, still consume in utero large volumes of sleep, and even REM sleep, just prior to birth. We simply do not yet know. Worryingly, if you disturb or impair the REM sleep of a developing infant brain, pre or early post-term, there are consequences. In the 1990s, researchers began studying newly born rat pups. Simply by blocking REM sleep, their gestational progress was retarded, despite chronological time marching on. The two should, of course, progress in unison. Depriving the infant rats of REM sleep stalled construction of their neural rooftop, the cerebral cortex of the brain. Without REM sleep, assembly work on the brain ground to a halt, frozen in time by the experimental wedge of a lack of REM sleep. Day after day, the half-finished roofline of the sleep-starved cerebral cortex shows no growth change. The very same effect has now been demonstrated in numerous other mammalian species, suggesting that the effect is probably common across mammals. When the infant rat pups were finally allowed to get some REM sleep, assembly of the cerebral rooftop did restart, but it didn't accelerate, nor did it ever fully get back on track. An infant brain without sleep will be a brain ever under-constructed. A more recent link with deficient REM sleep concerns autism spectrum disorder, ASD, not to be confused with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, which we will discuss later in the book. Autism, of which there are several forms, is a neurological condition that emerges early in development, usually around 2 or 3 years of age. The core symptom of autism is a lack of social interaction. Individuals with autism do not communicate or engage with other people easily or typically. Our current understanding of what causes autism is incomplete, but central to the condition appears to be an inappropriate wiring up of the brain during early developmental life, specifically in the formation and number of synapses, that is, abnormal synaptogenesis. Imbalance in synaptic connections are common in autistic individuals. Excess amounts of connectivity in some parts of the brain, deficiencies in others. Realizing this, scientists have begun to examine whether the sleep of individuals with autism is atypical. It is. Infants and young children who show signs of autism, or who are diagnosed with autism, do not have normal sleep patterns or amounts. The circadian rhythms of autistic children are also weaker than their non-autistic counterparts, showing a flatter profile of melatonin across the 24-hour period, rather than a powerful rise in concentration at night and rapid fall throughout the day. Biologically, it is as if the day and night are far less light and dark, respectively, for autistic individuals. As a consequence, there is a weaker signal for when stable wake and solid sleep should take place. Additionally, and perhaps related, the total amount of sleep that autistic children can generate is less than that of non-autistic children. Most notable, however, is the significant shortage of REM sleep. Autistic individuals show a 30 to 50% deficit in the amount of REM sleep they obtain, relative to children without autism. Considering the role of REM sleep in establishing the balanced mass of synaptic connections within the developing brain, there is now keen interest in discovering whether or not REM sleep deficiency is a contributing factor to autism. Existing evidence in humans is simply correlational, however. Just because autism and REM sleep abnormalities go hand in hand, does not mean that one causes the other. Nor does this association tell you the direction of causality, even if it does exist. Is deficient REM sleep causing autism, or is it the other way around? It is curious to note, however, that selectively depriving an infant rat of REM sleep leads to aberrant patterns of neural connectivity, or synaptogenesis in the brain. Moreover, rats deprived of REM sleep during infancy go on to become socially withdrawn and isolated as adolescents and adults. Irrespective of causality issues, tracking sleep abnormalities represents a new diagnostic hope for the early detection of autism. Of course, no expecting mother has to worry about scientists disrupting the REM sleep of their developing fetus. But alcohol can inflict that same selective removal of REM sleep. Alcohol is one of the most powerful suppressors of REM sleep that we know of. We will discuss the reason that alcohol blocks REM sleep generation and the consequences of that sleep disruption in adults in later chapters. For now, however, we'll focus on the impact of alcohol on the sleep of a developing fetus and newborn. Alcohol consumed by a mother readily crosses the placental barrier and therefore readily infuses her developing fetus. Knowing this, scientists first examined the extreme scenario: mothers who were alcoholics or heavy drinkers during pregnancy. Soon after birth, the sleep of these neonates was assessed using electrodes gently placed on the head. The newborns of heavy drinking mothers spent far less time in the active state of REM sleep compared with infants of similar age, but who were born of mothers who did not drink during pregnancy. The recording electrodes went on to point out an even more concerning physiological story. Newborns of heavy drinking mothers did not have the same electrical quality of REM sleep. You will remember from Chapter 3 that REM sleep is exemplified by delightfully chaotic or desynchronized brainwaves, a vivacious and healthy form of electrical activity. However, the infants of heavy drinking mothers showed a 200% reduction in this measure of vibrant electrical activity relative to the infants born of non-alcohol consuming mothers. Instead, the infants of heavy drinking mothers emitted a brainwave pattern that was far more sedentary in this regard. If you are now wondering whether or not epidemiological studies have linked alcohol use during pregnancy and an increased likelihood of neuropsychiatric illness in the mother's child, including autism, the answer is yes. Fortunately, most mothers these days do not drink heavily during pregnancy. But what about the more common situation of an expectant mum having an occasional glass or two of wine during pregnancy? Using non-invasive tracking of heart rate, together with ultrasound measures of body, eye and breathing movement, we are now able to determine the basic stages of NREM sleep and REM sleep of a fetus when it is in the womb. Equipped with these methods, a group of researchers studied the sleep of babies who were just weeks away from being born. Their mothers were assessed on 2 successive days. On one of those days, the mothers drank non-alcoholic fluids. On the other day, they drank approximately 2 glasses of wine. The absolute amount was controlled on the basis of their body weight. Alcohol significantly reduced the amount of time that the unborn baby spent in REM sleep relative to the non-alcoholic condition. That alcohol also dampened the intensity of REM sleep experienced by the fetus, defined by the standard measure of how many darting rapid eye movements adorn the REM sleep cycle. Furthermore, these unborn infants suffered a marked depression in breathing during REM sleep, with breath rates dropping from a normal rate of 381 per hour during natural sleep to just 4 per hour when the fetus was awash with alcohol. Beyond alcohol abstinence during pregnancy, the time window of nursing also warrants mention. Almost half of all lactating women in Western countries consume alcohol in the months during breastfeeding. Alcohol is readily absorbed in a mother's milk. Concentrations of alcohol in breast milk closely resemble those in a mother's bloodstream. A 0.08 blood alcohol level in a mother will result in approximately a 0.08 alcohol level in breast milk. Footnote: beyond sleep, alcohol also inhibits the milk injection reflex and causes a temporary decrease in milk yield. Recently we have discovered what alcohol in breast milk does to the sleep of an infant. Newborns will normally transition straight into REM sleep after a feeding. Many mothers already know this. Almost as soon as suckling stops, and sometimes even before, the infant's eyelids will close, and underneath, the eyes will begin darting left-right, indicating that their baby is now being nourished by REM sleep. A once common myth was that babies sleep better if the mother has had an alcoholic drink before a feeding. Beer was the suggested choice of beverage in this old tale. For those of you who are beer lovers, unfortunately, it is just that, a myth. Several studies have fed infants breast milk containing either a non-alcoholic flavor, such as vanilla, or a controlled amount of alcohol, the equivalent of a mother having a drink or two. When babies consume alcohol-laced milk, their sleep is more fragmented, they spend more time awake, and they suffer a 20 to 30% suppression of REM sleep soon after. Often, the babies will even try to get back some of that missing REM sleep once they have cleared it from their bloodstream, though it is not easy for their fledgling systems to do so. What emerges from all of these studies is that REM sleep is not optional during early human life, but obligatory. Every hour of REM sleep appears to count, as evidenced by the desperate attempt by a fetus or newborn to regain any REM sleep when it is lost. Footnote: while not directly related to sleep quantity or quality, alcohol use by the mother before co-sleeping with their newborn infants, bed to couch, leads to a 7 to 9-fold increase of sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, compared with those who do not use alcohol. Sadly, we do not yet fully understand what the long-term effects are of fetal or neonate REM sleep disruption, alcohol-triggered or otherwise. Only that blocking or reducing REM sleep in newborn animals hinders and distorts brain development, leading to an adult that is socially abnormal. Childhood sleep. Perhaps the most obvious and tormenting, for new parents, difference between the sleep of infants and young children and that of adults is the number of slumber phases. In contrast to the single, monophasic sleep pattern observed in adults of industrialized nations, infants and young kids display polyphasic sleep, many short snippets of sleep through the day and night, punctuated by numerous awakenings, often vocal. There is no better or more humorous affirmation of this fact than the short book of lullabies written by Adam Mansbach, entitled Go the Fuck to Sleep. Obviously, it's an adult book. At the time of writing, Mansbach was a new father, and like many a new parent, he was run ragged by the constant awakenings of his child, the polyphasic profile of infant sleep. The incessant need to attend to his young daughter, helping her fall back to sleep time and time and time again, night after night after night, left him utterly exasperated. It got to the point where Mansbach just had to vent all the loving rage he had pent up. What came spilling out onto the page was a comedic splash of rhymes he would fictitiously read to his daughter, the themes of which will immediately resonate with many new parents. I'll read you one very last book if you swear you'll go the fuck to sleep. I implore you to listen to the audiobook version of the work, narrated to perfection by the sensational actor Samuel L. Jackson. Fortunately for all new parents, Mansbach included, the older a child gets, the fewer, longer and more stable their sleep bouts become. Footnote: the ability for infants and young children to become independent nighttime sleepers is the keen focus of, or perhaps better phrased, the outright obsession of, many new parents. There are innumerable books whose sole focus is to outline the best practices for infant and child sleep. This book is not meant to offer an overview of the topic. However, a key recommendation is to always put your child to bed when they are drowsy, rather than when they are asleep. In doing so, infants and children are significantly more likely to develop an independent ability to self-soothe at night, so that they can put themselves back to sleep without needing a parent present. Explaining this change is the circadian rhythm. While the brain areas that generate sleep are molded in place well before birth, the master 24-hour clock that controls the circadian rhythm, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, takes considerable time to develop. Not until age 3 or 4 months will a newborn show modest signs of being governed by a daily rhythm. Slowly, the suprachiasmatic nucleus begins to latch on to repeating signals such as daylight, temperature change, and feedings, so long as those feedings are highly structured, establishing a stronger 24-hour rhythm. By the 1-year milestone of development, the suprachiasmatic nucleus clock of an infant has gripped the steering reins of the circadian rhythm. This means that the child now spends more of the day awake, interspersed with several naps, and, mercifully, more of the night asleep. Mostly gone are the indiscriminate bouts of sleep and wake that once peppered the day and night. By 4 years of age, the circadian rhythm is in dominant command of a child's sleep behavior, with a lengthy slab of nighttime sleep, usually supplemented by just a single daytime nap. At this stage, the child has transitioned from a polyphasic sleep pattern to a biphasic sleep pattern. Come late childhood, the modern monophasic pattern of sleep is finally made real. What this progressive establishment of stable rhythmicity hides, however, is a much more tumultuous power struggle between NREM and REM sleep. Although the amount of total sleep gradually declines from birth onwards, all the while becoming more stable and consolidated, the ratio of time spent in NREM sleep and REM sleep does not decline in a similarly stable manner. During the 14 hours of total shut-eye per day that a 6-month-old infant obtains, there is a 50-50 timeshare between NREM and REM sleep. A 5-year-old, however, will have a 70-30 split between NREM and REM sleep across the 11 hours of total daily slumber. In other words, the proportion of REM sleep decreases in early childhood, while the proportion of NREM sleep actually increases, even though total sleep time decreases. The downgrading of the REM sleep portion and the upswing in NREM sleep dominance continues throughout early and mid-childhood. That balance will finally stabilize to an 80-20 NREM-REM sleep split by the late teen years, and remain so throughout early and mid-adulthood. Sleep and adolescence. Why do we spend so much time in REM sleep in the womb and early in life, yet switch to a heavier dominance of deep NREM sleep in late childhood and early adolescence? If we quantify the intensity of the deep sleep brainwaves, we see the very same pattern: a decline in REM sleep intensity in the first year of life, yet an exponential rise in deep NREM sleep intensity in mid and late childhood, hitting a peak just before puberty and then damping back down. What's so special about this type of deep sleep at this transitional time of life? Prior to birth and soon after, the challenge for development was to build and add vast numbers of neural highways and interconnections that become a fledgling brain. As we have discussed, REM sleep plays an essential role in this proliferation process, helping to populate brain neighborhoods with neural connectivity and then activate those pathways with a healthy dose of informational bandwidth. But since this first round of brain wiring is purposefully overzealous, a second round of remodeling must take place. It does so during late childhood and adolescence. Here, the architectural goal is not to scale up, but to scale back for the goal of efficiency and effectiveness. The time of adding brain connections with the help of REM sleep is over. Instead, pruning off connections becomes the order of the day, or, should I say, night. Enter the sculpting hand of deep NREM sleep. Our analogy of the Internet service provider is a helpful one to return to. When first setting up the network, each home in the newly built neighborhood was given an equal amount of connectivity bandwidth, and thus potential for use. However, that's an inefficient solution for the long term, since some of these homes will become heavy bandwidth users over time, while other homes will consume very little. Some homes may even remain vacant and never use any bandwidth. To reliably estimate what pattern of demand exists, the Internet service provider needs time to gather usage statistics. Only after a period of experience can the provider make an informed decision on how to refine the original network structure it put in place, dialing back connectivity to low-use homes, while increasing connectivity to other homes with high bandwidth demand. It is not a complete redo of the network, and much of the original structure will remain in place. After all, the Internet service provider has done this many times before, and they have a reasonable estimate of how to build a first pass of the network. But a use-dependent reshaping and downsizing must still occur if maximum network efficiency is to be achieved. The human brain undergoes a similar, use-determined transformation during late childhood and adolescence. Much of the original structure laid down early in life will persist, since Mother Nature has, by now, learned to create a quite accurate first-pass wiring of a brain after billions of attempts over many thousands of years of evolution. But she wisely leaves something on the table in her generic brain sculpture, that of individualized refinement. The unique experiences of a child during their formative years translate to a set of personal usage statistics. Those experiences, or those statistics, provide the bespoke blueprint for a last round of brain refinement, capitalizing on the opportunity left open by nature. Footnote: even though the degree of neural network connectivity decreases during development, the physical size of our brain cells, and thus the physical size of the brain and head, increases. A somewhat generic brain becomes ever more individualized, based on the personalized use of the owner. To help with the job of refinement and downscaling of connectivity, the brain employs the services of deep NREM sleep. Of the many functions carried out by deep NREM sleep, the full roster of which we will discuss in the next chapter, it is that of synaptic pruning that features prominently during adolescence. In a remarkable series of experiments, the pioneering sleep researcher, Erwin Feinberg, discovered something fascinating about how this operation of downscaling takes place within the adolescent brain. His findings help justify an opinion you may also hold. Adolescents have a less rational version of an adult brain, one that takes more risks and has relatively poor decision-making skills. Using electrodes placed all over the head, front and back, left side and right, Feinberg began recording the sleep of a large group of kids starting at age 6 to 8 years old. Every 6 to 12 months, he would bring these individuals back to his laboratory and perform another sleep measurement. He didn't stop for 10 years. He amassed more than 3,500 all-night assessments, a scarcely believable 320,000 hours of sleep recordings. From these, Feinberg created a series of snapshots depicting how deep sleep intensity changed with the stages of brain development as the children made their often awkward transition through adolescence into adulthood. It was the neuroscience equivalent of time-lapse photography in nature, taking repeat pictures of a tree as it first comes into bud in the spring, babyhood, then bursts into leaf during the summer, late childhood, then matures in color come the fall, early adolescence, and finally sheds its leaves in the winter, late adolescence and early adulthood. During mid and late childhood, Feinberg observed moderate deep sleep amounts as the last neural growth spurts inside the brain were being completed, analogous to late spring and early summer. Then Feinberg began seeing a sharp rise in deep sleep intensity in his electrical recordings, right at the time when the developmental needs of brain connectivity switch from growing connections to shedding them, the tree's equivalent of fall. Just as maturational fall was about to turn to winter and the shedding was nearly complete, Feinberg's recordings showed a clear ramping back down in deep NREM sleep intensity to lower intensity once more. The life cycle of childhood was over, and as the last leaves dropped, the onward neural passage of these teenagers had been secured. Deep NREM sleep had aided their transition into early adulthood. Feinberg proposed that the rise and fall of deep sleep intensity were helping lead the maturational journey through the precarious heights of adolescence, followed by safe onward passage into adulthood. Recent findings have supported his theory. As deep NREM sleep performs its final overhaul and refinement of the brain during adolescence, cognitive skills, reasoning, and critical thinking start to improve, and do so in a proportional manner with that NREM sleep change. Taking a closer look at the timing of this relationship, you see something even more interesting. The changes in deep NREM sleep always precede the cognitive and developmental milestones within the brain by several weeks or months, implying a direction of influence. Deep sleep may be a driving force of brain maturation, not the other way around. Feinberg made a second seminal discovery. When he examined the timeline of changing deep sleep intensity at each different electrode spot on the head, it was not the same. Instead, the rise and fall pattern of maturation always began at the back of the brain, which performs the functions of visual and spatial perception, and then progressed steadily forward as adolescence progressed. Most striking, the very last stop on the maturational journey was the tip of the frontal lobe, which enables rational thinking and critical decision-making. Therefore, the back of the brain of an adolescent was more adult-like, while the front of the brain remained more childlike at any one moment during this developmental window of time. Footnote: with all this talk of removing synapses in the adolescent brain, I should point out that plenty of strengthening continues to occur in the adolescent and adult brain within those circuits that remain, and this is carried out by different sleeping brainwaves we'll discuss in the next chapter. Suffice it to say that the ability to learn, retain, and thus remember new memories persists, even when set against the backdrop of general connectivity downscaling throughout late development. Nevertheless, by teenage years, the brain is less malleable or plastic than during infancy or early childhood. One example being the ease with which younger children can pick up a second language compared with older adolescents. His findings helped explain why rationality is one of the last things to flourish in teenagers, as it is the last brain territory to receive sleep's maturational treatment. Certainly, sleep is not the only factor in the ripening of the brain, but it appears to be a significant one that paves the way to mature thinking and reasoning ability. Feinberg's study reminds me of a billboard advertisement I once saw from a large insurance firm, which read, "Why do most 16-year-olds drive like they're missing part of their brain? Because they are." It takes deep sleep and developmental time to accomplish the neural maturation that plugs this brain gap within the frontal lobe. When your children finally reach their mid-20s and your car insurance premium drops, you can thank sleep for the savings. The relationship between deep sleep intensity and brain maturation that Feinberg described has now been observed in many different populations of children and adolescents around the world. But how can we be sure that deep sleep truly offers a neural pruning service necessary for brain maturation? Perhaps changes in sleep and brain maturation simply occur at roughly the same time, but are independent of each other. The answer is found in studies of juvenile rats and cats at the equivalent stage to human adolescence. Scientists deprived these animals of deep sleep. In doing so, they halted the maturational refinement of brain connectivity, demonstrating a causal role for deep NREM sleep in propelling the brain into healthy adulthood. Of concern is that administering caffeine to juvenile rats will also disrupt deep NREM sleep and, as a consequence, delay numerous measures of brain maturation and the development of social activity, independent grooming, and the exploration of the environment, measures of self-motivated learning. Recognizing the importance of deep NREM sleep in teenagers has been instrumental to our understanding of healthy development, but it has also offered clues as to what happens when things go wrong in the context of abnormal development. Many of the major psychiatric disorders, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depression, and ADHD, are now considered disorders of abnormal development, since they commonly emerge during childhood and adolescence. We will return to the issue of sleep and psychiatric illness several times in the course of this book, but schizophrenia deserves special mention at this juncture. Several studies have tracked neural development using brain scans every couple of months in hundreds of young teenagers as they make their way through adolescence. A proportion of these individuals went on to develop schizophrenia in their late teenage years and early adulthood. Those individuals who developed schizophrenia had an abnormal pattern of brain maturation that was associated with synaptic pruning, especially in the frontal lobe regions where rational, logical thoughts are controlled, the inability to do so being a major symptom of schizophrenia. In a separate series of studies, we have also observed that in young individuals who are at high risk of developing schizophrenia and in teenagers and young adults with schizophrenia, there is a 2- to 3-fold reduction in deep NREM sleep. Furthermore, the electrical brainwaves of NREM sleep are not normal in their shape or number in the affected individuals. Faulty pruning of brain connections in schizophrenia caused by sleep abnormalities is now one of the most active and exciting areas of investigation in psychiatric illness. Adolescents face 2 other harmful challenges in their struggle to obtain sufficient sleep as their brains continue to develop. The first is a change in their circadian rhythm. The second is early school start times. I will address the harmful and life-threatening effects of the latter in a later chapter. However, the complications of early school start times are inextricably linked with the first issue, a shift in circadian rhythm. As young children, we often wished to stay up late so we could watch television or engage with parents and older siblings in whatever it was they were doing at night. But when given that chance, sleep would usually get the better of us, on the couch, in a chair, or sometimes flat out on the floor. we'd be carried to bed, slumbering and unaware, by those older siblings or parents who could stay awake. The reason is not simply that children need more sleep than their older siblings or parents, but also that the circadian rhythm of a young child runs on an earlier schedule. Children therefore become sleepy earlier and wake up earlier than their adult parents. Adolescent teenagers, however, have a different circadian rhythm from their young siblings. During puberty, the timing of the suprachiasmatic nucleus is shifted progressively forward, a change that is common across all adolescents, irrespective of culture or geography. So far forward, in fact, it passes even the timing of their adult parents. As a 9-year-old, the circadian rhythm would have the child asleep by around 9 p.m., driven in part by the rising tide of melatonin at this time in children. By the time that same individual has reached 16 years of age, their circadian rhythm has undergone a dramatic shift forward in its cycling phase. The rising tide of melatonin, and the instruction of darkness and sleep, is many hours away. As a consequence, the 16-year-old will usually have no interest in sleeping at 9 p.m. Instead, peak wakefulness is usually still in play at that hour. By the time the parents are getting tired, as their circadian rhythms take a downturn and melatonin release instructs sleep, perhaps around 10 or 11 p.m., their teenager can still be wide awake. A few more hours must pass before the circadian rhythm of a teenage brain begins to shut down alertness and allow for easy, sound sleep to begin. This, of course, leads to much angst and frustration for all parties involved on the back end of sleep. Parents want their teenager to be awake at a reasonable hour of the morning. Teenagers, on the other hand, having only been capable of initiating sleep some hours after their parents, can still be in their trough of the circadian downswing. Like an animal prematurely wrenched out of hibernation too early, the adolescent brain still needs more sleep and more time to complete the circadian cycle before it can operate efficiently without grogginess. If this remains perplexing to parents, a different way to frame and perhaps appreciate the mismatch is this. Asking your teenage son or daughter to go to bed and fall asleep at 10 p.m. is the circadian equivalent of asking you, their parent, to go to sleep at 7 or 8 p.m. No matter how loud you enunciate the order, no matter how much that teenager truly wishes to obey your instruction, and no matter what amount of willed effort is applied by either of the two parties, the circadian rhythm of a teenager will not be miraculously coaxed into a change. Furthermore, asking that same teenager to wake up at 7 the next morning and function with intellect, grace, and good mood is the equivalent of asking you, their parent, to do the same at 4 or 5 a.m. Sadly, neither society nor our parental attitudes are well designed to appreciate or accept that teenagers need more sleep than adults, and that they are biologically wired to obtain that sleep at a different time from their parents. It's very understandable for parents to feel frustrated in this way, since they believe that their teenagers' sleep patterns reflect a conscious choice and not a biological edict. But non-volitional, non-negotiable, and strongly biological they are. We parents would be wise to accept this fact and to embrace it, encourage it, and praise it, lest we wish our own children to suffer developmental brain abnormalities or force a raised risk of mental illness upon them. It will not always be this way for the teenager. As they age into young and middle adulthood, their circadian schedule will gradually slide back in time. Not all the way back to the timing present in childhood, but back to an earlier schedule, one that, ironically, will lead those same, now adults, to have the same frustrations and annoyances with their own sons or daughters.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
By that stage, those parents have forgotten, or have chosen to forget, that they too were once adolescents who desired a much later bedtime than their own parents. You may wonder why the adolescent brain first overshoots in their advancing circadian rhythm, staying up late and not wanting to wake up until late, yet will ultimately return to an earlier timed rhythm of sleep and wake in later adulthood. Though we continue to examine this question, the explanation I propose is a socio-evolutionary one. Central to the goal of adolescent development is the transition from parental dependence to independence, all the while learning to navigate the complexities of peer group relationships and interactions. One way in which Mother Nature has perhaps helped adolescents unbuckle themselves from their parents is to march their circadian rhythms forward in time, past that of their adult mothers and fathers. This ingenious biological solution selectively shifts teenagers to a later phase when they can, for several hours, operate independently, and do so as a peer group collective. It is not a permanent or full dislocation from parental care, but a safe an attempt at partially separating soon-to-be adults from the eyes of mother and father. There is risk, of course, but the transition must happen, and the time of day when those independent adolescent wings unfold and the first solo flights from the parental nest occur is not a time of day at all, but rather a time of night, thanks to a forward-shifted circadian rhythm. We are still learning more about the role of sleep in development. However, a strong case can already be made for defending sleep time in our adolescent youth, rather than denigrating sleep as a sign of laziness. As parents, we are often too focused on what sleep is taking away from our teenagers, without stopping to think about what it may be adding. Caffeine also comes into question. There was once an education policy in the US known as No Child Left Behind. Based on scientific evidence, a new policy has rightly been suggested by my colleague, Dr. Mary Carskaddon. No child needs caffeine. Sleep in midlife and old age. As you, the listener, may painfully know, sleep is more problematic and disordered in older adults. The effects of certain medications, more commonly taken by older adults, together with coexisting medical conditions, result in older adults being less able, on average, to obtain as much sleep, or as restorative a sleep, as young adults. That older adults simply need less sleep is a myth. Older adults appear to need just as much sleep as they do in midlife, but are simply less able to generate that, still necessary, sleep. Affirming this, large surveys demonstrate that despite getting less sleep, older adults reported needing, and indeed trying, to obtain just as much sleep as younger adults. There are additional scientific findings supporting the fact that older adults still need a full night of sleep, just like young adults, and I will address those shortly. Before I do, let me first explain the core impairments of sleep that occur with aging, and why those findings help falsify the argument that older adults don't need to sleep as much. These three key changes are 1. Reduced quantity, quality. 2. Reduced sleep efficiency. And 3. Disrupted timing of sleep. The post-adolescent stabilization of deep NREM sleep in your early 20s does not remain very stable for very long. Soon, sooner than you may imagine or wish, comes a great sleep recession, with deep sleep being hit especially hard. In contrast to REM sleep, which remains largely stable in midlife, the decline of deep NREM sleep is already underway by your late 20s and early 30s. As you enter your fourth decade of life, there is a palpable reduction in the electrical quantity and quality of that deep NREM sleep. You obtain fewer hours of deep sleep, and those deep NREM brainwaves become smaller, less powerful, and fewer in number. Passing into your mid and late 40s, age will have stripped you of 60 to 70% of the deep sleep you are enjoying as a young teenager. By the time you reach 70 years old, you will have lost 80 to 90% of your youthful deep sleep. Certainly when we sleep at night, and even when we wake in the morning, most of us do not have a good sense of our electrical sleep quality. Frequently, this means that many seniors progress through their later years not fully realizing how degraded their deep sleep quantity and quality have become. This is an important point. It means that elderly individuals fail to connect their deterioration in health with their deterioration in sleep, despite causal links between the two having been known to scientists for many decades. Seniors therefore complain about and seek treatment for their health issues when visiting their GP, but rarely ask for help with their equally problematic sleep issues. As a result, GPs are rarely motivated to address the problematic sleep in addition to the problematic health concerns of the older adult. To be clear, not all medical problems of aging are attributable to poor sleep, but far more of our age-related physical and mental health ailments are related to sleep impairment than either we, or many doctors, truly realize or treat seriously. Once again, I urge an elderly individual who may be concerned about their sleep not to seek a sleeping pill prescription. Instead, I recommend you first explore the effective and scientifically proven non-pharmacological interventions that a doctor who is board-certified in sleep medicine can provide. The second hallmark of altered sleep as we age, and the one that older adults are more conscious of, is fragmentation. The older we get, the more frequently we wake up throughout the night. There are many causes, including interacting medications and diseases, but chief among them is a weakened bladder. Older adults, therefore, visit the bathroom more frequently at night. Reducing fluid intake in the mid and late evening can help, but it is not a cure-all. Due to sleep fragmentation, older individuals will suffer a reduction in sleep efficiency, defined as the percent of time you were asleep while in bed. If you spent 8 hours in bed and slept for all 8 of those hours, your sleep efficiency would be 100%. If you slept just 4 of those 8 hours, your sleep efficiency would be 50%. As healthy teenagers, we enjoyed a sleep efficiency of about 95%. As a reference anchor, most sleep doctors consider good quality sleep to involve a sleep efficiency of 90% or above. By the time we reach our 80s, sleep efficiency has often dropped below 70 or 80%. 70 to 80% may sound reasonable until you realize that, within an 8-hour period in bed, it means you will spend as much as 1 to 1.5 hours awake. Inefficient sleep is no small thing, as studies assessing tens of thousands of older adults show, even when controlling for factors such as body mass index, gender, race, history of smoking, frequency of exercise, and medications. The lower an older individual's sleep efficiency score, the higher their mortality risk, the worse their physical health, the more likely they are to suffer from depression, the less energy they report, and the lower their cognitive function, typified by forgetfulness. Any individual, no matter what age, will exhibit physical ailments, mental health instability, reduced alertness, and impaired memory if their sleep is chronically disrupted. The problem in aging is that family members observe these daytime features in older relatives and jump to a diagnosis of dementia, overlooking the possibility that bad sleep is an equally likely cause. Not all old adults with sleep issues have dementia, but I will describe evidence in Chapter 7 that clearly shows how and why sleep disruption is a causal factor contributing to dementia in mid and later life. A more immediate, though equally dangerous, consequence of fragmented sleep in the elderly warrants brief discussion: the nighttime bathroom visits and associated risk of falls and thus fractures. We are often groggy when we wake up during the night. Add to this cognitive haze the fact that it is dark. Furthermore, having been recumbent in bed means that when you stand and start moving, blood can race from your head, encouraged by gravity, down toward your legs. You feel light-headed and unsteady on your feet as a consequence. The latter is especially true in older adults, whose control of blood pressure is itself often impaired. All of these issues mean that an older individual is at a far higher risk of stumbling, falling, and breaking bones during nighttime visits to the bathroom. Falls and fractures markedly increase morbidity and significantly hasten the end of life of an older adult. In the footnotes, I offer a list of tips for safer nighttime sleep in the elderly. Footnote: Tips for safe sleep in the elderly. 1. Have a side lamp within reach that you can switch on easily. 2. Use dim or motion-activated night lights in the bathrooms and hallways to illuminate your path. 3. Remove obstacles or rugs en route to the bathroom to prevent stumbles or trips. And 4. Keep a telephone by your bed with emergency phone numbers programmed on speed dial. The third sleep change with advanced age is that of the circadian timing. In sharp contrast to adolescence, seniors commonly experience a regression in sleep timing, leading to earlier and earlier bedtimes. The cause is an earlier evening release and peak of melatonin as we get older, instructing an earlier start time for sleep. Restaurants in retirement communities have long known of this age-related shift in bedtime preference, epitomized and accommodated by the early bird special. Changes in circadian rhythms with advancing age may appear harmless, but they can be the cause of numerous sleep and wake problems in the elderly. Older adults often want to stay awake later into the evening so that they can go to the theatre or the movies, socialize, read or watch television. But in doing so, they find themselves waking up on the couch, in a movie theatre seat, or in a reclining chair, having inadvertently fallen asleep mid-evening. Their regressed circadian rhythm, instructed by an earlier release of melatonin, left them no choice. But what seems like an innocent doze has a damaging consequence. The early evening snooze will jettison precious sleep pressure, building away the sleepiness power of adenosine that had been steadily building throughout the day. Several hours later, when that older individual gets into bed and tries to fall asleep, they may not have enough sleep pressure to fall asleep quickly or stay asleep as easily. An erroneous conclusion follows: I have insomnia. Instead, dozing off in the evening, which most older adults do not realize is classified as napping, can be the source of sleep difficulty, not true insomnia. A compounding problem arrives in the morning. Despite having had trouble falling asleep that night and already running a sleep debt, the circadian rhythm, which, as you'll remember from Chapter 2, operates independently of the sleep pressure system, will start to rise around 4 or 5 a.m. in many elderly individuals, enacting its classic earlier schedule in seniors. Older adults are therefore prone to wake up early in the morning as the alerting drumbeat of the circadian rhythm grows louder and corresponding hopes of returning back to sleep diminish in tandem. Making matters worse, the strengths of the circadian rhythm and amount of nighttime melatonin released also decrease the older we get. Add these things up, and a self-perpetuating cycle ensues, wherein many seniors are battling a sleep debt, trying to stay awake later in the evening, inadvertently dozing off earlier, finding it hard to fall or stay asleep at night, only to be woken up earlier than they wish because of a regressed circadian rhythm. There are methods that can help push the circadian rhythm in older adults somewhat later, and also strengthen the rhythm. Here again, they are not a complete or perfect solution, I'm sad to say. Later chapters will describe the damaging influence of artificial light on the circadian 24-hour rhythm, bright light at night. Evening light suppresses the normal rise in melatonin, pushing an average adult sleep onset time into the early morning hours, preventing sleep at a reasonable hour. However, the same sleep-delaying effect can be put to good use in older adults if timed correctly. Having woken up early, many older adults are physically active during the morning hours and therefore obtain much of their bright light exposure in the first half of the day. This is not optimal, as it reinforces the early to rise, early to decline cycle of the 24-hour internal clock. Instead, older adults who want to shift their bedtimes to a later hour should get bright light exposure in the late afternoon hours. I am not, however, suggesting that older adults stop exercising in the morning. Exercise can help solidify good sleep, especially in the elderly. Instead, I advise 2 modifications for seniors. First, wear sunglasses during morning exercise outdoors. This will reduce the influence of morning light being sent to your suprachiasmatic clock that would otherwise keep you on an early-to-rise schedule. Second, go back outside in the late afternoon for sunlight exposure, but this time do not wear sunglasses. Make sure to wear sun protection of some sort, such as a hat, but leave the sunglasses at home. Plentiful later afternoon daylight will help delay the evening release of melatonin, helping push the timing of sleep to a later hour. Older adults may also wish to consult with their doctor about taking melatonin in the evening. Unlike young or middle-aged adults, where melatonin has not proved efficacious for helping sleep beyond the circumstance of jet lag, prescription melatonin has been shown to help boost the otherwise blunted circadian and associated melatonin rhythm in the elderly, reducing the time taken to fall asleep and improving self-reported sleep quality and morning alertness. The change in circadian rhythm as we get older, together with more frequent trips to the bathroom, help to explain two of the three key nighttime issues in the elderly: early sleep onset-offset and sleep fragmentation. They do not, however, explain the first key change in sleep with advancing age, the loss of deep sleep quantity and quality. Although scientists have known about the pernicious loss of deep sleep with advancing age for many decades, the cause has remained elusive. What is it about the aging process that so thoroughly robs the brain of this essential state of slumber? Beyond scientific curiosity, it is also a pressing clinical issue for the elderly, considering the importance of deep sleep for learning and memory, not to mention all branches of bodily health, from cardiovascular and respiratory to metabolic, energy balance, and immune function. Working with an incredibly gifted team of young researchers, I set out to try and answer this question several years ago. I wondered whether the cause of this sleep decline was to be found in the intricate pattern of structural brain deterioration that occurs as we age. You will recall from Chapter 3 that the powerful brain waves of deep NREM sleep are generated in the middle frontal regions of the brain, several inches above the bridge of your nose. We already knew that as individuals get older, their brains do not deteriorate uniformly. Instead, some parts of the brain start losing neurons much earlier and far faster than other parts of the brain, a process called atrophy. After performing hundreds of brain scans and amassing almost 1,000 hours of overnight sleep recordings, we discovered a clear answer, unfolding in a three-part story. First, the areas of the brain that suffer the most dramatic deterioration with aging are, unfortunately, the very same deep sleep-generating regions, the middle frontal regions seated above the bridge of the nose. When we overlaid the map of brain degeneration hotspots in the elderly on the brain map that highlighted the deep sleep-generating regions in young adults, there was a near-perfect match. Second, and unsurprisingly, older adults suffered a 70% loss of deep sleep compared with matched young individuals. Third, and most critical, we discovered that these changes were not independent, but instead significantly connected with one another. The more severe the deterioration that an older adult suffers within this specific mid-frontal region of their brain, the more dramatic their loss of deep NREM sleep. It was a saddening confirmation of my theory. The parts of our brain that ignite healthy deep sleep at night are the very same areas that degenerate, or atrophy, earliest and most severely as we age. In the years leading up to these investigations, my research team and several others around the world had demonstrated how critical deep sleep was for cementing new memories and retaining new facts in young adults. Knowing this, we had included a twist to our experiment in older adults. Several hours before going to sleep, all of these seniors learned a list of new facts, word associations, quickly followed by an immediate memory test to see how much information they had retained. The next morning, following the night of sleep recording, we tested them a second time. We could therefore determine the amount of memory savings that had occurred for any one individual across the night of sleep. The older adults forgot far more of the facts by the following morning than the young adults, a difference of almost 50%. Furthermore, those older adults with the greatest loss of deep sleep showed the most catastrophic overnight forgetting. Poor memory and poor sleep in old age are therefore not coincidental, but rather significantly interrelated. The findings helped us shed new light on the forgetfulness that is all too common in the elderly, such as difficulty remembering people's names or memorizing upcoming hospital appointments. It is important to note that the extent of brain deterioration in older adults explains 60% of their inability to generate deep sleep. This was a helpful finding. But the more important lesson to be gleaned from this discovery for me was that 40% of the explanation for the loss of deep sleep in the elderly remained unaccounted for by our discovery. We are now hard at work trying to discover what that is. Recently, we identified one factor, a sticky, toxic protein that builds up in the brain called beta-amyloid, that is a key cause of Alzheimer's disease, a discovery discussed in the next several chapters. More generally, these and similar studies have confirmed that poor sleep is one of the most underappreciated factors contributing to cognitive and medical ill health in the elderly, including issues of diabetes, depression, chronic pain, stroke, cardiovascular disease, and Alzheimer's disease. An urgent need, therefore, exists for us to develop new methods that restore some quality of deep, stable sleep in the elderly. One promising example that we have been developing involves brain stimulation methods, including controlled electrical stimulation pulsed into the brain at night. Like a supporting choir to a flagging lead vocalist, our goal is to electrically stimulate, in time with the ailing brainwaves of older adults, amplifying the quality of their deep brainwaves and salvaging the health and memory-promoting benefits of sleep. Our early results look cautiously promising, though much more work is required. With replication, our findings can further debunk the long-held belief that we touched on earlier. Older adults need less sleep. This myth has stemmed from certain observations that, to some scientists, suggest that an 80-year-old, say, simply needs less sleep than a 50-year-old. Their arguments are as follows. First, if you deprive older adults of sleep, they do not show as dramatic an impairment in performance on a basic response time task as a younger adult. Therefore, older adults must need sleep less than younger adults. Second, older adults generate less sleep than young adults, so by inference, older adults must simply need sleep less. Third, older adults do not show as strong a sleep rebound after a night of deprivation compared with young adults. The conclusion was that seniors therefore have less need for sleep if they have less of a recovery rebound. There are, however, alternative explanations. Using performance as a measure of sleep need is perilous in older adults, since older adults are already impaired in their reaction times to begin with. Said unkindly, older adults don't have much farther to fall in terms of getting worse, sometimes called a floor effect, making it difficult to estimate the real performance impact of sleep deprivation. Next, just because an older individual obtains less sleep, or does not obtain as much recovery sleep after sleep deprivation, does not necessarily mean that their need for sleep is less. It may just as easily indicate that they cannot physiologically generate the sleep they still nevertheless need. Take the alternative example of bone density, which is lower in older compared with younger adults. We do not assume that older individuals need weaker bones just because they have reduced bone density. Nor do we believe that older adults have bones that are weaker simply because they don't recover bone density and heal as quickly as young adults after suffering a fracture or break. Instead, we realize that their bones, like the centers of the brain that produce sleep, deteriorate with age, and we accept this degeneration as the cause of numerous health issues. We consequently provide dietary supplements, physical therapy, and medications to try to offset bone deficiency. I believe we should recognize and treat sleep impairments in the elderly with a similar regard and compassion. recognizing that they do, in fact, need just as much sleep as other adults. Finally, the preliminary results of our brain stimulation studies suggest that older adults may, in fact, need more sleep than they themselves can naturally generate, since they benefit from an improvement in sleep quality, albeit through artificial means. If older individuals did not need more deep sleep, then they should already be satiated and not benefit from receiving more, artificially in this case. Yet they do benefit from having their sleep enhanced, or perhaps worded correctly, restored. That is, older adults, and especially those with different forms of dementia, appear to suffer an unmet sleep need, which demands new treatment options. A topic that we shall soon return to. Part 2. Why should you sleep? Chapter 6. Your mother and Shakespeare knew. The benefits of sleep for the brain. Amazing breakthrough. Scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer. It enhances your memory and makes you more creative. It makes you look more attractive. It keeps you slim and lowers food cravings. It protects you from cancer and dementia. It wards off colds and the flu. It lowers your risk of heart attacks and stroke, not to mention diabetes. You'll even feel happier, less depressed, and less anxious. Are you interested? While it may sound hyperbolic, nothing about this fictitious advertisement would be inaccurate. If it were for a new drug, many people would be disbelieving. Those who were convinced would pay large sums of money for even the smallest dose. Should clinical trials back up the claims, share prices of the pharmaceutical company that invented the drug would skyrocket. Of course, the ad is not describing some miracle new tincture or a cure-all wonder drug, but rather the proven benefits of a full night of sleep. The evidence supporting these claims has been documented in more than 17,000 well-scrutinized scientific reports to date. As for the prescription cost, well, there isn't one. It's free. Yet all too often, we shun the nightly invitation to receive our full dose of this all-natural remedy, with terrible consequences. Failed by the lack of public education, most of us do not realize how remarkable a panacea sleep truly is. The following 3 chapters are designed to help rectify our ignorance, born of this largely absent public health message. We will come to learn that sleep is the universal healthcare provider. Whatever the physical or mental ailment, sleep has a prescription it can dispense. Upon completion of these chapters, I hope even the most ardent of short sleepers will be swayed, having a reformed deference. Earlier, I described the component stages of sleep. Here, I reveal the attendant virtues of each. Ironically, most all of the new 21st century discoveries regarding sleep were delightfully summarized in 1611 in Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 2, where Shakespeare prophetically states that sleep is the chief nourisher in life's feast. Perhaps with less highfalutin language, your mother offered similar advice, extolling the benefits of sleep in healing emotional wounds, helping you learn and remember, gifting you with solutions to challenging problems, and preventing sickness and infection. Science, it seems, has simply been evidential, providing proof of everything your mother, and apparently Shakespeare, knew about the wonders of sleep. Sleep for the brain. Sleep is not the absence of wakefulness. It is far more than that. Described earlier, our nighttime sleep is an exquisitely complex, metabolically active, and deliberately ordered series of unique stages. Numerous functions of the brain are restored by and depend upon sleep. No one type of sleep accomplishes all. Each stage of sleep, light NREM sleep, deep NREM sleep, and REM sleep, offer different brain benefits at different times of the night. Thus, no one type of sleep is more essential than another. Losing out on any one of these types of sleep will cause brain impairment. Of the many advantages conferred by sleep on the brain, that of memory is especially impressive and particularly well understood. Sleep has proven itself time and again as a memory aid, both before learning, to prepare your brain for initially making new memories, and after learning, to cement those memories and prevent forgetting. Sleep the night before learning. Sleep before learning refreshes our ability to initially make new memories. It does so each and every night. While we are awake, the brain is constantly acquiring and absorbing novel information, intentionally or otherwise. Passing memory opportunities are captured by specific parts of the brain. For fact-based information, or what most of us think of as textbook-type learning, such as memorizing someone's name, a new phone number, or where you parked your car, a region of the brain called the hippocampus helps apprehend these passing experiences and binds their details together. A long finger-shaped structure, tucked deep on either side of your brain, the hippocampus offers a short-term reservoir, or temporary information store, for accumulating new memories. Unfortunately, the hippocampus has a limited storage capacity, almost like a camera roll, or, to use a more modern-day analogy, a USB memory stick. Exceed its capacity, and you run the risk of not being able to add more information, or, equally bad, overwriting one memory with another, a mishap called interference forgetting. How, then, does the brain deal with this memory capacity challenge? Some years ago, my research team wondered if sleep helped solve this storage problem by way of a file transfer mechanism. We examined whether sleep shifted recently acquired memories to a more permanent, long-term storage location in the brain, thereby freeing up our short-term memory stores so that we awake with a refreshed ability for new learning. We began testing this theory using daytime naps. We recruited a group of healthy young adults and randomly divided them into a nap group and a no-nap group. At noon, all the participants underwent a rigorous session of learning, 100 face name pairs, intended to tax the hippocampus, their short-term memory storage site. As expected, both groups performed at comparable levels. Soon after, the nap group took a 90-minute siesta in the sleep laboratory with electrodes placed on their heads to measure sleep. The no-nap group stayed awake in the laboratory and performed menial activities, such as browsing the internet or playing board games. Later that day, at 6 p.m., all participants performed another round of intensive learning, where they tried to cram yet another set of new facts into their short-term storage reservoirs, another 100 face name pairs. Our question was simple. Does the learning capacity of the human brain decline with continued time awake across the day? And, if so, can sleep reverse this saturation effect and thus restore learning ability? Those who were awake throughout the day became progressively worse at learning, even though their ability to concentrate remained stable, determined by separate attention and response time tests. In contrast, those who napped did markedly better and actually improved in their capacity to memorize facts. The difference between the two groups at 6 p.m. was not small, a 20% learning advantage for those who slept. Having observed that sleep restores the brain's capacity for learning, making room for new memories, we went in search of exactly what it was about sleep that transacted the restoration benefit. Analyzing the electrical brainwaves of those in the nap group brought our answer. The memory refreshment was related to lighter, stage 2 NREM sleep, and specifically the short, powerful bursts of electrical activity called sleep spindles, noted in Chapter 3. The more sleep spindles an individual obtained during the nap, the greater the restoration of their learning when they woke up. Importantly, sleep spindles did not predict someone's innate learning aptitude. That would be a less interesting result, as it would imply that inherent learning ability and spindles simply go hand in hand. Instead, it was specifically the change in learning from before relative to after sleep, which is to say the replenishment of learning ability that spindles predicted. Perhaps more remarkable, as we analyzed the sleep spindle bursts of activity, we observed a strikingly reliable loop of electrical current pulsing throughout the brain that repeated every 100 to 200 milliseconds. The pulses kept weaving a path back and forth between the hippocampus, with its short-term limited storage space, and the far larger, long-term storage site of the cortex, analogous to a large memory hard drive. In that moment, we had just become privy to an electrical transaction occurring in the quiet secrecy of sleep, one that was shifting fact-based memories from the temporary storage depot, the hippocampus, to a long-term secure vault, the cortex. In doing so, sleep had delightfully cleared out the hippocampus, replenishing this short-term information repository with plentiful free space. Participants awoke with a refreshed capacity to absorb new information within the hippocampus, having relocated yesterday's imprinted experiences to a more permanent safe hold. The learning of new facts could begin again, anew, the following day. We and other research groups have since repeated this study across a full night of sleep and replicated the same finding. The more sleep spindles an individual has at night, the greater the restoration of overnight learning ability come the next morning. Our recent work on this topic has returned to the question of aging. We have found that seniors, aged 60 to 80 years old, are unable to generate sleep spindles to the same degree as young, healthy adults, suffering a 40% deficit. This led to a prediction. The fewer sleep spindles an older adult has on a particular night, the harder it should be for them to cram new facts into their hippocampus the next day, since they have not received as much overnight refreshment of short-term memory capacity. We conducted the study, and that is precisely what we found. The fewer the number of spindles an elderly brain produced on a particular night, the lower the learning capacity of that older individual the next day, making it more difficult for them to memorize the list of facts we presented. This sleep and learning link is yet one more reason for medicine to take more seriously the sleep complaints of the elderly, further compelling researchers such as myself to find new, non-pharmacological methods for improving sleep in aging populations worldwide. Of broader societal relevance, the concentration of NREM sleep spindles is especially rich in the late morning hours, sandwiched between long periods of REM sleep. Sleep 6 hours or less, and you are shortchanging the brain of a learning restoration benefit that is normally performed by sleep spindles. I will return to the broader educational ramifications of these findings in a later chapter, addressing the question of whether early school start times, which throttle precisely this spindle-rich phase of sleep, are optimal for the teaching of young minds. Sleep the night after learning. The second benefit of sleep for memory comes after learning, one that effectively clicks the Save button on those newly created files. In doing so, sleep protects newly acquired information, affording immunity against forgetting, an operation called consolidation. That sleep sets in motion the process of memory consolidation was recognized long ago, and may be one of the oldest proposed functions of sleep. The first such claim in the written human record appears to be by the prophetic Roman rhetorician Quintilian, AD 35 to 100, who stated, "It is a curious fact, of which the reason is not obvious, that the interval of a single night will greatly increase the strength of the memory. Whatever the cause, things which could not be recalled on the spot are easily coordinated the next day, and time itself, which is generally accounted one of the causes of forgetfulness, actually serves to strengthen the memory." It was not until 1924, when two German researchers, John Jenkins and Karl Dallenbach, pitted sleep and wake against each other to see which one won out for a memory savings benefit, a memory researcher's version of the classic Coke versus Pepsi challenge. Their study participants first learned a list of verbal facts. Thereafter, the researchers tracked how quickly the participants forgot those memories over an 8-hour time interval, either spent awake or across a night of sleep. Time spent asleep helped cement the newly learned chunks of information, preventing them from fading away. In contrast, an equivalent time spent awake was deeply hazardous to recently acquired memories, resulting in an accelerated trajectory of forgetting. The experimental results of Jenkins and Dallenbach have now been replicated time and again, with a memory retention benefit of between 20 and 40% being offered by sleep, compared to the same amount of time awake. This is not a trivial concept when you consider the potential advantages in the context of studying for an exam, for instance, or evolutionarily in remembering survival-relevant information such as the sources of food and water and locations of mates and predators. It was not until the 1950s, with the discovery of NREM and REM sleep, that we began to understand more about how, rather than simply if, sleep helps to solidify new memories. Initial efforts focused on deciphering what stages of sleep, made immemorial that which we had imprinted onto the brain during the day, be it facts in the classroom, medical knowledge in a residency training program, or a business plan from a seminar. You will recall from Chapter 3 that we obtain most of our deep NREM sleep early in the night, and much of our REM sleep and lighter NREM sleep late in the night. After having learned lists of facts, researchers allowed participants the opportunity to sleep only for the first half of the night, or only for the second half of the night. In this way, both experimental groups obtained the same total amount of sleep, albeit short, yet the former group's sleep was rich in deep NREM, and the latter was dominated instead by REM. The stage was set for a battle royal between the two types of sleep. The question: which sleep period would confer a greater memory savings benefit, that filled with deep NREM, or that packed with abundant REM sleep? For fact-based, textbook-like memory, the result was clear. It was early night sleep, rich in deep NREM, that won out in terms of providing superior memory retention savings relative to late-night, REM-rich sleep. Investigations in the early 2000s arrived at a similar conclusion, using a slightly different approach. Having learned a list of facts before bed, participants were allowed to sleep a full 8 hours, recorded with electrodes placed on the head. The next morning, participants performed a memory test. When researchers correlated the intervening sleep stages with the number of facts retained the following morning, deep NREM sleep carried the vote. The more deep NREM sleep, the more information an individual remembered the next day. Indeed, if you were a participant in such a study, and the only information I had was the amount of deep NREM sleep you had obtained that night, I could predict with high accuracy how much you would remember in the upcoming memory test upon awakening, even before you took it. That's how deterministic the link between sleep and memory consolidation can be. Using MRI scans, we have since looked deep into the brains of participants to see where those memories are being retrieved from before sleep relative to after sleep. It turns out that those information packets were being recalled from very different geographical locations within the brain at the two different times. Before having slept, participants were fetching memories from the short-term storage site of the hippocampus, that temporary warehouse, which is a vulnerable place to live for any long duration of time if you are a new memory. But things looked very different by the next morning. The memories had moved. After the full night of sleep, participants were now retrieving that same information from the neocortex, which sits at the top of the brain, a region that serves as the long-term storage site for fact-based memories, where they can now live safely, perhaps in perpetuity. We had observed a real estate transaction that takes place each night when we sleep. Fitting the notion of a long-wave radio signal that carries information across large geographical distances, the slow brainwaves of deep NREM had served as a courier service, transporting memory packets from a temporary storage hold, hippocampus, to a more secure, permanent home, the cortex. In doing so, sleep had helped future-proof those memories. Put these findings together, with those I described earlier regarding initial memorization, and you realize that the anatomical dialogue established during NREM sleep, using sleep spindles and slow waves, between the hippocampus and cortex, is elegantly synergistic. By transferring memories of yesterday from the short-term repository of the hippocampus to the long-term home within the cortex, you awake with both yesterday's experiences safely filed away and having regained your short-term storage capacity for new learning throughout that following day. The cycle repeats each day and night, clearing out the cache of short-term memory for the new imprinting of facts, while accumulating an ever-updated catalogue of past memories. Sleep is constantly modifying the information architecture of the brain at night. Even daytime naps as short as 20 minutes can offer a memory consolidation advantage, so long as they contain enough NREM sleep. Study infants, young kids, or adolescents, and you see the very same overnight memory benefit of NREM sleep, sometimes even more powerfully so. For those in midlife, 40 to 60-year-olds, deep NREM sleep continues to help the brain retain new information in this way, with the decline in deep NREM sleep and the deterioration in the ability to learn and retain memories in old age having already been discussed. At every stage of human life, the relationship between NREM sleep and memory solidification is therefore observed. It's not just humans either. Studies in chimpanzees, bonobos, and orangutans have demonstrated that all three groups are better able to remember where food items have been placed in their environments by experimenters after they sleep. Descend down the phylogenetic chain to cats, rats, and even insects, and the memory-maintaining benefit of NREM sleep remains on powerful display. Though I still marvel at Quintilian's foresight and straightforward description of what scientists would, thousands of years later, prove true about sleep's benefit to memory, I prefer the words of two equally accomplished philosophers of their time, Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel. In February of 1964, they penned a now famous set of lyrics that encapsulate the same nocturnal event in the song The Sound of Silence. Perhaps you know the song and lyrics. Simon and Garfunkel describe greeting their old friend, darkness, sleep. They speak of relaying the day's waking events to the sleeping brain at night in the form of a vision, softly creeping, a gentle information upload, if you will. Insightfully, they illustrate how those fragile seeds of waking experience, sown during the day, have now been embedded, planted, in the brain during sleep. As a result of that process, those experiences now remain upon awakening the next morning. Sleep's future-proofing of memories, all packaged for us in perfect song lyrics. A slight but important modification to Simon and Garfunkel's lyrics is warranted, based on very recent evidence. Not only does sleep maintain those memories you have successfully learned before bed, the vision that was planted in my brain still remains, but it will even salvage those that appeared to have been lost soon after learning. In other words, following a night of sleep, you regain access to memories that you could not retrieve before sleep. Like a computer hard drive where some files have been corrupted and inaccessible, sleep offers a recovery service at night. Having repaired those memory items, rescuing them from the clutches of forgetting, you awake the next morning, able to locate and retrieve those once unavailable memory files with ease and precision. The "ah yes, now I remember" sensation that you may have experienced after a good night of sleep. Having narrowed in on the type of sleep, NREM sleep, responsible for making fact-based memories permanent, and further recovering those that were in jeopardy of being lost, we have begun exploring ways to experimentally boost the memory benefits of sleep. Success has come in two forms: sleep stimulation and targeted memory reactivation. The clinical ramifications of both will become clear when considered in the context of psychiatric illness and neurological disorders, including dementia. Since sleep is expressed in patterns of electrical brainwave activity, sleep stimulation approaches began by trading in the same currency. electricity. In 2006, a research team in Germany recruited a group of healthy young adults for a pioneering study in which they applied electrode pads onto the head, front and back. Rather than recording the electrical brainwaves being emitted from the brain during sleep, the scientists did the opposite, inserted small amounts of electrical voltage. They patiently waited until each participant had entered into the deepest stages of NREM sleep, and, at that point, switched on the brain stimulator, pulsing in rhythmic time with the slow waves. The electrical pulsations were so small that participants did not feel them, nor did they wake up. Footnote: this technique, called transcranial direct current brain stimulation, TDCS, should not be confused with electroconvulsive shock therapy, in which the size of electrical voltage inserted into the brain is many hundreds or thousands of times stronger, the consequences of which were so arrestingly illustrated in Jack Nicholson's performance in the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But they had a measurable impact on sleep. Both the size of the slow brainwaves and the number of sleep spindles riding on top of the deep brainwaves were increased by the stimulation, relative to a control group of subjects who did not receive stimulation during sleep. Before being put to bed, all the participants had learned a list of new facts. They were tested the next morning after sleep. By boosting the electrical quality of deep sleep brainwave activity, the researchers almost doubled the number of facts that individuals were able to recall the following day, relative to those participants who received no stimulation. Applying stimulation during REM sleep, or during wakefulness across the day, did not offer similar memory advantages. Only stimulation during NREM sleep, in synchronous time with the brain's own slow mantra rhythm, leveraged a memory improvement. Other methods for amplifying the brainwaves of sleep are fast being developed. One technology involves quiet auditory tones being played over speakers next to the sleeper. Like a metronome in rhythmic stride with the individual slow waves, the tick-tock tones are precisely synchronized with the individual's sleeping brainwaves to help entrain their rhythm and produce even deeper sleep. Relative to a control group that slept but had no synchronous auditory chimes at night, the auditory stimulation increased the power of the slow brainwaves and returned an impressive 40% memory enhancement the next morning. Before you drop this book and start installing speakers above your bed, or go shopping for an electrical brain stimulator, let me dissuade you. For both methods, the wisdom of "do not try this at home" applies. Some individuals have made their own brain-stimulating devices, or bought such devices online, which are not covered by safety regulations. Skin burns and temporary losses of vision have been reported by mistakes in construction or voltage application. Playing loud tick-tock acoustic tones on repeat next to your bed sounds like a safer option, but you may be doing more harm than good. When researchers in the above studies timed the auditory tones to strike just off the natural peak of each slow brainwave, rather than in perfect time with each brainwave, they disrupted, rather than enhanced, sleep quality. If brain stimulation or auditory tones were not bizarre enough, a Swiss research team recently suspended a bed frame on ropes from the ceiling of a sleep laboratory. Stick with me here. Affixed to one side of the suspended bed was a rotating pulley. It allowed the researchers to sway the bed from side to side at controlled speeds. Volunteers then took a nap in the bed as the researchers recorded their sleeping brainwaves. In half of the participants, the researchers gently rocked the bed once they entered NREM sleep. In the other half of the subjects, the bed remained static, offering a control condition. Slow rocking increased the depth of deep sleep, boosted the quality of slow brainwaves, and more than doubled the number of sleep spindles. It is not yet known whether these sway-induced sleep changes enhance memory, since the researchers did not perform any such tests with their participants. Nevertheless, the findings offer a scientific explanation for the ancient practice of rocking a child back and forth in one's arms, or in a crib, inducing a deep sleep. Sleep stimulation methods are promising, but they do have a potential limitation. The memory benefit they provide is indiscriminate. That is, all things learned before sleep are generally enhanced the next day. Similar to a prix-fixe menu at a restaurant in which there are no options, you are going to get served all dishes listed, like it or not. Most people do not enjoy this type of food service, which is why most restaurants offer you a large menu from which you can pick and choose, selecting only those items you would like to receive. What if a similar opportunity was possible with sleep and memory? Before going to bed, you would review the learning experiences of the day, selecting only those memories from the menu list that you would like improved. You place your order, then go to sleep, knowing that your order will be served to you overnight. When you wake up in the morning, your brain will have been nourished only by the specific items you ordered from the autobiographical carte du jour. You have, as a consequence, selectively enhanced only those individual memories that you want to keep. It all sounds like the stuff of science fiction, but it is now science fact. The method is called targeted memory reactivation. And is so often the case, the true story turns out to be far more fascinating than the fictional one. Before going to sleep, we show participants individual pictures of objects at different spatial locations on a computer screen, such as a cat in the lower right side, or a bell in the upper center, or a kettle near the top right of the screen. As a participant, you have to remember not only the individual items you have been shown, but also their spatial location on the screen. You will be shown 100 of these items. After sleep, picture objects will again appear on the screen, now in the center, some of which you have seen before, some you have not. You have to decide if you remember the picture object or not, and if you do, you must move that picture object to the spatial location on the screen where it originally appeared, using a mouse. In this way, we can assess whether you remember the object and also how accurately you can remember its location. But here is the intriguing twist. As you were originally learning the images before sleep, each time an object was presented on the screen, a corresponding sound was played. For example, you would hear meow when the cat picture was shown, or ding-a-ling when the bell was shown. All picture objects are paired, or auditory tagged, with a semantically matching sound. When you are asleep, and in NREM sleep specifically, an experimenter will replay half of the previously tagged sounds, 50 of the total 100, to your sleeping brain at low volume using speakers on either side of the bed. As if helping guide the brain in a targeted search and retrieve effort, we can trigger the selective reactivation of corresponding individual memories, prioritizing them for sleep strengthening, relative to those that were not reactivated during NREM sleep. When you are tested the following morning, you will have a quite remarkable bias in your recollection, remembering far more of the items that we reactivated during sleep using the sound cues than those not reactivated. Note that all 100 of the original memory items pass through sleep. However, using sound cueing, we avoid indiscriminate enhancement of all that you learned. Analogous to looping your favorite songs in a repeating playlist at night, we cherry-pick specific slices of your autobiographical past and preferentially strengthen them by using the individualized sound cues during sleep. Footnote: this nighttime reactivation method only works during NREM sleep and does not work if attempted during REM sleep. I'm sure you can imagine innumerable uses for such a method. That said, you may also feel ethically uncomfortable about the prospect, considering that you would have the power to write and rewrite your own remembered life narrative, or, more concerning, that of someone else. This moral dilemma is somewhat far in the future, but should such methods continue to be refined, it is one we may face. Sleep to forget. Up to this point, we have discussed the power of sleep after learning to enhance remembering and avoid forgetting. However, the capacity to forget can, in certain contexts, be as important as the need for remembering, both in day-to-day life, for example forgetting last week's parking spot in preference for today's, and clinically, for example in excising painful, disabling memories, or in extinguishing craving in addiction disorders. Moreover, forgetting is not just beneficial to delete stored information we no longer need. It also lowers the brain's resources required for retrieving those memories we want to retain, similar to the ease of finding important documents on a neatly organized, clutter-free desk. In this way, sleep helps you retain everything you need and nothing that you don't, improving the ease of memory recollection. Said another way, forgetting is the price we pay for remembering. In 1983, the Nobel laureate Francis Crick, who discovered the helical structure of DNA, decided to turn his theoretical mind toward the topic of sleep. He suggested that the function of REM sleep dreaming was to remove unwanted or overlapping copies of information in the brain, what he termed parasitic memories. It was a fascinating idea, but it remained just that, an idea, for almost 30 years, receiving no formal examination. In 2009, a young graduate student and I put the hypothesis to the test. The results brought more than a few surprises. We designed an experiment that again used daytime naps. At midday, our research subjects studied a long list of words presented one at a time on a computer screen. After each word had been presented on the screen, however, a large green R or a large red F was displayed, indicating to the participant that they should remember the prior word, R, or forget the prior word, F. It is not dissimilar to being in a class, and, after having been told a fact, the teacher impresses upon you that it is especially important to remember that information for the exam, or instead that they made an error and the fact was incorrect, or the fact will not be tested on the exam, so you don't need to worry about remembering it for the test. We were effectively doing the same thing for each word right after learning, tagging it with the label "to be remembered" or "to be forgotten." Half of the participants were then allowed a 90-minute afternoon nap, while the other half remained awake. At 6 p.m., we tested everyone's memory for all of the words. We told participants that regardless of the tag previously associated with a word, to be remembered or to be forgotten, they should try to recall as many words as possible. Our question was this: does sleep improve the retention of all words equally, or does sleep obey the waking command only to remember some items while forgetting others, based on the tags we had connected to each? The results were clear. Sleep powerfully, yet very selectively, boosted the retention of those words previously tagged for remembering, yet actively avoided the strengthening of those memories tagged for forgetting. Participants who did not sleep showed no such impressive parsing and differential saving of the memories. We had learned a subtle but important lesson. Sleep was far more intelligent than we had once imagined. Counter to earlier assumptions in the 20th and 21st centuries, sleep does not offer a general, non-specific, and hence verbose, preservation of all the information you learn during the day. Instead, sleep is able to offer a far more discerning hand in memory improvement, one that preferentially picks and chooses what information is, and is not, ultimately strengthened. Sleep accomplishes this by using meaningful tags that have been hung onto those memories during initial learning, or potentially identified during sleep itself. Numerous studies have shown a similarly intelligent form of sleep-dependent memory selection across both daytime naps and a full night of sleep. When we analyzed the sleep records of those individuals who napped, we gained another insight. Contrary to Francis Crick's prediction, it was not REM sleep that was sifting through the list of prior words, separating out those that should be retained and those that should be removed. Rather, it was NREM sleep, and especially the very quickest of the sleep spindles that helped bend apart the curves of remembering and forgetting. The more of those spindles a participant had during a nap, the greater the efficiency with which they strengthened items tagged for remembering and actively eliminated those designated for forgetting. Exactly how sleep spindles accomplish this clever memory trick remains unclear. What we have at least discovered is a rather telling pattern of looping activity in the brain that coincides with these speedy sleep spindles. The activity circles between the memory storage site, the hippocampus, and those regions that program the decision of intentionality in the frontal lobe, such as "this is important" or "this is irrelevant." The recursive cycle of activity between these two areas, memory and intentionality, which happens 10 to 15 times per second during the spindles, may help explain NREM sleep's discerning memory influence. Much like selecting intentional filters on an internet search or a shopping app, spindles offer a refining benefit to memory by allowing the storage site of your hippocampus to check in with the intentional filters carried in your astute frontal lobes, allowing selection only of that which you need to save, while discarding that which you do not. We are now exploring ways of harnessing this remarkably intelligent service of selective remembering and forgetting with painful or problematic memories. The idea may invoke the premise of the Oscar-winning movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, in which individuals can have unwanted memories deleted by a special brain-scanning machine. In contrast, my real-world hope is to develop accurate methods for selectively weakening or erasing certain memories from an individual's memory library when there is a confirmed clinical need, such as in trauma, drug addiction, or substance abuse. Sleep for other types of memory. All of the studies I have described so far deal with one type of memory, that for facts, which we associate with textbooks or remembering someone's name. There are, however, many other types of memory within the brain, including skill memory. Take riding a bike, for example. As a child, your parents did not give you a textbook called How to Ride a Bike, ask you to study it, and then expect you to immediately begin riding your bike with skilled aplomb. Nobody can tell you how to ride a bike. Well, they can try, but it will do them, and more importantly, you, no good. You can only learn how to ride a bike by doing rather than reading, which is to say by practicing. The same is true for all motor skills, whether you are learning a musical instrument, an athletic sport, a surgical procedure, or how to fly a plane. The term muscle memory is a misnomer. Muscles themselves have no such memory. A muscle that is not connected to a brain cannot perform any skilled actions, nor does a muscle store skilled routines. Muscle memory is, in fact, brain memory. Training and strengthening muscles can help you better execute a skilled memory routine, but the routine itself, the memory program, resides firmly and exclusively within the brain. Years before I explored the effects of sleep on fact-based, textbook learning, I examined motor skill memory. Two experiences shaped my decision to perform these studies. The first was given to me as a young student at the Queen's Medical Centre, a large teaching hospital in Nottingham, England. Here I performed research on the topic of movement disorders, specifically spinal cord injury. I was trying to discover ways of reconnecting spinal cords that had been severed, with the ultimate goal of reuniting the brain with the body. Sadly, my research was a failure. But during that time, I learned about patients with varied forms of motor disorders, including stroke. What struck me about so many of these patients was an iterative, step-by-step recovery of their motor function after the stroke, be it legs, arms, fingers, or speech. Rarely was the recovery complete, but day by day, month by month, they all showed some improvement. The second transformative experience happened some years later, while I was obtaining my PhD. It was 2000, and the scientific community had proclaimed that the next 10 years would be the decade of the brain, forecasting, accurately as it turned out, what would be remarkable progress within the neurosciences. I had been asked to give a public lecture on the topic of sleep at a celebratory event. At the time, We still knew relatively little about the effects of sleep on memory, though I made brief mention of the embryonic findings that were available. After my lecture, a distinguished-looking gentleman with a kindly affect, dressed in a tweed suit jacket with a subtle yellow-green hue that I still vividly recall to this day, approached me. It was a brief conversation, but one of the most scientifically important of my life. He thanked me for the presentation and told me that he was a pianist. He said he was intrigued by my description of sleep as an active brain state, one in which we may review and even strengthen those things we have previously learned. Then came a comment that would leave me reeling and trigger a major focus of my research for years to come. As a pianist, he said, I have an experience that seems far too frequent to be chance. I will be practicing a particular piece, even late into the evening, and I cannot seem to master it. Often I make the same mistake at the same place in a particular movement. I go to bed frustrated. But when I wake up the next morning and sit back down at the piano, I can just play perfectly. I can just play. The words reverberated in my mind as I tried to compose a response. I told the gentleman that it was a fascinating idea, and it was certainly possible that sleep assisted musicianship and led to error-free performance, but that I knew of no scientific evidence to support the claim. He smiled, seeming unfazed by the absence of empirical affirmation, thanked me again for my lecture, and walked toward the reception hall. I, on the other hand, remained in the auditorium, realizing that this gentleman had just told me something that violated the most repeated and entrusted teaching edict. Practice makes perfect. Not so, it seemed. Perhaps it was practice with sleep that makes perfect. After 3 years of subsequent research, I published a paper with a similar title, and in the studies that followed, gathered evidence that ultimately confirmed all of the pianist's wonderful intuitions about sleep. The findings also shed light on how the brain, after injury or damage by a stroke, gradually regains some ability to guide skill movements day by day, or, should I say, night by night. By that time, I had taken a position at Harvard Medical School, and with Robert Stickgold, a mentor and now a long-time collaborator and friend, we set about trying to determine if and how the brain continues to learn in the absence of any further practice. Time was clearly doing something. But it seemed that there were, in fact, 3 distinct possibilities to discriminate among. Was it 1, time, 2, time awake, or 3, time asleep that incubated skilled memory perfection? I took a large group of right-handed individuals and had them learn to type a number sequence on a keyboard with their left hand, such as 41324, as quickly and as accurately as possible. Like learning a piano scale, subjects practiced the motor skill sequence over and over again for a total of 12 minutes, taking short breaks throughout. Unsurprisingly, the participants improved in their performance across the training session. Practice, after all, is supposed to make perfect. We then tested the participants 12 hours later. Half of the participants had learned the sequence in the morning and were tested later that evening after remaining awake across the day. The other half of the subjects learned the sequence in the evening, and we retested them the next morning after a similar 12-hour delay, but one that contained a full 8-hour night of sleep. Those who remained awake across the day showed no evidence of a significant improvement in performance. However, fitting with the pianist's original description, those who were tested after the very same time delay of 12 hours, but that spanned a night of sleep, showed a striking 20% jump in performance speed and a near 35% improvement in accuracy. Importantly, those participants who learned the motor skill in the morning and who showed no improvement that evening did go on to show an identical bump up in performance when retested after a further 12 hours, now after they too had had a full night's sleep. In other words, your brain will continue to improve skill memories in the absence of any further practice. It is really quite magical. Yet that delayed, offline learning occurs exclusively across a period of sleep, and not across equivalent time periods spent awake, regardless of whether the time awake or time asleep comes first. Practice does not make perfect. It is practice, followed by a night of sleep, that leads to perfection. We went on to show that these memory-boosting benefits occur no matter whether you learn a short or a very long motor sequence. For example, 4-3-1-2 versus 4-2-3-4-2-3-1-4-3-4-1-4, or when using one hand, unimanual, or both, bimanual, similar to a pianist. Analyzing the individual elements of the motor sequence, such as 4-1-3-2-4, allowed me to discover how, precisely, sleep was perfecting skill. Even after a long period of initial training, participants would consequently struggle with particular transitions within the sequence. These problem points stuck out like a sore thumb when I looked at the speed of the keystrokes. There would be a far longer pause or consistent error at specific transitions. For example, rather than seamlessly typing 4-1-3-2-4, 4-1-3-2-4, a participant would instead type 4-1-3, pause, 2-4, 4-1-3, pause, 2-4. They were chunking the motor routine into pieces, as if attempting the sequence all in one go was just too much. Different people had different pause problems at different points in the routine, but almost all people had one or two of these difficulties. I assessed so many participants that I could actually tell where their unique difficulties in the motor routine were just by listening to their typing during training. When I tested participants after a night of sleep, however, my ears heard something very different. I knew what was happening even before I analyzed the data. Mastery. Their typing, post-sleep, was now fluid and unbroken. Gone was the staccato performance, replaced by seamless automaticity, which is the ultimate goal of motor learning. 4-1-3-2-4, 4-1-3-2-4, 4-1-3-2-4, rapid and nearly perfect. Sleep had systematically identified where the difficult transitions were in the motor memory and smoothed them out. This finding rekindled the words of the pianist I'd met. But when I wake up the next morning and sit back down at the piano, I can just play perfectly. I went on to test participants inside a brain scanner after they had slept, and could see how this delightful skill benefit had been achieved. Sleep had again transferred the memories, but the results were different from that for textbook-like memory. Rather than a transfer from short to long-term memory required for saving facts, the motor memories had been shifted over to brain circuits that operate below the level of consciousness. As a result, those skill actions were now instinctual habits. They flowed out of the body with ease, rather than feeling effortful and deliberate, which is to say that sleep helped the brain automate the movement routines, making them second nature, effortless, precisely the goal of many an Olympic coach when perfecting the skills of their elite athletes.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
My final discovery, in what spanned almost a decade of research, identified the type of sleep responsible for the overnight motor skill enhancement, carrying with it societal and medical lessons. The increases in speed and accuracy, underpinned by efficient automaticity, were directly related to the amount of Stage 2 NREM, especially in the last 2 hours of an 8-hour night of sleep. For example, from 5 to 7 a.m., should you have fallen asleep at 11 p.m. Indeed, it was the number of those wonderful sleep spindles in the last 2 hours of the late morning, the time of night with the richest spindle bursts of brainwave activity, that were linked with the offline memory boost. More striking was the fact that the increase of these spindles after learning was detected only in regions of the scalp that sit above the motor cortex, just in front of the crown of your head, and not in other areas. The greater the local increase in sleep spindles over the part of the brain we had forced to learn the motor skill exhaustively, the better the performance upon awakening. Many other groups have found a similar local sleep and learning effect. When it comes to motor skill memories, the brainwaves of sleep were acting like a good masseuse. You still get a full body massage, but they will place special focus on areas of the body that need the most help. In the same way, sleep spindles bathe all parts of the brain, but a disproportionate emphasis will be placed on those parts of the brain that have been worked hardest with learning during the day. Perhaps more relevant to the modern world is the time of night effect we discovered. Those last 2 hours of sleep are precisely the window that many of us feel it is okay to cut short to get a jump start on the day. As a result, we miss out on this feast of late-morning sleep spindles. It also brings to mind the prototypical Olympic coach who stoically has her athletes practicing late into the day, only to have them wake in the early hours of the morning and return to practice. In doing so, coaches may be innocently but effectively denying an important phase of motor memory development within the brain, one that fine-tunes skilled athletic performance. When you consider that very small performance differences often separate winning a gold medal from a last-place finish in professional athletics, then any competitive advantage you can gain, such as that naturally offered by sleep, can help determine whether or not you will hear your national anthem echo around the stadium. Not without putting too fine a point on it, if you don't snooze, you lose. The 100-meter sprint superstar Usain Bolt has, on many occasions, taken naps in the hours before breaking the world record, and before Olympic finals in which he won gold. Our own studies support his wisdom. Daytime naps that contain sufficient numbers of sleep spindles also offer significant motor skill memory improvement, together with a restoring benefit on perceived energy and reduced muscle fatigue. In the years since our discovery, numerous studies have shown that sleep improves the motor skills of junior, amateur, and elite athletes across sports as diverse as tennis, basketball, football, soccer, and rowing. So much so that in 2015, the International Olympic Committee published a consensus statement highlighting the critical importance of and essential need for sleep in athletic development across all sports for men and women. Professional sports teams are taking note, and for good reason. I have recently given presentations to a number of national basketball and football teams in the United States, and for the latter, the United Kingdom. Standing in front of the manager, staff, and players, I tell them about one of the most sophisticated, potent, and powerful, not to mention legal, performance enhancers that has real game-winning potential: sleep. I back up these claims with examples from the more than 750 scientific studies that have investigated the relationship between sleep and human performance, many of which have studied professional and elite athletes specifically. Obtain anything less than 8 hours of sleep a night, and especially less than 6 hours a night, and the following happens. Time to physical exhaustion drops by 10 to 30%, and aerobic output is significantly reduced. Similar impairments are observed in limb extension force and vertical jump height, together with decreases in peak and sustained muscle strength. Add to this marked impairments in cardiovascular, metabolic, and respiratory capabilities that hamper an underslept body, including faster rates of lactic acid buildup, reductions in blood oxygen saturation, and converse increases in blood carbon dioxide, due in part to a reduction in the amount of air that the lungs can expire. Even the ability of the body to cool itself during physical exertion through sweating, a critical part of peak performance, is impaired by sleep loss. And then there is injury risk. It is the greatest fear of all competitive athletes and their coaches. Concern also comes from the general managers of professional teams, who consider their players as prized financial investments. In the context of injury, there is no better risk-mitigating insurance policy for these investments than sleep. Described in a research study of competitive young athletes in 2014, you can see that a chronic lack of sleep across the season predicted a massively higher risk of injury. See Figure 10 in the accompanying PDF. Sports teams pay millions of dollars to hugely expensive players, lavishing all manner of medical and nutritional care on their human commodities to augment their talent. Yet the professional advantage is diluted several-fold by the one ingredient few teams fail to prioritize: their players' sleep. Even teams that are aware of sleep's importance before a game are surprised by my declaration of the equally, if not more, essential need for sleep in the days after a game. Post-performance sleep accelerates physical recovery from common inflammation, stimulates muscle repair, and helps restock cellular energy in the form of glucose and glycogen. Prior to giving these teams a structured set of sleep recommendations that they can put in practice to help capitalize on the full potential of their athletes, I provide proof-of-concept data from the National Basketball Association, NBA, using the measured sleep of Andre Iguodala, currently of my local team, the Golden State Warriors. Based on sleep tracking data, as you can see in Figure 11 in the accompanying PDF, is the difference in Iguodala's performance when he's been sleeping more than 8 hours a night, relative to less than 8 hours a night. Of course, most of us do not play for professional sports teams, but many of us are physically active throughout life and constantly acquiring new skills. Motor learning and general physicality remain part of our lives, from the banal, learning to type on a slightly new laptop or text on a different size smartphone, to the essential, such as experienced surgeons learning a new endoscopic procedure or pilots learning to fly different or new aircraft. And so, therefore, we continue to need and rely upon our NREM sleep for refining and maintaining those motor movements. Of interest to parents, the most dramatic time of skilled motor learning in any human's life occurs in the first years after birth, as we start to stand and walk. It is of little surprise that we see a spike in Stage 2 NREM sleep, including sleep spindles, right around the infant's time of transition from crawling to walking. Returning full circle to that which I had learned years ago at the Queen's Medical Centre regarding brain damage, we have now discovered that the slow, day-by-day return of motor function in stroke patients is due, in part, to the hard night-by-night work of sleep. Following a stroke, the brain begins to reconfigure those neural connections that remain and sprout new connections around the damaged zone. This plastic reorganization and the genesis of new connections underlie the return of some degree of motor function. We now have preliminary evidence that sleep is one critical ingredient assisting in this neural recovery effort. Ongoing sleep quality predicts the gradual return of motor function and further determines the relearning of numerous movement skills. Should more such findings emerge, then a more concerted effort to prioritize sleep as a therapeutic aid in patients who have suffered brain damage may be warranted, or even the implementation of sleep stimulation methods like those described earlier. There is much that sleep can do that we in medicine currently cannot. So long as the scientific evidence justifies it, we should make use of the powerful health tool that sleep represents in making our patients well. Sleep for creativity. A final benefit of sleep for memory is arguably the most remarkable of all: creativity. Sleep provides a nighttime theater in which your brain tests out and builds connections between vast stores of information. This task is accomplished using a bizarre algorithm that is biased towards seeking out the most distant, non-obvious associations, rather like a backward Google search. In ways your waking brain would never attempt, the sleeping brain fuses together disparate sets of knowledge that foster impressive problem-solving abilities. If you ponder the type of conscious experience such outlandish memory blending would produce, you may not be surprised to learn that it happens during the dreaming state, REM sleep. We will fully explore all of the advantages of REM sleep in the later chapter on dreaming. For now, I will simply tell you that such informational alchemy conjured by REM sleep dreaming has led to some of the greatest feats of transformative thinking in the history of the human race. Chapter 7. Too extreme for the Guinness Book of World Records: Sleep deprivation and the brain. Struck by the weight of damning scientific evidence, the Guinness Book of World Records has stopped recognizing attempts to break the sleep deprivation world record. Recall that Guinness deems it acceptable for a man, Felix Baumgartner, to ascend 128,000 feet into the outer reaches of our atmosphere in a hot air balloon, wearing a spacesuit, open the door of his capsule, stand atop a ladder suspended above the planet, and then freefall back down to Earth at a top speed of 843 miles per hour, 1,358 kilometers per hour, passing through the sound barrier while creating a sonic boom with just his body. But the risks associated with sleep deprivation are considered to be far, far higher. Unacceptably high, in fact, based on the evidence. What is that compelling evidence? In the following 2 chapters, we will learn precisely why and how sleep loss inflicts such devastating effects on the brain, linking it to numerous neurological and psychiatric conditions, for example, Alzheimer's disease, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, suicide, stroke, and chronic pain, and on every physiological system of the body, further contributing to countless disorders and disease, for example, cancer, diabetes, heart attacks, infertility, weight gain, obesity, and immune deficiency. No facet of the human body is spared the crippling, noxious harm of sleep loss. We are, as you will see, socially, organizationally, economically, physically, behaviorally, nutritionally, linguistically, cognitively, and emotionally dependent upon sleep. This chapter deals with the dire and sometimes deadly consequences of inadequate sleep on the brain. The chapter that follows will recount the diverse, though equally ruinous and similarly fatal, effects of short sleep on the body. Pay attention. There are many ways in which a lack of sufficient sleep will kill you. Some take time, others are far more immediate. One brain function that buckles under even the smallest dose of sleep deprivation is concentration. The deadly societal consequences of these concentration failures play out most obviously and fatally in the form of drowsy driving. Every hour, someone dies in a traffic accident in the US due to a fatigue-related error. There are 2 main culprits of drowsy driving accidents. The first is people completely falling asleep at the wheel. This happens infrequently, however, and usually requires an individual to be acutely sleep-deprived, having gone without shut-eye for 20-plus hours. The second, more common cause is a momentary lapse in concentration, called a microsleep. These last for just a few seconds, during which time the eyelid will either partially or fully close. They are usually suffered by individuals who are chronically sleep-restricted, defined as getting less than 7 hours of sleep a night on a routine basis. During a microsleep, your brain becomes blind to the outside world for a brief moment, and not just the visual domain, but in all channels of perception. Most of the time you have no awareness of the event. More problematic is that your decisive control of motor actions, such as those necessary for operating a steering wheel or a brake pedal, will momentarily cease. As a result, you don't need to fall asleep for 10 to 15 seconds to die while driving. 2 seconds will do it. A 2-second microsleep at 30 miles per hour with a modest angle of drift can result in your vehicle transitioning entirely from one lane to the next. This includes into oncoming traffic. Should this happen at 60 miles per hour, it may be the last microsleep you ever have. David Dinges at the University of Pennsylvania, a titan in the field of sleep research and personal hero of mine, has done more than any scientist in history to answer the following fundamental question. What is the recycle rate of a human being? That is, how long can a human go without sleep before their performance is objectively impaired? How much sleep can a human lose each night, and over how many nights, before critical processes of the brain fail? Is that individual even aware of how impaired they are when sleep-deprived? How many nights of recovery sleep does it take to restore the stable performance of a human after sleep loss? Dinges' research employs a disarmingly simple attention test to measure concentration. You must press a button in response to a light that appears on a button box or computer screen within a set period of time. Your response and the reaction time of that response are both measured. Thereafter, another light comes on, and you do the same thing. The lights appear in an unpredictable manner, sometimes in quick succession, other times randomly separated by a pause lasting several seconds. Sounds easy, right? Try doing it for 10 minutes straight, every day for 14 days. That's what Dinges and his research team did to a large number of subjects who were monitored under strict laboratory conditions. All of the subjects started off by getting a full 8-hour sleep opportunity the night before the test, allowing them to be assessed when fully rested. Then, the participants were divided into 4 different experimental groups. Rather like a drug study, each group was given a different dose of sleep deprivation. One group was kept up for 72 hours straight, going without sleep for 3 consecutive nights. The second group was allowed 4 hours of sleep each night. The third group was given 6 hours of sleep each night. The lucky fourth group was allowed to keep sleeping 8 hours each night. There were 3 key findings. First, although sleep deprivation of all these varied amounts caused a slowing in reaction time, there was something more telling. Participants would, for brief moments, stop responding altogether. Slowness was not the most sensitive signature of sleepiness. Entirely missed responses were. Dinges was capturing lapses, otherwise known as microsleeps, the real-life equivalent of which would be failing to react to a child who runs out in front of your car when chasing a ball. When describing the findings, Dinges will often have you think of the repeating beep from a heart monitor in a hospital. Beep, beep, beep. Now picture the dramatic sound effect you hear in emergency room television dramas when a patient starts to slip away as doctors frantically try to save their life. At first, the heartbeats are constant. Beep, 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 as are your responses on the visual attention task when you are well rested, stable, regular. Switch to your performance when sleep-deprived, and it is the oral equivalent of the patient in the hospital going into cardiac arrest. Beep, 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 beep. Your performance has flatlined. No conscious response, no motor response. A microsleep. And then the heartbeat comes back, as will your performance. Beep, beep, beep. But only for a short while. Soon you have another arrest. Beep, beep, beep. More microsleeps. Comparing the number of lapses, or microsleeps, day after day across the 4 different experimental groups gave Dinges a second key finding. Those individuals who slept 8 hours every night maintained a stable, near-perfect performance across the 2 weeks. Those in the 3-night total sleep deprivation group suffered catastrophic impairment, which was no real surprise. After the first night of no sleep at all, their lapses in concentration, missed responses, increased by over 400%. The surprise was that these impairments continued to escalate at the same ballistic rate after a second and third night of total sleep deprivation, as if they would continue to escalate in severity if more nights of sleep were lost, showing no signs of flattening out. But it was the 2 partial sleep deprivation groups that brought the most concerning message of all. After 4 hours of sleep for 6 nights, participants' performance was just as bad as those who had not slept for 24 hours straight. That is, a 400% increase in the number of microsleeps. By day 11 on this diet of 4 hours of sleep a night, participants' performance had degraded even further, matching that of someone who had pulled 2 back-to-back all-nighters, going without sleep for 48 hours. Most worrying from a societal perspective were the individuals in the group who obtained 6 hours of sleep a night, something that may sound similar to many of you. 10 days of 6 hours of sleep a night was all it took to become as impaired in performance as going without sleep for 24 hours straight. And like the total sleep deprivation group, the accruing performance impairment in the 4-hour and 6-hour sleep groups showed no signs of leveling out. All signs suggested that if the experiment had continued, the performance deterioration would continue to build up over weeks or months. Another research study, this one led by Dr. Gregory Belenky at Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, published almost identical results around the same time. They also tested 4 groups of participants, but they were given 9 hours, 7 hours, 5 hours, and 3 hours of sleep across 7 days. You do not know how sleep-deprived you are when you are sleep-deprived. The third key finding, common to both of these studies, is the one I personally think is the most harmful of all. When participants were asked about their subjective sense of how impaired they were, they consistently underestimated their degree of performance disability. It was a miserable predictor of how bad their performance actually, objectively was. It is the equivalent of someone at a bar who has had far too many drinks, picking up his car keys and confidently telling you, "I'm fine to drive home." Similarly problematic is baseline resetting. With chronic sleep restriction over months or years, an individual will actually acclimate to their impaired performance, lower alertness, and reduced energy levels. That low-level exhaustion becomes their accepted norm, or baseline. Individuals fail to recognize how their perennial state of sleep deficiency has come to compromise their mental aptitude and physical vitality, including the slow accumulation of ill health. A link between the former and latter is rarely made in their mind. Based on epidemiological studies of average sleep time, millions of individuals unwittingly spend years of their life in a suboptimal state of psychological and physiological functioning, never maximizing their potential of mind or body due to their blind persistence in sleeping too little. 60 years of scientific research prevent me from accepting anyone who tells me that he or she can get by on just 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night just fine. Returning to Dingers's study results, you may have predicted that optimal performance would return to all the participants after a good long night of recovery sleep, similar to many people's notion of sleeping it off on the weekends to pay off their weeknight sleep debt. However, even after 3 nights of ad-lib recovery sleep, performance did not return to that observed at the original baseline assessment when those same individuals had been getting a full 8 hours of sleep regularly. Nor did any group recover all the sleep hours they had lost in the days prior. As we have already learned, the brain is incapable of that. In a disturbing later study, researchers in Australia took 2 groups of healthy adults, one of whom they got drunk to the legal driving limit, 0.08% blood alcohol, the other of whom they sleep-deprived for a single night. Both groups performed the concentration test to assess attention performance, specifically the number of lapses. After being awake for 19 hours, people who were sleep-deprived were as cognitively impaired as those who were legally drunk. Said another way, if you wake up at 7 a.m. and remain awake throughout the day, then go out socializing with friends until late that evening, yet drink no alcohol whatsoever, by the time you are driving home at 2 a.m., you are as cognitively impaired in your ability to attend to the road and what is around you as a legally drunk driver. In fact, participants in the above study started their nosedive in performance after just 15 hours of being awake, 10 p.m. in the above scenario. Car crashes rank among the leading causes of death in most first-world nations. In 2016, the AAA Foundation in Washington, D.C., released the results of an extensive study of over 7,000 drivers in the U.S., tracked in detail over a 2-year period. The key finding, shown in Figure 12 in the accompanying PDF, reveals just how catastrophic drowsy driving is when it comes to car crashes. Operating on less than 5 hours of sleep, your risk of a car crash increases threefold. Get behind the wheel of a car when having slept just 4 hours or less the night before, and you are 11.5 times more likely to be involved in a car accident. Note how the relationship between decreasing hours of sleep and increasing mortality risk of an accident is not linear, but instead exponentially mushrooms. Each hour of sleep lost vastly amplifies that crash likelihood, rather than incrementally nudging it up. Drunk driving and drowsy driving are deadly propositions in their own right, but what happens when someone combines them? It is a relevant question, since most individuals are driving drunk in the early morning hours rather than in the middle of the day, meaning that most drunk drivers are also sleep-deprived. We can now monitor driver error in a realistic but safe way using driving simulators. With such a virtual machine, a group of researchers examined the number of complete off-road deviations in participants placed under 4 different experimental conditions. 1. 8 hours of sleep. 2. 4 hours of sleep. 3. 8 hours of sleep plus alcohol to the point of being legally drunk. And 4. 4 hours of sleep plus alcohol to the point of being legally drunk. Those in the 8-hour sleep group had few, if any, off-road errors. Those in the 4-hour sleep condition, the second group, had 6 times more off-road deviations than the sober, well-rested individuals. The same degree of driving impairment was true of the third group, who had 8 hours of sleep but were legally drunk. Driving drunk or driving drowsy were both dangerous and equally dangerous. A reasonable expectation was that performance in the fourth group of participants would reflect the additive impact of these two groups, 4 hours of sleep plus the effect of alcohol, that is to say, 12 times more off-road deviations. It was far worse. This group of participants drove off the road almost 30 times more than the well-rested sober group. The heady cocktail of sleep loss and alcohol was not additive, but instead multiplicative. They magnified each other, like two drugs whose effects are harmful by themselves, but, when taken together, interact to produce truly dire consequences. After 30 years of intensive research, we can now answer many of the questions posed earlier. The recycle rate of a human being is around 16 hours. After 16 hours of being awake, the brain begins to fail. Humans need more than 7 hours of sleep each night to maintain cognitive performance. After 10 days of just 7 hours of sleep, the brain is as dysfunctional as it would be after going without sleep for 24 hours. 3 nights of recovery sleep, that is to say more nights than a weekend, are insufficient to restore performance back to normal levels after a week of short sleeping. Finally, the human mind cannot accurately sense how sleep-deprived it is when sleep-deprived. We shall return to the ramifications of these results in the remaining chapters, but the real-life consequences of drowsy driving deserve special mention. This coming week, more than 2 million people in the US will fall asleep while driving their motor vehicle. That's more than 250,000 every day, with more such events during the week than weekends for obvious reasons. More than 56 million Americans admit to struggling to stay awake at the wheel of a car each month. As a result, 1.2 million accidents are caused by sleepiness each year in the United States. Said another way, for every 30 seconds you've been listening to this book, there has been a car accident somewhere in the US caused by sleepiness. It is more than probable that someone has lost their life in a fatigue-related car accident during the time you have been listening to this chapter. You may find it surprising to learn that vehicle accidents caused by drowsy driving exceed those caused by alcohol and drugs combined. Drowsy driving alone is worse than driving drunk. That may seem like a controversial or irresponsible thing to say, and I do not wish to trivialize the lamentable act of drunk driving by any means. Yet my statement is true for the following simple reason. Drunk drivers are often late in braking and late in making evasive maneuvers. But when you fall asleep or have a microsleep, you stop reacting altogether. A person who experiences a microsleep or who has fallen asleep at the wheel does not brake at all, nor do they make any attempt to avoid the accident. As a result, car crashes caused by drowsiness tend to be far more deadly than those caused by alcohol or drugs. Said crassly, when you fall asleep at the wheel of your car on a freeway, there is now a 1-ton missile traveling at 65 miles per hour, and no one is in control. Drivers of cars are not the only threats. More dangerous are drowsy truckers. Approximately 80% of truck drivers in the US are overweight, and 50% are clinically obese. This places truck drivers at a far, far higher risk of a disorder called sleep apnea, commonly associated with heavy snoring, which causes chronic, severe sleep deprivation. As a result, these truck drivers are 200 to 500% more likely to be involved in a traffic accident. And when a truck driver loses his or her life in a drowsy driving crash, they will, on average, take 4.5 other lives with them. In actual fact, I would like to argue that there are no accidents caused by fatigue, microsleeps, or falling asleep. None whatsoever. They are crashes. The Oxford English Dictionary defines accidents as unexpected events that happen by chance or without apparent cause. Drowsy driving deaths are neither chance nor without cause. They are predictable and the direct result of not obtaining sufficient sleep. As such, they are unnecessary and preventable. Shamefully, governments of most developed countries spend less than 1% of their budget educating the public on the dangers of drowsy driving, relative to what they invest in combating drunk driving. Even well-meaning public health messages can get lost in a barrage of statistics. It often takes the tragic recounting of personal stories to make the message real. There are thousands of such events that I could describe. Let me offer just one in the hopes of saving you from the harms of driving drowsy. Union County, Florida, January 2006. A school bus transporting 9 children came to a halt at a stop sign. A Pontiac Bonneville car carrying 7 occupants pulled up behind the bus and also came to a stop. At this moment, an 18-wheeled truck came barreling down the road behind both vehicles. It didn't stop. The truck struck the Pontiac, riding up over it, and, with the car concertinaed underneath, then hit the bus. All 3 vehicles traveled through a ditch and continued moving, at which point the imploded Pontiac became engulfed in flames. The school bus rotated counterclockwise and kept traveling, now on the opposite side of the road, back to front. It did so for 328 feet, until it went off the road and collided with a thick grove of trees. 3 of the 9 children in the bus were ejected through the windows upon impact. All 7 passengers in the Pontiac were killed, as was the bus driver. The truck driver and all 9 children in the bus sustained serious injuries. The trucker was a qualified and legally licensed driver. All toxicology tests performed on his blood were negative. However, it later emerged that he had been awake for 34 hours straight and had fallen asleep at the wheel. All of the Pontiac's 7 occupants who died were children or adolescents. 5 of the 7 children in the Pontiac car were from the same family. The oldest occupant was a teenager who had been legally driving the car. The youngest occupant was a baby of just 20 months old. There are many things that I hope listeners take away from this book. This is one of the most important. If you are drowsy while driving, please, please stop. It is lethal. To carry the burden of another's death on your shoulders is a terrible thing. Don't be misled by the many ineffective tactics people will tell you can battle back against drowsiness while driving. Footnote: Common myths that are of no use in helping to overcome drowsiness while driving include turning up the radio, winding down the car window, blowing cold air on your face, splashing cold water on your face, talking on the phone, chewing gum, slapping yourself, pinching yourself, punching yourself, and promising yourself a reward for staying awake. Many of us think we can overcome drowsiness through sheer force of will, but sadly, this is not true. To assume otherwise can jeopardize your life, the lives of your family or friends in the car with you, and the lives of other road users. Some people only get one chance to fall asleep at the wheel before losing their life. If you notice yourself feeling drowsy while driving, or actually falling asleep at the wheel, stop for the night. If you really must keep going, and you have made that judgment in the life-threatening context it genuinely poses, then pull off the road into a safe lay-by for a short time. Take a brief nap, 20 to 30 minutes. When you wake up, do not start driving. You will be suffering from sleep inertia, the carry-over effects of sleep into wakefulness. Wait for another 20 to 30 minutes, perhaps after having a cup of coffee if you really must, and only then start driving again. This, however, will only get you so far down the road before you need another such recharge, and the returns are diminishing. Ultimately, it is just not worth the life cost. Can naps help? In the 1980s and 90s, David Dinges, together with his astute collaborator and recent administrator of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Dr. Mark Rosekind, conducted another series of groundbreaking studies, this time examining the upsides and downsides of napping in the face of unavoidable sleep deprivation. They coined the term power naps, or should I say, ceded to it. Much of their work was with the aviation industry, examining pilots on long-haul travel. The most dangerous time of flight is landing, which arrives at the end of a journey, when the greatest amount of sleep deprivation has often accrued. Recall how tired and sleepy you are at the end of an overnight transatlantic flight. Having been on the go for more than 24 hours, would you feel at peak performance, ready to land a Boeing 747 with 467 passengers on board, should you have the skill to do so? It is during this end phase of flight, known in the aviation industry as top of descent to landing, that 68% of all hull losses, a euphemism for a catastrophic plane crash, occur. The researchers set to work answering the following question, posed by the U.S. Federal Aviation Authority, FAA. If a pilot can only obtain a short nap opportunity, 40 to 120 minutes, within a 36-hour period, when should it occur so as to minimize cognitive fatigue and attention lapses? At the start of the first evening, in the middle of the night, or late the following morning? It first appeared to be counterintuitive, but Dinges and Rosekind made a clever, biology-based prediction. They believed that by inserting a nap at the front end of an incoming bout of sleep deprivation, you could insert a buffer, albeit temporary and partial, that would protect the brain from suffering catastrophic lapses in concentration. They were right. Pilots suffered fewer microsleeps at the end stages of the flight if the naps were taken early that prior evening, versus if those same nap periods were taken in the middle of the night or later that next morning, when the attack of sleep deprivation was already well underway. They had discovered the sleep equivalent of the medical paradigm of prevention versus treatment. The former tries to avert an issue prior to occurrence. The latter tries to remedy the issue after it has happened. And so it was with naps. Indeed, these short sleep bouts, taken early, also reduced the number of times the pilots drifted into light sleep during the critical final 90 minutes of flight. There were fewer of these sleep intrusions, measured with EEG electrodes on the head. When Dinges and Rosekind reported their findings to the FAA, they recommended that prophylactic naps taken early during long-haul flights, should be instituted as policy among pilots, as many other aviation authorities around the world now permit. The FAA, while believing the findings, was not convinced by the nomenclature. They believed the term prophylactic was ripe for many a snide joke among pilots. Dinges suggested the alternative of planned napping. The FAA didn't like this either, feeling it to be too management-like. Their suggestion was power napping, which they believed was more fitting with leadership or dominance-based job positions, others being CEOs or military executives. And so the power nap was born. The problem, however, is that people, especially those in such positions, came to erroneously believe that a 20-minute power nap was all you needed to survive and function with perfect or even acceptable acumen. Brief power naps have become synonymous with the inaccurate assumption that they allow an individual to forgo sufficient sleep, night after night, especially when combined with the liberal use of caffeine. No matter what you may have heard or read in the popular media, there is no scientific evidence we have suggesting that a drug, a device, or any amount of psychological willpower can replace sleep. Power naps may momentarily increase basic concentration under conditions of sleep deprivation, as can caffeine up to a certain dose. But in the subsequent studies that Dinges and many other researchers, myself included, have performed, neither naps nor caffeine can salvage more complex functions of the brain, including learning, memory, emotional stability, complex reasoning, or decision-making. One day we may discover such a counteractive method. Currently, however, there is no drug that has the proven ability to replace those benefits that a full night of sleep infuses into the brain and body. David Dinges has extended an open invitation to anyone suggesting that they can survive on short sleep to come to his lab for a 10-day stay. He will place that individual on their proclaimed regiment of short sleep and measure their cognitive function. Dinges is rightly confident he'll show, categorically, a degradation of brain and body function. To date, no volunteers have matched up to their claim. We have, however, discovered a very rare collection of individuals who appear to be able to survive on 6 hours of sleep and show minimal impairment, a sleepless elite, as it were. Give them hours and hours of sleep opportunity in the laboratory, with no alarms or wake-up calls, and still they naturally sleep this short amount and no more. Part of the explanation appears to lie in their genetics, specifically a subvariant of a gene called BHL-HE41. Scientists are now trying to understand what this gene does and how it confers resilience to such little sleep. Having learned this, I imagine that some readers now believe that they are one of these individuals. That is very, very unlikely. The gene is remarkably rare, with but a soupçon of individuals in the world estimated to carry this anomaly. To impress this fact further, I quote one of my research colleagues, Dr. Thomas Roth, at the Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit, who once said, "The number of people who can survive on 5 hours of sleep or less without any impairment, expressed as a percent of the population and rounded to a whole number, is 0. There is but a fraction of 1% of the population who are truly resilient to the effects of chronic sleep restriction at all levels of brain function. It is far, far more likely that you will be struck by lightning, the lifetime odds being 1 in 12,000, than being truly capable of surviving on insufficient sleep thanks to a rare gene." Emotional irrationality. I just snapped and... Those words are often part of an unfolding tragedy, as a soldier irrationally responds to a provocative civilian, a physician to an entitled patient, or a parent to a misbehaving child. All of these situations are ones in which inappropriate anger and hostility are dealt out by tired, sleep-deprived individuals. Many of us know that inadequate sleep plays havoc with our emotions. We even recognize it in others. Consider another common scenario of a parent holding a young child who is screaming or crying, and in the midst of the turmoil, turns to you and says, "Well, Stephen just didn't get enough sleep last night." Universal parental wisdom knows that bad sleep the night before leads to a bad mood and emotional reactivity the next day. While the phenomenon of emotional irrationality following sleep loss is subjectively and anecdotally common, until recently, we did not know how sleep deprivation influenced the emotional brain at a neural level, despite the professional, psychiatric, and societal ramifications. Several years ago, my team and I conducted a study using MRI brain scanning to address the question. We studied 2 groups of healthy young adults. One group stayed awake all night, monitored under full supervision in my laboratory, while the other group slept normally that night. During the brain scanning session the next day, participants in both groups were shown the same 100 pictures that ranged from neutral in emotional content, for example, a basket, a piece of driftwood, to emotionally negative, for example, a burning house, a venomous snake about to strike. Using this emotional gradient of pictures, we were able to compare the increase in brain response to the increasingly negative emotional triggers. Analysis of the brain scans revealed the largest effects I have measured in my research to date. A structure located in the left and right sides of the brain, called the amygdala, a key hotspot for triggering strong emotions such as anger and rage, and linked to the fight-or-flight response, showed well over a 60% amplification in emotional reactivity in the participants who were sleep-deprived. In contrast, the brain scans of those individuals who were given a full night's sleep evinced a controlled, modest degree of reactivity in the amygdala, despite viewing the very same images. It was as though, without sleep, our brain reverts to a primitive pattern of uncontrolled reactivity. We produce unmetered, inappropriate emotional reactions, and are unable to place events into a broader or considered context. This answer raised another question. Why were the emotion centers of the brain so excessively reactive without sleep? Further MRI studies using more refined analyses allowed us to identify the root cause. After a full night of sleep, the prefrontal cortex, the region of the brain that sits just above your eyeballs, is most developed in humans relative to other primates and is associated with rational, logical thought and decision-making, was strongly coupled to the amygdala, regulating this deep emotional brain center with inhibitory control. With a full night of plentiful sleep, we have a balanced mix between our emotional gas pedal, amygdala, and brake, prefrontal cortex. Without sleep, however, the strong coupling between these 2 brain regions is lost. We cannot rein in our atavistic impulses, too much emotional gas pedal, amygdala, and not enough regulatory brake, prefrontal cortex. Without the rational control given to us each night by sleep, we're not on a neurological, and hence emotional, even keel. Recent studies by a research team in Japan have now replicated our findings, but they've done so by restricting participants' sleep to 5 hours for 5 nights. No matter how you take sleep from the brain, acutely across an entire night, or chronically by short sleeping for a handful of nights, the emotional brain consequences are the same. When we conducted our original experiments, I was struck by the pendulum-like swings in the mood and emotions of our participants. In a flash, sleep-deprived subjects would go from being irritable and antsy to punch-drunk giddy, only to then swing right back to a state of vicious negativity. They were traversing enormous emotional distances, from negative to neutral to positive, and all the way back again, within a remarkably short period of time. It was clear that I had missed something. I needed to conduct a sister study to the one I described before, but now explore how the sleep-deprived brain responds to increasingly positive and rewarding experiences, such as exciting images of extreme sports, or the chance of winning increasing amounts of money in fulfilling tasks. We discovered that different deep emotional centers in the brain, just above and behind the amygdala, called the striatum, associated with impulsivity and reward, and bathed by the chemical dopamine, had become hyperactive in sleep-deprived individuals in response to the rewarding, pleasurable experiences. As with the amygdala, the heightened sensitivity of these hedonic regions was linked to a loss of the rational control from the prefrontal cortex. Insufficient sleep does not, therefore, push the brain into a negative mood state and hold it there. Rather, the underslept brain swings excessively to both extremes of emotional valence, positive and negative. You may think that the former counterbalances the latter, thereby neutralizing the problem. Sadly, emotions, and their guiding of optimal decision and actions, do not work this way. Extremity is often dangerous. Depression and extreme negative mood can, for example, infuse an individual with a sense of worthlessness, together with ideas of questioning life's value. There is now clearer evidence of this concern. Studies of adolescents have identified a link between sleep disruption and suicidal thoughts, suicide attempts, and, tragically, suicide completion in the days after. One more reason for society and parents to value plentiful sleep in teens rather than chastise it, especially considering that suicide is the second leading cause of death in young adults in developed nations after car accidents. Insufficient sleep has also been linked to aggression, bullying, and behavioral problems in children across a range of ages. A similar relationship between a lack of sleep and violence has been observed in adult prison populations, places that, I should add, are woefully poor at enabling good sleep that could reduce aggression, violence, psychiatric disturbance, and suicide, which, beyond the humanitarian concern, increases costs to the taxpayer. Equally problematic issues arise from extreme swings in positive mood, though the consequences are different. Hypersensitivity to pleasurable experiences can lead to sensation-seeking, risk-taking, and addiction. Sleep disturbance is a recognized hallmark associated with addictive substance use. Insufficient sleep also determines relapse rates in numerous addiction disorders associated with reward cravings that are unmetered, lacking control from the rational head office of the brain's prefrontal cortex. Relevant from a prevention standpoint, insufficient sleep during childhood significantly predicts early onset of drug and alcohol use in that same child during their later adolescent years, even when controlling for other high-risk traits, such as anxiety, attention deficits, and parental history of drug use. You can now appreciate why the bidirectional, pendulum-like emotional liability caused by sleep deprivation is so concerning, rather than counterbalancing. Our brain scanning experiments in healthy individuals offered reflections on the relationship between sleep and psychiatric illnesses. There is no major psychiatric condition in which sleep is normal. This is true of depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder, once known as manic depression. Psychiatry has long been aware of the coincidence between sleep disturbance and mental illness. However, a prevailing view in psychiatry has been that mental disorders cause sleep disruption, a one-way street of influence. Instead, we have demonstrated that otherwise healthy people can experience a neurological pattern of brain activity similar to that observed in many of these psychiatric conditions simply by having their sleep disrupted or blocked. Indeed, many of the brain regions commonly impacted by psychiatric mood disorders are the same regions that are involved in sleep regulation and impacted by sleep loss. Further, many of the genes that show abnormalities in psychiatric illnesses are the same genes that help control sleep and our circadian rhythms. Had psychiatry got the causal direction wrong, and it was sleep disruption instigating mental illness, not the other way around? No, I believe that it is equally inaccurate and reductionist to suggest. Instead, I firmly believe that sleep loss and mental illness is best described as a two-way street of interaction, with the flow of traffic being stronger in one direction or the other, depending on the disorder. I am not suggesting that all psychiatric conditions are caused by absent sleep. However, I am suggesting that sleep disruption remains a neglected factor, contributing to the instigation and/or maintenance of numerous psychiatric illnesses, and has powerful diagnostic and therapeutic potential that we are yet to fully understand or make use of. Preliminary, but compelling, evidence is beginning to support this claim. One example involves bipolar disorder, which most people will recognize by the former name of manic depression. Bipolar disorder should not be confused with major depression, in which individuals slide exclusively down into the negative end of the mood spectrum. Instead, patients with bipolar depression vacillate between both ends of the emotion spectrum, experiencing dangerous periods of mania, excessive, reward-driven emotional behavior, and also periods of deep depression, negative moods and emotions. These extremes are often separated by a time when the patients are in a stable emotional state, neither manic nor depressed. A research team in Italy examined bipolar patients during the time when they were in this stable inter-episode phase. Next, under careful clinical supervision, they sleep-deprived these individuals for one night. Almost immediately, a large proportion of the individuals either spiraled into a manic episode or became seriously depressed. I find it to be an ethically difficult experiment to appreciate, but the scientists had importantly demonstrated that a lack of sleep is a causal trigger of a psychiatric episode of mania or depression. The result supports a mechanism in which the sleep disruption, which almost always precedes the shift from a stable to an unstable manic or depressive state in bipolar patients, may well be the trigger in the disorder, and not simply epiphenomenal. Thankfully, the opposite is also true. Should you improve sleep quality in patients suffering from several psychiatric conditions using a technique we will discuss later, called cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, CBTI, you can improve symptom severity and remission rates. My colleague at the University of California, Berkeley, Dr. Alison Harvey, has been a pioneer in this regard. By improving sleep quantity, quality, and regularity, Harvey and her team have systematically demonstrated the healing abilities of sleep for the minds of numerous psychiatric populations. She has intervened with the therapeutic tool of sleep in conditions as diverse as depression, bipolar disorder, anxiety, and suicide, all to great effect. By regularizing and enhancing sleep, Harvey has stepped these patients back from the edge of crippling mental illness. That, in my opinion, is a truly remarkable service to humanity. The swings in emotional brain activity that we observed in healthy individuals who were sleep-deprived may also explain a finding that has perplexed psychiatry for decades. Patients suffering from major depression, in which they become exclusively locked into the negative end of the mood spectrum, show what at first appears to be a counterintuitive response to one night of sleep deprivation. Approximately 30 to 40% of these patients will feel better after a night without sleep. Their lack of slumber appears to be an antidepressant. The reason sleep deprivation is not a commonly used treatment, however, is twofold. First, as soon as these individuals do sleep, the antidepressant benefit goes away. Second, the 60 to 70% of patients who do not respond to the sleep deprivation will actually feel worse, deepening their depression. As a result, sleep deprivation is not a realistic or comprehensive therapy option. Still, it has posed an interesting question. How could sleep deprivation prove helpful for some of these individuals, yet detrimental to others? I believe that the explanation resides in the bidirectional changes in emotional brain activity that we observed. Depression is not, as you may think, just about the excess presence of negative feelings. Major depression has as much to do with absence of positive emotions, a feature described as anhedonia, the inability to gain pleasure from normally pleasurable experiences, such as food, socializing, or sex. The 1/3 of depressed individuals who respond to sleep deprivation may therefore be those who experience the greater amplification within reward circuits of the brain that I described earlier, resulting in far stronger sensitivity to and experiencing of positive rewarding triggers following sleep deprivation. The anhedonia is therefore lessened, and now they can begin to experience a greater degree of pleasure from pleasurable life experiences. In contrast, the other 2/3 of depressed patients may suffer the opposite negative emotional consequences of sleep deprivation more dominantly, a worsening rather than alleviation of their depression. If we can identify what determines those who will be responders and those who will not, my hope is that we can create better, more tailored sleep intervention methods for combating depression. We will revisit the effects of sleep loss on emotional stability and other brain functions in later chapters, when we discuss the real-life consequences of sleep loss in society, education, and the workplace. The findings justify our questioning of whether or not sleep-deprived doctors can make emotionally rational decisions and judgments. Underslept military personnel should have their fingers on the triggers of weaponry. Overworked bankers and stock traders can make rational, non-risky financial decisions when investing the public's hard-earned retirement funds. And if teenagers should be battling against impossibly early start times during a developmental phase of life when they are most vulnerable to developing psychiatric disorders. For now, however, I will summarize this section by offering a discerning quote on the topic of sleep and emotion by the American entrepreneur E. Joseph Kosman. The best bridge between despair and hope is a good night's sleep. Tired and forgetful? Have you ever pulled an all-nighter, deliberately staying awake all night? One of my true loves is teaching a large undergraduate class on the science of sleep at the University of California, Berkeley. I taught a similar sleep course while I was at Harvard University. At the start of the course, I conduct a sleep survey, inquiring about my students' sleep habits, such as the times they go to bed and wake up during the week and weekend, how much sleep they get, if they think their academic performance is related to their sleep. Inasmuch as they are telling me the truth, they fill the survey out anonymously online, not in class. The answer I routinely get is saddening. More than 85% of them pull all-nighters. Especially concerning is the fact that of those who said yes to pulling all-nighters, almost a third will do so monthly, weekly, or even several times a week. As the course continues throughout the semester, I return to the results of their sleep survey and link their own sleep habits with the science we are learning about. In this way, I try to point out the very personal dangers they face to their psychological and physical health due to their insufficient sleep, and the danger they themselves pose to society as a consequence. The most common reason my students give for pulling all-nighters is to cram for an exam. In 2006, I decided to conduct an MRI study to investigate whether they were right or wrong to do so. Was pulling an all-nighter a wise idea for learning? We took a large group of individuals and assigned them to either a sleep group or a sleep deprivation group. Both groups remained awake normally across the first day. Across the following night, those in the sleep group obtained a full night of shut-eye, while those in the sleep deprivation group were kept awake all night under the watchful eye of trained staff in my lab. Both groups were then awake across the following morning. Around midday, we placed participants inside an MRI scanner and had them try to learn a list of facts, one at a time, as we took snapshots of their brain activity. Then we tested them to see how effective that learning had been. However, instead of testing them immediately after learning, we waited until they had had 2 nights of recovery sleep. We did this to make sure that any impairments we observed in the sleep-deprived group were not confounded by them being too sleepy or inattentive to recollect what they may very well have learned. Therefore, the sleep deprivation manipulation was only in effect during the act of learning and not during the latter act of recall. When we compared the effectiveness of learning between the 2 groups, the result was clear. There was a 40% deficit in the ability of the sleep-deprived group to cram new facts into the brain, that is to say, make new memories, relative to the group that obtained a full night of sleep. To put that in context, it would be the difference between acing an exam and failing it miserably. What was going wrong within the brain to produce these deficits? We compared the patterns of brain activity during attempted learning between the 2 groups, and focused our analysis on the brain region that we spoke about in Chapter 6, the hippocampus, the information inbox of the brain that acquires new facts. There was lots of healthy, learning-related activity in the hippocampus in the participants who had slept the night before. However, when we looked at this same brain structure in the sleep-deprived participants, we could not find any significant learning activity whatsoever. It was as though sleep deprivation had shut down their memory inbox, and any new incoming information was simply being bounced. You don't even need the blunt force of a whole night of sleep deprivation. Simply disrupting the depth of an individual's NREM sleep with infrequent sounds, preventing deep sleep and keeping the brain in shallow sleep without waking the individual up, will produce similar brain deficits and learning impairments. You may have seen a movie called Memento, in which the lead character suffers brain damage and, from that point forward, can no longer make any new memories. In neurology, he is what we call densely amnesic. The part of his brain that was damaged was the hippocampus. It is the very same structure that sleep deprivation will attack, blocking your brain's capacity for new learning. I cannot tell you how many of my students have come up to me at the end of the lecture in which I described these studies and said, "I know that exact feeling. It seems as though I'm staring at the page of the textbook, but nothing is going in. I may be able to hold on to some facts the following day for the exam, but if you were to ask me to take that same test a month later, I think I'd hardly remember a thing." The latter description has scientific backing. Those few memories you are able to learn while sleep-deprived are forgotten far more quickly in the hours and days thereafter. Memories formed without sleep are weaker memories, evaporating rapidly. Studies in rats have found that it is almost impossible to strengthen the synaptic connections between individual neurons that normally forge a new memory circuit in the animals that have been sleep-deprived. Imprinting lasting memories into the architecture of the brain becomes nearly impossible. This is true whether the researchers sleep-deprived the rats for a full 24 hours or just a little, for 2 or 3 hours. Even the most elemental units of the learning process, the production of proteins that form the building blocks of memories within these synapses, are stunted by the state of sleep loss. The very latest work in this area has revealed that sleep deprivation even impacts the DNA and the learning-related genes in the brain cells of the hippocampus itself. A lack of sleep, therefore, is a deeply penetrating and corrosive force that enfeebles the memory-making apparatus within your brain, preventing you from constructing lasting memory traces. It is rather like building a sandcastle too close to the tide line. The consequences are inevitable. While at Harvard University, I was invited to write my first op-ed piece for their newspaper, The Crimson. The topic was sleep loss, learning and memory. It was also the last piece I was invited to write. In the article, I described the above studies and their relevance, returning time and again to the pandemic of sleep deprivation that was sweeping through the student body. However, rather than lambaste the students for these practices, I pointed a scolding finger directly at the faculty, myself included. I suggested that if we, as teachers, strive to accomplish just that purpose, to teach, then end-loading exams in the final days of the semester was an asinine decision. It forced a behavior in our students, that of short sleeping or pulling all-nighters leading up to the exam, that was in direct opposition to the goals of nurturing young scholarly minds. I argued that logic, backed by scientific fact, must prevail, and that it was long past the time for us to rethink our evaluation methods, their contra-educational impact, and the unhealthy behavior it coerced from our students. To suggest that the reaction from the faculty was icy would be a thermal compliment. It was the student's choice, I was told in adamant response emails. A lack of planned study by irresponsible undergraduates was another common rebuttal from faculty and administrators attempting to sidestep responsibility. In truth, I never believed that one op-ed column would trigger a U-turn in poor educational examination methods at that or any other higher institute of learning. As many have said about such Stoic institutions, theories, beliefs, and practices die one generation at a time. But the conversation and battle must start somewhere. You may ask whether I have changed my own educational practice and assessment. I have. There are no final exams at the end of the semester in my classes. Instead, I split my courses up into thirds so that students only have to study a handful of lectures at a time. Furthermore, none of the exams are cumulative. It's a tried and true effect in the psychology of memory, described as mass versus spaced learning. As with a fine dining experience, it is far more preferable to separate the educational meal into smaller courses, with breaks in between to allow for digestion, rather than attempt to cram all of those informational calories down in one go. In Chapter 6, I described the crucial role for sleep after learning in the offline cementing or consolidating of recently learned memories. My friend and longtime collaborator at Harvard Medical School, Dr. Robert Stickgold, conducted a clever study with wide-reaching implications. He had a total of 133 undergraduates learn a visual memory task through repetition. Participants then returned to his laboratory and were tested to see how much they had retained. Some subjects returned the next day after a full night of sleep. Others returned 2 days later after 2 nights of sleep, and still others after 3 days with 3 nights of sleep in between. As you would predict by now, a night of sleep strengthened the newly learned memories, boosting their retention. Additionally, the more nights of sleep participants had before they were tested, the better their memory was. All except another subgroup of participants. Like the subjects in the third group, these participants learned the task on the first day and learned it just as well. They were then tested 3 nights later, just like the third group before. The difference was that they were deprived of sleep the first night after learning and were not tested the following day. Instead, Stickgold gave them 2 full recovery nights of sleep before testing them. They showed absolutely no evidence of a memory consolidation improvement. In other words, if you don't sleep the very first night after learning, you lose the chance to consolidate those memories, even if you get lots of catch-up sleep thereafter. In terms of memory, then, sleep is not like the bank. You cannot accumulate a debt and hope to pay it off at a later point in time. Sleep for memory consolidation is an all-or-nothing event. It is a concerning result in our 24/7, hurry-up, don't wait society.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
I feel another op-ed coming on. Sleep and Alzheimer's disease. The 2 most feared diseases throughout developed nations are dementia and cancer. Both are related to inadequate sleep. We will address the latter in the next chapter regarding sleep deprivation and the body. Regarding the former, which centers on the brain, a lack of sleep is fast becoming recognized as a key lifestyle factor determining whether or not you will develop Alzheimer's disease. The condition, originally identified in 1901 by German physician Dr. Aloysius Alzheimer, has become one of the largest public health and economic challenges of the 21st century. More than 40 million people suffer from the debilitating disease. That number has accelerated as the human lifespan has stretched, but also, importantly, as total sleep time has decreased. 1 in 10 adults over the age of 65 now suffers from Alzheimer's disease. Without advances in diagnosis, prevention, and therapeutics, the escalation will continue. Sleep represents a new candidate for hope on all 3 of these fronts: diagnosis, prevention, and therapeutics. Before discussing why, let me first describe how sleep disruption and Alzheimer's disease are causally linked. As we learned in Chapter 5, sleep quality, especially that of deep NREM sleep, deteriorates as we age. This is linked to a decline in memory. However, if you assess a patient with Alzheimer's disease, the disruption of deep sleep is far more exaggerated. More telling, perhaps, is the fact that sleep disturbance precedes the onset of Alzheimer's disease by several years, suggesting that it may be an early warning sign of the condition, or even a contributor to it. Following diagnosis, the magnitude of sleep disruption will then progress in unison with the symptom severity of the Alzheimer's patient, further suggesting a link between the two. Making matters worse, over 60% of patients with Alzheimer's disease have at least one clinical sleep disorder. Insomnia is especially common, as caregivers of a loved one with Alzheimer's disease will know all too well. It was not until relatively recently, however, that the association between disturbed sleep and Alzheimer's disease was realized to be more than just an association. While much remains to be understood, we now recognize that sleep disruption and Alzheimer's disease interact in a self-fulfilling negative spiral that can initiate and/or accelerate the condition. Alzheimer's disease is associated with the buildup of a toxic form of protein called beta-amyloid, which aggregates in sticky clumps or plaques within the brain. Amyloid plaques are poisonous to neurons, killing the surrounding brain cells. What is strange, however, is that amyloid plaques only affect some parts of the brain and not others, the reasons for which remain unclear. What struck me about this unexplained pattern was the location in the brain where amyloid accumulates early in the course of Alzheimer's disease and most severely in the late stages of the condition. That area is the middle part of the frontal lobe, which, as you will remember, is the same brain region essential for the electrical generation of deep NREM sleep in healthy young individuals. At the time, we did not understand if or why Alzheimer's disease caused sleep disruption, but simply knew that they always co-occurred. I wondered whether the reason patients with Alzheimer's disease have such impaired deep NREM sleep was, in part, because the disease erodes the very region of the brain that normally generates this key stage of slumber. I joined forces with Dr. William Jagust, a leading authority on Alzheimer's disease at the University of California, Berkeley. Together, our research team set about testing this hypothesis. Several years later, having assessed the sleep of many older adults with varying degrees of amyloid buildup in the brain that we quantified with a special type of PET scan, we arrived at the answer. The more amyloid deposits there were in the middle regions of the frontal lobe, the more impaired the deep sleep quality was in that older individual. And it was not just a general loss of deep sleep, which is common as we get older, but the very deepest of the powerful slow brainwaves of NREM sleep that the disease was ruthlessly eroding. This distinction was important, since it meant that the sleep impairment caused by amyloid buildup in the brain was more than just normal aging. It was unique, a departure from what is otherwise the signature of sleep decline as we get older. We are now examining whether this very particular dent in sleeping brainwave activity represents an early identifier of those who are at greatest risk from developing Alzheimer's disease years in advance. If sleep does prove to be an early diagnostic measure, especially one that is relatively cheap, non-invasive, and can be easily obtained in a large number of individuals, unlike costly MRI or PET scans, then early intervention becomes possible. Building on these findings, our recent work has added a key piece in the jigsaw puzzle of Alzheimer's disease. We have discovered a new pathway through which amyloid plaques may contribute to memory decline later in life, something that has been largely missing in our understanding of how Alzheimer's disease works. I mentioned that the toxic amyloid deposits only accumulate in some parts of the brain and not others. Despite Alzheimer's disease being typified by memory loss, the hippocampus, that key memory reservoir in the brain, is mysteriously unaffected by amyloid protein. This question has so far baffled scientists. How does amyloid cause memory loss in Alzheimer's disease patients when amyloid itself does not affect memory areas of the brain? While other aspects of the disease may be at play, it seemed plausible to me that there was a missing intermediary factor, one that was transacting the influence of amyloid in one part of the brain on memory, which depended on a different region of the brain. Was sleep disruption the missing factor? To test this theory, we had elderly patients with varying levels of amyloid, low to high, in their brains, learn a list of new facts in the evening. The next morning, after recording their sleep in the laboratory that night, we tested them to see how effective their sleep had been at cementing and thus holding on to those new memories. We discovered a chain reaction effect. Those individuals with the highest levels of amyloid deposits in the frontal regions of the brain had the most severe loss of deep sleep and, as a knock-on consequence, failed to successfully consolidate those new memories. Overnight, forgetting, rather than remembering, had taken place. The disruption of deep NREM sleep was therefore a hidden middleman, brokering the bad deal between amyloid and memory impairment in Alzheimer's disease, a missing link. These findings, however, were only half of the story, and admittedly the less important half. Our work had shown that the amyloid plaques of Alzheimer's disease may be associated with the loss of deep sleep. But does it work both ways? Can a lack of sleep actually cause amyloid to build up in your brain to begin with? If so, insufficient sleep across an individual's life would significantly raise their risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. Around the same time that we were conducting our studies, Dr. Makin Nedegard at the University of Rochester made one of the most spectacular discoveries in the field of sleep research in recent decades. Working with mice, Nedegard found that a kind of sewage network called the glymphatic system exists within the brain. Its name is derived from the body's equivalent lymphatic system, but it's composed of cells called glia, from the Greek root word for glue. Glial cells are distributed throughout your entire brain, situated side by side with the neurons that generate the electrical impulses of your brain. Just as the lymphatic system drains contaminants from your body, the glymphatic system collects and removes dangerous metabolic contaminants generated by the hard work performed by neurons in your brain, rather like a support team surrounding an elite athlete. Although the glymphatic system, the support team, is somewhat active during the day, Nedegard and her team discovered that it is during sleep that this neural sanitization work kicks into high gear. Associated with the pulsing rhythm of deep NREM sleep comes a 10 to 20-fold increase in effluent expulsion from the brain. In what can be described as a nighttime power cleanse, the purifying work of the glymphatic system is accomplished by cerebrospinal fluid that bathes the brain. Nedegard made a second astonishing discovery, which explained why the cerebrospinal fluid is so effective in flushing out metabolic debris at night. The glial cells of the brain were shrinking in size by up to 60% during NREM sleep, enlarging the space around the neurons and allowing the cerebrospinal fluid to proficiently clean out the metabolic refuse left by the day's neural activity. Think of the buildings of a large metropolitan city physically shrinking at night, allowing municipal cleaning crews easy access to pick up garbage strewn in the streets, followed by a good pressure jet treatment of every nook and cranny. When we wake each morning, our brains can once again function efficiently thanks to this deep cleansing. So what does this have to do with Alzheimer's disease? One piece of toxic debris evacuated by the glymphatic system during sleep is amyloid protein, the poisonous element associated with Alzheimer's disease. Other dangerous metabolic waste elements that have links to Alzheimer's disease are also removed by the cleaning process during sleep, including a protein called tau, as well as stress molecules produced by neurons when they combust energy and oxygen during the day. Should you experimentally prevent a mouse from getting NREM sleep, keeping it awake instead, there is an immediate increase in amyloid deposits within the brain. Without sleep, an escalation of poisonous Alzheimer's-related protein accumulated in the brains of the mice, together with several other toxic metabolites. Phrased differently, and perhaps more simply, wakefulness is low-level brain damage, while sleep is neurological sanitation. Nedergaard's findings completed the circle of knowledge that our findings had left unanswered. Inadequate sleep and the pathology of Alzheimer's disease interact in a vicious cycle. Without sufficient sleep, amyloid plaques build up in the brain, especially in deep sleep-generating regions, attacking and degrading them. The loss of deep NREM sleep caused by this assault therefore lessens the ability to remove amyloid from the brain at night, resulting in greater amyloid deposition. More amyloid, less deep sleep, more amyloid, and so on and so forth. From this cascade comes a prediction. Getting too little sleep across the adult lifespan will significantly raise your risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. Precisely this relationship has now been reported in numerous epidemiological studies, including those individuals suffering from sleep disorders, such as insomnia and sleep apnea. Parenthetically and unscientifically, I have always found it curious that Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, two heads of state that were very vocal, if not proud, about sleeping only 4 to 5 hours a night, both went on to develop the ruthless disease. The current US President, Donald Trump, also a vociferous proclaimer of sleeping just a few hours each night, may want to take note. A more radical and converse prediction that emerges from these findings is that, by improving someone's sleep, we should be able to reduce their risk of developing Alzheimer's disease, or at least delay its onset. Tentative support has emerged from clinical studies in which middle and older age adults have had their sleep disorders successfully treated. As a consequence, their rate of cognitive decline slowed significantly and further delayed the onset of Alzheimer's disease by 5 to 10 years. My own research group is now trying to develop a number of viable methods for artificially increasing deep NREM sleep that could restore some degree of the memory consolidation function that is absent in older individuals with high amounts of amyloid in the brain. If we can find a method that is cost-effective and can be scaled up to the population level for repeat use, my goal is prevention. Can we begin supplementing the declining deep sleep of vulnerable members of society during midlife, many decades before the tipping point of Alzheimer's disease is reached, aiming to avert dementia risk later in life? It is an admittedly lofty ambition, and some would argue a moonshot research goal. But it is worth recalling that we already use this conceptual approach in medicine, in the form of prescribing statins to higher-risk individuals in their 40s and 50s to help prevent cardiovascular disease, rather than having to treat it decades later. Insufficient sleep is only one among several risk factors associated with Alzheimer's disease. Sleep alone will not be the magic bullet that eradicates dementia. Nevertheless, prioritizing sleep across the lifespan is clearly becoming a significant factor for lowering Alzheimer's disease risk. Chapter 8. Cancer, heart attacks, and a shorter life. Sleep deprivation and the body. I was once fond of saying, sleep is the third pillar of good health, alongside diet and exercise. I have changed my tune. Sleep is more than a pillar. It is the foundation on which the other two health bastions sit. Take away the bedrock of sleep, or weaken it just a little, and careful eating or physical exercise become less than effective, as we shall see. Yet the insidious impact of sleep loss on health runs much deeper. Every major system, tissue and organ of your body suffers when sleep becomes short. No aspect of your health can retreat at the sign of sleep loss and escape unharmed. Like water from a burst pipe in your home, the effects of sleep deprivation will seep into every nook and cranny of biology, down into your cells, even altering your most fundamental self, your DNA. Widening the lens of focus, there are more than 20 large-scale epidemiological studies that have tracked millions of people over many decades, all of which report the same clear relationship. The shorter your sleep, the shorter your life. The leading causes of disease and death in developed nations, diseases that are crippling healthcare systems, such as heart disease, obesity, dementia, diabetes, and cancer, all have recognized causal links to a lack of sleep. This chapter describes, uncomfortably, the many and varied ways in which insufficient sleep proves ruinous to all the major physiological systems of the human body: cardiovascular, metabolic, immune, reproductive. Sleep loss and the cardiovascular system. Unhealthy sleep, unhealthy heart. Simple and true. Take the results of a 2011 study that tracked more than 500,000 men and women of varied ages, races, and ethnicities across 8 different countries. Progressively shorter sleep was associated with a 45% increased risk of developing and/or dying from coronary heart disease within 7 to 25 years from the start of the study. A similar relationship was observed in a Japanese study of over 4,000 male workers. Over a 14-year period, those sleeping 6 hours or less were 400 to 500% more likely to suffer 1 or more cardiac arrests than those sleeping more than 6 hours. I should note that in many of these studies, the relationship between short sleep and heart failure remains strong, even after controlling for other known cardiac risk factors, such as smoking, physical activity, and body mass. A lack of sleep more than accomplishes its own independent attack on the heart. As we approach midlife and our body begins to deteriorate and health resilience starts its decline, the impact of insufficient sleep on the cardiovascular system escalates. Adults 45 years or older who sleep fewer than 6 hours a night are 200% more likely to have a heart attack or stroke during their lifetime, as compared with those sleeping 7 to 8 hours a night. This finding impresses how important it is to prioritize sleep in midlife, which is unfortunately the time when family and professional circumstances encourage us to do the exact opposite. Part of the reason the heart suffers so dramatically under the weight of sleep deprivation concerns blood pressure. Have a quick look at your right forearm and pick out some veins. If you wrap your left hand around that forearm, just below the elbow, and grip it like a tourniquet, you will see those vessels start to balloon. A little alarming, isn't it? The ease with which just a little sleep loss can pump up pressure in the veins of your entire body, stretching and distressing the vessel walls, is equally alarming. High blood pressure is so common nowadays that we forget the deathly toll it inflicts. This year alone, hypertension will steal more than 7 million people's lives by way of cardiac failure, ischemic heart disease, stroke, or kidney failure. Deficient sleep is responsible for many of these lost fathers, mothers, grandparents, and beloved friends. As with other consequences of sleep loss we've encountered, you don't need a full night of total sleep deprivation to inflict a measurable impact on your cardiovascular system. One night of modest sleep reduction, even just 1 or 2 hours, will promptly speed the contracting rate of a person's heart, hour upon hour, and significantly increase the systolic blood pressure within their vasculature. You will find no solace in the fact that these experiments were conducted in young, fit individuals, all of whom started out with an otherwise healthy cardiovascular system just hours before. Such physical fitness proves no match for a short night of sleep. It affords no resistance. Beyond accelerating your heart rate and increasing your blood pressure, a lack of sleep further erodes the fabric of those strained blood vessels, especially those that feed the heart itself, called the coronary arteries. These corridors of life need to be clean and open wide to supply your heart with blood at all times. Narrow or block those passageways, and your heart can suffer a comprehensive and often fatal attack caused by blood oxygen starvation, colloquially known as a massive coronary. One cause of a coronary artery blockage is atherosclerosis, or the furring up of those heart corridors with hardened plaques that contain calcium deposits. Researchers at the University of Chicago studied almost 500 healthy midlife adults, none of whom had any existing heart disease or signs of atherosclerosis. They tracked the health of the coronary arteries of these participants for a number of years, all the while assessing their sleep. If you were one of the individuals who were obtaining just 5 to 6 hours each night or less, you were 200 to 300% more likely to suffer calcification of your coronary arteries over the next 5 years, relative to those individuals sleeping 7 to 8 hours. The deficient sleep of those individuals was associated with a closing off of the critical passageways that should otherwise be wide open and feeding the heart with blood, starving it and significantly increasing the risk of a coronary heart attack. Although the mechanisms by which sleep deprivation degrades cardiovascular health are numerous, they all appear to cluster around a common culprit, called the sympathetic nervous system. Abandon any thoughts of love or serene compassion based on the misguiding name. The sympathetic nervous system is resolutely activating, inciting, even agitating. If needed, it will mobilize the evolutionarily ancient fight-or-flight stress response within the body, comprehensively and in a matter of seconds. Like an accomplished general in command of a vast military, the sympathetic nervous system can muster activity in a vast assortment of the body's physiological divisions, from respiration, immune function, and stress chemicals to blood pressure and heart rate. An acute stress response from the sympathetic nervous system, which is normally only deployed for short periods of time, lasting minutes to hours, can be highly adaptive under conditions of credible threat, such as the potential of real physical attack. Survival is the goal, and these responses promote immediate action to accomplish just that. But leave that system stuck in the on position for long durations of time, and sympathetic activation becomes deeply maladaptive. In fact, it is a killer. With few exceptions over the past half-century, every experiment that has investigated the impact of deficient sleep on the human body has observed an overactive sympathetic nervous system. For as long as the state of insufficient sleep lasts, and for some time thereafter, the body remains stuck in some degree of a fight-or-flight state. It can last for years in those with an untreated sleep disorder, excessive work hours that limit sleep or its quality, or the simple neglect of sleep by an individual. Like a car engine that is revved to a shrieking extreme for sustained periods of time, your sympathetic nervous system is floored into perpetual overdrive by a lack of sleep. The consequential strain that is placed on your body by the persistent force of sympathetic activation will leak out in all manner of health issues, just like the failed pistons, gaskets, seals, and gnashing gears of an abused car engine. Through this central pathway of an overactive sympathetic nervous system, sleep deprivation triggers a domino effect that will spread like a wave of health damage throughout your body. It starts with removing a default resting brake that normally prevents your heart from accelerating in its rate of contraction. Once this brake is released, you will experience sustained speeds of cardiac beating. As your sleep-deprived heart beats faster, the volumetric rate of blood pumped through your vasculature increases, and with that comes the hypertensive state of your blood pressure. Occurring at the same time is a chronic increase in a stress hormone called cortisol, which is triggered by the overactive sympathetic nervous system. One undesirable consequence of the sustained deluge of cortisol is the constriction of those blood vessels, triggering an even greater increase in blood pressure. Making matters worse, growth hormone, a great healer of the body, which normally surges at night, is shut off by the state of sleep deprivation. Without growth hormone to replenish the lining of your blood vessels, called the endothelium, they will be slowly shorn and stripped of their integrity. Adding insult to real injury, the hypertensive strain that sleep deprivation places on your vasculature means that you can no longer repair those fracturing vessels effectively. The damaged and weakened state of vascular plumbing throughout your body now becomes systematically more prone to atherosclerosis, arteries furring up. Vessels will rupture. It is a powder keg of factors, with heart attack and stroke being the most common casualties in the explosive aftermath. Compare this cascade of harm to the healing benefits that a full night of sleep normally lavishes on the cardiovascular system. During deep NREM sleep specifically, The brain communicates a calming signal to the fight-or-flight sympathetic branch of the body's nervous system, and does so for long durations of the night. As a result, deep sleep prevents an escalation of this physiological stress that is synonymous with increased blood pressure, heart attack, heart failure, and stroke. This includes a calming effect on the contracting speed of your heart. Think of your deep NREM sleep as a natural form of nighttime blood pressure management, one that averts hypertension and stroke. When communicating science to the general public in lectures or writing, I'm always wary of bombarding an audience with never-ending mortality and morbidity statistics, lest they themselves lose the will to live in front of me. It is hard not to do so with such compelling masses of studies in the field of sleep deprivation. Often, however, a single astonishing result is all that people need to apprehend the point. For cardiovascular health, I believe that finding comes from a global experiment in which 1.5 billion people are forced to reduce their sleep by 1 hour or less for a single night each year. It is very likely that you have been part of this experiment, otherwise known as daylight savings time. In the Northern Hemisphere, the switch to daylight savings time in March results in most people losing an hour of sleep opportunity. Should you tabulate millions of daily hospital records, as researchers have done, you discover that this seemingly trivial sleep reduction comes with a frightening spike in heart attacks the following day. Impressively, it works both ways. In the autumn within the Northern Hemisphere, when the clocks move forward and we gain an hour of sleep opportunity time, rates of heart attacks plummet the day after. A similar rise and fall relationship can be seen with the number of traffic accidents, proving that the brain, by way of attention lapses and microsleeps, is just as sensitive as the heart to very small perturbations of sleep. Most people think nothing of losing an hour of sleep for a single night, believing it to be trivial and inconsequential. It is anything but. Sleep loss and metabolism, diabetes and weight gain. The less you sleep, the more you are likely to eat. In addition, your body becomes unable to manage those calories effectively, especially the concentrations of sugar in your blood. In these two ways, sleeping less than 7 or 8 hours a night will increase your probability of gaining weight, being overweight, or being obese, and significantly increases your likelihood of developing type 2 diabetes. The global health cost of diabetes is $375 billion a year. That of obesity is more than $2 trillion. Yet for the underslept individual, the cost to health, quality of life, and a hastened arrival of death are more meaningful. Precisely how a lack of sleep sets you on a path toward diabetes and leads to obesity is now well understood and incontrovertible. Diabetes. Sugar is a dangerous thing. In your diet, yes, but here I'm referring to that which is currently circulating in your bloodstream. Excessively high levels of blood sugar, or glucose, over weeks or years, inflicts a surprising harm to the tissues and organs of your body, worsens your health, and shortens your lifespan. Eye disease that can end in blindness, nerve disease that commonly results in amputations, and kidney failure necessitating dialysis or transplant are all consequences of prolonged high blood sugar, as are hypertension and heart disease. But it is the condition of type 2 diabetes that is most commonly and immediately related to unregulated blood sugar. In a healthy individual, the hormone insulin will trigger the cells of your body to swiftly absorb glucose from the bloodstream, should it increase, as happens after eating a meal. Instructed by insulin, the cells of your body will open special channels on their surface that operate like wonderfully efficient roadside drains at the height of a downpour. They have no problem dealing with the deluge of glucose coursing down the transit arteries, averting what could otherwise be a dangerous flood of sugar in the bloodstream. If the cells of your body stop responding to insulin, however, they cannot efficiently absorb glucose from the blood. Similar to roadside drains that become blocked or erroneously closed shut, the rising swell of blood sugar cannot be brought back down to safe levels. At this point, the body has transitioned into a hyperglycemic state. Should this condition persist, and the cells of your body remain intolerant to dealing with the high levels of glucose, you will transition into a pre-diabetic state and, ultimately, develop full-blown type 2 diabetes. Early warning signs of a link between sleep loss and abnormal blood sugar emerged in a series of large epidemiological studies spanning several continents. Independent of one another, the research groups found far higher rates of type 2 diabetes among individuals that reported sleeping less than 6 hours a night routinely. The association remained significant even when adjusting for other contributing factors, such as body weight, alcohol, smoking, age, gender, race, and caffeine use. Powerful as these studies are, though, they do not inform the direction of causality. Does the state of diabetes impair your sleep, or does short sleep impair your body's ability to regulate blood sugar, thereby causing diabetes? To answer this question, scientists had to conduct carefully controlled experiments with healthy adults who had no existing signs of diabetes or issues with blood sugar. In the first of these studies, participants were limited to sleeping 4 hours a night for just 6 nights. By the end of that week, these, formerly healthy, participants were 40% less effective at absorbing a standard dose of glucose compared to when they were fully rested. To give you a sense of what that means, if the researchers showed those blood sugar readings to an unwitting family doctor, the GP would immediately classify that individual as being pre-diabetic. They would start a rapid intervention program to prevent the development of irreversible type 2 diabetes. Numerous scientific laboratories around the world have replicated this alarming effect of short sleep, some with even less aggressive reductions in sleep amount. How does a lack of sleep hijack the body's effective control of blood sugar? Was it a blockade of insulin release, removing the essential instruction for cells to absorb glucose? Or had the cells themselves become unresponsive to an otherwise normal and present message of insulin? As we have discovered, both are true, though the most compelling evidence indicates the latter. By taking small tissue samples, or biopsies, from participants at the end of the above experiments, we can examine how the cells of the body are operating. After participants had been restricted to 4 to 5 hours of sleep for a week, the cells of these tired individuals had become far less receptive to insulin. In this sleep-deprived state, the cells were stubbornly resisting the message from insulin and refusing to open up their surface channels. The cells were repelling rather than absorbing the dangerously high levels of glucose. The roadside drains were effectively closed shut, leading to a rising tide of blood sugar and a pre-diabetic state of hyperglycemia. While many in the general public understand that diabetes is serious, they may not appreciate the true burden. Beyond the average treatment cost of more than $85,000 per patient, which contributes to higher medical insurance premiums, diabetes lops 10 years off an individual's life expectancy. Chronic sleep deprivation is now recognized as one of the major contributors to the escalation of type 2 diabetes throughout first world countries. It's a preventable contribution. Weight gain and obesity. When your sleep becomes short, you will gain weight. Multiple forces conspire to expand your waistline. The first concerns 2 hormones controlling appetite, leptin and ghrelin. Leptin signals a sense of feeling full. When circulating levels of leptin are high, your appetite is blunted and you don't feel like eating. Ghrelin, in contrast, triggers a strong sensation of hunger. When ghrelin levels increase, so too does your desire to eat. An imbalance of either one of these hormones can trigger increased eating and thus body weight. Perturb both in the wrong direction, and weight gain is more than probable. Over the past 30 years, my colleague, Dr. Ev Van Carter at the University of Chicago, has tirelessly conducted research on the link between sleep and appetite that is as brilliant as it is impactful. Rather than depriving individuals of a full night of sleep, Van Carter has taken a more relevant approach. She recognized that more than a third of individuals in industrialized societies sleep less than 5 to 6 hours a night during the week. So in a first series of studies of healthy young adults of perfectly normal weight, she began to investigate whether 1 week of this societally typical short sleep was enough to disrupt levels of either leptin or ghrelin, or both. If you are a participant in one of Van Carter's studies, it feels rather more like a 1-week stay at a hotel. You will get your own room, bed, clean sheets, a television, internet access, etc. Everything except free tea and coffee, since no caffeine is allowed. In one arm of the experiment, you will be given an 8.5-hour sleep opportunity each night for 5 nights, recorded with electrodes placed on your head. In the other arm of the study, you are only allowed 4 to 5 hours of sleep for 5 nights, also measured with electrode recordings. In both study arms, you will receive exactly the same amount and type of food, and your degree of physical activity is also held constant. Each day, your sense of hunger and food intake are monitored, as are your circulating levels of leptin and ghrelin. Using precisely this experimental design in a group of healthy, lean participants, Van Carter discovered that individuals were far more ravenous when sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night. This despite being given the same amount of food and being similarly active, which kept the hunger levels of these same individuals under calm control when they were getting 8 or more hours of sleep. The strong rise of hunger pangs and increased reported appetite occurred rapidly, by just the second day of short sleeping. At fault were the 2 characters, leptin and ghrelin. Inadequate sleep decreased concentrations of the satiety signaling hormone leptin and increased levels of the hunger-instigating hormone ghrelin. It was a classic case of physiological double jeopardy. Participants were being punished twice for the same offense of short sleeping. Once by having the "I'm full" signal removed from their system, and once by gaining the "I'm still hungry" feeling being amplified. As a result, participants just didn't feel satisfied by food when they were short sleeping. From a metabolic perspective, the sleep-restricted participants had lost their hunger control. By limiting these individuals to what some in our society would think of as a sufficient amount of sleep, 5 hours a night, Van Carter had caused a profound imbalance in the scales of hormonal food desire. By muting the chemical message that says, "Stop eating," leptin, yet increasing the hormonal voice that shouts, "Please keep eating," ghrelin, your appetite remains unsatisfied when your sleep is anything less than plentiful, even after a kingly meal. As Van Carter has elegantly described to me, a sleep-deprived body will cry famine in the midst of plenty. But feeling hungry and actually eating more are not the same thing. Do you actually eat more when sleeping less? Does your waistline really swell as a consequence of that rise in appetite? With another landmark study, Van Carter proved this to be the case. Participants in this experiment again underwent 2 different conditions, acting as their own baseline control: 4 nights of 8.5 hours time in bed, and 4 nights of 4.5 hours time in bed. Each day, participants were limited to the same level of physical activity under both conditions. Each day they were given free access to food, and the researchers meticulously counted the difference in calorie consumption between the 2 experimental manipulations. When short sleeping, the very same individuals ate 300 calories more each day, or well over 1,000 calories before the end of the experiment, compared to when they were routinely getting a full night of sleep. Similar changes occur if you give people 5 to 6 hours of sleep over a 10-day period. Scale that up to a working year, and assuming 1 month of vacation in which sleep miraculously becomes abundant, and you will still have consumed more than 70,000 extra calories. Based on caloric estimates, that would cause 10 to 15 pounds of weight gain a year, each and every year, which may sound painfully familiar to many of us. Van Carter's next experiment was the most surprising and devilish of all. Fit, healthy individuals went through the same 2 different conditions as before: 4 nights of 8.5 hours time in bed and 4 nights of 4.5 hours time in bed. However, on the last day of each of the experimental conditions, something different happened. Participants were offered an additional food buffet, stretched across a 4-hour period. Set out in front of them was an assortment of foods, from meats, vegetables, bread, potatoes and salad, to fruit and ice cream. Set to one side, however, was access to a bonus snack bar filled with cookies, chocolate bars, chips and pretzels. Participants could eat as much as they wanted in the 4-hour period, with the buffet even being replenished halfway through. Importantly, the subjects ate alone, limiting social or stigmatizing influences that could alter their natural eating urges. Following the buffet, Van Carter and her team once again quantified what participants ate and how much they ate. Despite eating almost 2,000 calories during the buffet lunch, sleep-deprived participants dove into the snack bar. They consumed an additional 330 calories of snack foods after the full meal, compared to when they were getting plenty of sleep each night. Of relevance to this behavior is a recent discovery that sleep loss increases levels of circulating endocannabinoids, which, as you may have guessed from the name, are chemicals produced by the body that are very similar to the drug cannabis. Like marijuana use, these chemicals stimulate appetite and increase your desire to snack, otherwise known as having the munchies. Combine this increase in endocannabinoids with alterations in leptin and ghrelin caused by sleep deprivation, and you have a potent brew of chemical messages, all driving you in one direction: overeating. Some argue that we eat more when we are sleep-deprived because we burn extra calories when we stay awake. Sadly, this is not true. In the sleep restriction experiments described above, there are no differences in caloric expenditure between the 2 conditions. Take it to the extreme by sleep-depriving an individual for 24 hours straight, and they will only burn an extra 147 calories, relative to a 24-hour period containing a full 8 hours of sleep. Sleep, it turns out, is an intensely metabolically active state for brain and body alike. For this reason, theories proposing that we sleep to conserve large amounts of energy are no longer entertained. The paltry caloric savings are insufficient to outweigh the survival dangers and disadvantages associated with falling asleep. More importantly, the extra calories that you eat when sleep-deprived far outweigh any nominal extra energy you burn while remaining awake. Making matters worse, the less an individual sleeps, the less energy he or she feels they have, and the more sedentary and less willing to exercise they are in real-world settings. Inadequate sleep is the perfect recipe for obesity. Greater calorie intake, lower calorie expenditure. Weight gain caused by short sleep is not just a matter of eating more, but also a change in what you binge eat. Looking across the different studies, Van Carter noticed that cravings for sweets, for example cookies, chocolate and ice cream, heavy-hitting carbohydrate-rich foods, for example bread and pasta, and salty snacks, for example potato chips and pretzels, all increased by 30 to 40% when sleep was reduced by several hours each night. Less affected were protein-rich foods, for example meat and fish, dairy items, such as yogurt and cheese, and fatty foods, showing a 10 to 15% increase in preference by the sleepy participants. Why is it that we lust after quick-fix sugars and complex carbohydrates when sleep-deprived? My research team and I decided to conduct a study in which we scanned people's brains while they were viewing and choosing food items, and then rated how much they desired each one. We hypothesized that changes within the brain may help explain this unhealthy shift in food preference caused by a lack of sleep. Was there a breakdown in impulse control regions that normally keep our basic hedonic food desires in check, making us reach for donuts or pizza rather than whole grains and leafy greens? Healthy, average-weight participants performed the experiment twice, once when they had had a full night of sleep, and once after they had been sleep-deprived for a night. In each of the two conditions, they viewed 80 similar food images, ranging from fruits and vegetables, such as strawberries, apples, and carrots, to high-calorie items, such as ice cream, pasta, and donuts, to ensure that participants were making choices that reflected their true cravings, rather than simply choosing items that they thought would be the right or most appropriate choice. We forced an incentive. After they came out of the MRI machine, we gave them a serving of the food they told us they most craved during the task, and politely asked them to eat it. Comparing the patterns of brain activity between the two conditions within the same individual, we discovered that supervisory regions in the prefrontal cortex, required for thoughtful judgments and controlled decisions, had been silenced in their activity by a lack of sleep. In contrast, the more primal, deep brain structures that drive motivations and desire were amplified in response to the food images. This shift to a more primitive pattern of brain activity without deliberative control came with a change in the participants' food choices. High-calorie foods became significantly more desirable in the eyes of the participants when sleep-deprived. When we tallied up the extra food items that participants wanted when they were sleep-deprived, it amounted to an extra 600 calories. The encouraging news is that getting enough sleep will help you control body weight. We found that a full night of sleep repairs the communication pathway between deep brain areas that unleash hedonic desires and higher-order brain regions whose job it is to rein in these cravings. Ample sleep can therefore restore a system of impulse control within your brain, putting the appropriate brakes on potentially excessive eating. South of the brain, we are also discovering that plentiful sleep makes your gut happier. Sleep's role in redressing the balance of the body's nervous system, especially its calming of the fight-or-flight sympathetic branch, improves the bacterial community known as your microbiome, which is located in your gut, also known as the enteric nervous system. As we learned about earlier, when you do not get enough sleep and the body's stress-related fight-or-flight nervous system is revved up, this triggers an excess of circulating cortisol that cultivates bad bacteria to fester throughout your microbiome. As a result, insufficient sleep will prevent the meaningful absorption of all food nutrients and cause gastrointestinal problems. Of course, the obesity epidemic that has engulfed large portions of the world is not caused by lack of sleep alone. The rise in consumption of processed foods, an increase in serving sizes, and the more sedentary nature of human beings are all triggers. However, these changes are insufficient to explain the dramatic escalation of obesity. Other factors must be at play. Based on evidence gathered over the past 3 decades, the epidemic of insufficient sleep is very likely a key contributor to the epidemic of obesity. Epidemiological studies have established that people who sleep less are the same individuals who are more likely to be overweight or obese. Indeed, as you can see in Figure 13 in the accompanying PDF, if you simply plot the reduction in sleep time, dotted line, over the past 50 years, on the same graph as the rise in obesity rates across the same time period, solid line, the data infer this relationship clearly. We are now observing these effects very early in life. 3-year-olds sleeping just 10.5 hours or less have a 45% increased risk of being obese by age 7 than those who get 12 hours of sleep a night. To set our children on a pathway of ill health this early in life by way of sleep neglect is a travesty. A final comment on trying to lose weight. Let's say that you choose to go on a strict, low-calorie diet for 2 weeks in the hopes of losing fat and looking more trim and toned as a consequence. That's precisely what researchers did to a group of overweight men and women who stayed in a medical center for an entire fortnight. However, one group of individuals were given just 5.5 hours time in bed, while the other group were offered 8.5 hours time in bed. Although weight loss occurred under both conditions, the type of weight loss came from very different sources. When given just 5.5 hours of sleep opportunity, more than 70% of the pounds lost came from lean body mass, muscle, not fat. Switch to the group offered 8.5 hours time in bed each night, and a far more desirable outcome was observed, with well over 50% of weight loss coming from fat while preserving muscle. When you are not getting enough sleep, the body becomes especially stingy about giving up fat. Instead, muscle mass is depleted, while fat is retained. Lean and toned is unlikely to be the outcome of dieting when you are cutting sleep short. The latter is counterproductive of the former. The upshot of all this work can be summarized as follows. Short sleep, of the type that many adults in first world countries commonly and routinely report, will increase hunger and appetite, compromise impulse control within the brain, increase food consumption, especially of high-calorie foods, decrease feelings of food satisfaction after eating, and prevent effective weight loss when dieting. Sleep loss and the reproductive system. If you have hopes of reproductive success, fitness, or prowess, you would do well to get a full night's sleep every night. Charles Darwin would, I'm sure, cleave easily to this advice, had he reviewed the evidence I now present. Take a group of lean, healthy young males in their mid-20s and limit them to 5 hours of sleep for 1 week, as a research group did at the University of Chicago. Sample the hormone levels circulating in the blood of these tired participants, and you will find a marked drop in testosterone relative to their own baseline levels of testosterone when fully rested. The size of the hormonal blunting effect is so large that it effectively ages a man by 10 to 15 years in terms of testosterone virility. The experimental results support the finding that men suffering from sleep disorders, especially sleep apnea associated with snoring, have significantly lower levels of testosterone than those of similar age and backgrounds but who do not suffer from a sleep condition. Uttering the results of such studies will often quell any vocal, alpha males that I occasionally come across when giving public lectures. As you may imagine, their ardent, anti-sleep stance becomes a little wobbly upon receiving such information. With a genuine lack of malice, I proceed to inform them that men who report sleeping too little, or having poor quality sleep, have a 29% lower sperm count than those obtaining a full and restful night of sleep, and the sperm themselves have more deformities. I usually conclude my response with a parenthetical low blow, noting that these underslept men also have significantly smaller testicles than well-rested counterparts. Rare podium fracas aside, low testosterone is a clinically concerning and life-impacting matter. Males with low testosterone often feel tired and fatigued throughout the day. They find it difficult to concentrate on work tasks, as testosterone has a sharpening effect on the brain's ability to focus. And, of course, they have a dulled libido, making an active, fulfilling, and healthy sex life more challenging. Indeed, the self-reported mood and vigor of the young men described in the above study progressively decreased in lockstep with their increasing state of sleep deprivation and their declining levels of testosterone. Add to this the fact that testosterone maintains bone density and plays a causal role in building muscle mass and therefore strength, and you can begin to get a sense of why a full night of sleep, and the natural hormonal replacement therapy it provides, is so essential to this aspect of health and an active life for men of all ages. Men are not the only ones who become reproductively compromised by a lack of sleep. Routinely sleeping less than 6 hours a night results in a 20% drop in follicular-releasing hormone in women, a critical female reproductive element that peaks just prior to ovulation and is necessary for conception. In a report that brought together findings from studies over the past 40 years of more than 100,000 employed women, those working irregular nighttime hours resulting in poor quality sleep, such as nurses who performed shift work, a profession occupied almost exclusively by women at the time of these earlier studies, had a 33% higher rate of abnormal menstrual cycles than those working regular daytime hours. Moreover, the women working erratic hours were 80% more likely to suffer from issues of subfertility that reduced the ability to get pregnant. Women who do become pregnant and routinely sleep less than 8 hours a night are also significantly more likely to suffer a miscarriage in the first trimester, relative to those consistently sleeping 8 hours or more a night. Combine these deleterious effects on reproductive health in a couple where both parties are lacking in sleep, and it's easy to appreciate why the epidemic of sleep deprivation is linked to infertility or subfertility, and why Darwin would find these results so meaningful in the context of future evolutionary success. Incidentally, should you ask Dr. Tina Sunderleen, my friend and colleague at Stockholm University, how attractive you look when sleep-deprived, a physical expression of underlying biology that alters your chances of pair bonding and thus reproduction, she will inform you of an ugly truth. Sunderleen isn't the only one doing the judging in this scientific beauty contest. Rather, she conducted an elegant experiment in which members of the public did that for her. Sunderleen took a group of healthy men and women ranging from 18 to 31 years old. They were all photographed twice under identical indoor lighting conditions, same time of day, 2:30 p.m., hair down, no makeup for the women, clean-shaven for the men. What differed, however, was the amount of sleep these individuals were allowed to get before each of the photo shoots. In one of the sessions, the participants were given just 5 hours of sleep before being put in front of the camera, while in the other session, these same individuals got a full 8 hours of sleep. The order of these two conditions was randomized as either first or second across the unwitting models. She brought another group of participants into the laboratory to act as independent judges. These individuals were naive to the true purpose of the experiment, knowing nothing about the two different sleep manipulations that had been imposed on the people featured in the photographs. The judges viewed both sets of the pictures in a jumbled order and were asked to give ratings on 3 features: perceived health, tiredness, and attractiveness. Despite knowing nothing about the underlying premise of the study, thus operating blind to the different sleep conditions, the judges' scores were unambiguous. The faces pictured after one night of short sleep were rated as looking more fatigued, less healthy, and significantly less attractive, compared with the appealing image of that same individual after they had slept a full 8 hours. Sunderleen had revealed the true face of sleep loss, and with it, ratified the long-held concept of beauty sleep. What we can learn from this still burgeoning area of research is that key aspects of the human reproductive system are affected by sleep in both men and women. Reproductive hormones, reproductive organs, and the very nature of physical attractiveness that has a say in reproductive opportunities all are degraded by short sleeping. One can only imagine Narcissus being a solid 8 to 9 hour sleeper on the basis of the latter association, perhaps with an afternoon nap for good measure, taken beside the reflection pool. Sleep loss and the immune system. Recall the last time you had the flu. Miserable, wasn't it? Runny nose, aching bones, sore throat, heavy cough, and a total lack of energy. You probably just wanted to curl up in bed and sleep. As well you should. Your body is trying to sleep itself well. An intimate and bidirectional association exists between your sleep and your immune system. Sleep fights against infection and sickness by deploying all manner of weaponry within your immune arsenal, cladding you with protection. When you do fall ill, the immune system actively stimulates the sleep system, demanding more bed rest to help reinforce the war effort. reduce sleep even for a single night, and that invisible suit of immune resilience is rudely stripped from your body. Short of inserting rectal probes to measure core body temperature in certain sleep research studies, my good colleague, Dr. Eric Prather, at the University of California, San Francisco, has performed one of the most fetid sleep experiments that I am aware of. He measured the sleep of more than 150 healthy men and women for a week using a wristwatch device. Then he quarantined them and proceeded to squirt a good dose of